We serve 7,800 farmers who bring their tea to this factory. Some of the best shareholders we can ever talk about, because they have supported this factory since 1963 until now. We have processing cities, which is mainly exported to Pakistan, England, UK, and very many other countries. We have orthodox tea, which you have also given some of the best teas, orthodox teas, coming from this country to the world. We are just about to release some of the finest brands that will fly off the shelves in supermarkets, called Chinga Light. Beyond Chinga Light, we are going to have another brand that is going to be coming out very soon, that is called Chinga Delight. That is in addition to Chinga Premium teas that we have already selling. We are intending to have orthodox tea and green tea also in our variation project. Chinga Light will have other additives like ginger. This tea is something that we want to do not only for this factory, not only for the catchment, but we want to do for international market. Inside here in the factory, we have a quality management system, ISO 9001. That is to ensure consistency, and the product that comes out of this factory is consistently good. We are also having another certification, international standard food safety management system, to ensure that the food is safe. So we can proudly tell anybody world over that we have systems in place to ensure that the tea that comes from Chinga Tea Factory is safe, is cultivated by farmers who have minded about the environment, and the factory is caring about the environment. We are caring about sustainability and the future of the planet. We have directly employed 200 employees, and sometimes they go higher when the crop is so high. Our workforce, we have about, out of them, they are permanent and pensionable, and others are here on seasonal contracts. Out of the 7,800 farmers that we are serving, they are able to give us about 17 million kilograms of green leaf per year. In a good month like this one, we are expecting to have about 2 million kilograms of green leaf. And in lower seasons, during pruning, the crop can go down to about 1 million. Cumulatively, in a whole year, we do about 18 million kilograms of green leaf. The tea they bring this month, at the end of the month, they are assured of 30 shillings per kg of green leaf. That was just recent, which we were coming from 25, below we were at 20 just last year. So the farmers' income has been growing. Another thing that we have been seeing is the return. After the profits are calculated at the end of the year, we have what we call final payment or second payment, which is the profit that the farmers are accrued, which have also been growing. Last year, we were able to give a final payment of 43 shillings and 50 cents. One of the things that I want to appreciate the government that has done recently is to remove VAT from tea sales which are being sold at the gate. That 16% VAT has gone a long way in improving the fortunes of the farmers. We would wish to see the government do more in terms of marketing. We know we have a body, very many bodies that market products from Kenya. We would wish to see more countries going to negotiations with the tea. Before I go far, I remember the teas or the agricultural products going to China has been zero rated. So we would wish to see more accelerated marketing, and we appreciate that initiative. But now we want to see more help in taking this tea to other markets in China, because one of the biggest challenges that we have as a company is over-reliance on traditional markets. We want the government to assist us move tea to different markets, and that will be good. We also appeal for support in variation. We have heard the government talk about common user facilities, removing some taxes on the burden of the farmers. Those initiatives are welcome. We look forward to better working conditions here, and also proper other markets courtesy of government initiatives.
Nikipeleka majani chai wananichukulia harabu, ninachukua pesa zangu mwisho wa mwezi huo mwingine ni tuseme kama fertilizer, tunasaidiana na fertilizer. Tuseme kama hawa extension officers wanakuja wanatuonyesha vile tutafanya kwa mashamba.
Tukiingia kwa cashew nuts, ina hiyo process ya kwanza kabisa, inatakikana korosho, ununue korosho kutoka kwa wakulima ama kuna wale brokers ambao wananunua kutoka kwa wakulima. Sasa inatakikana zinunuliwe kwa wakulima mpaka zinifikie hapo mahali niko kwa store yangu. Sasa mimi nilianzisha hii kazi baada nikaanza kupanda seedlings za mikorosho, nikagawanyia hawa wakulima hapa mtaani. Na nilipowagawanyia hizo seedlings, niliwaambia wakipata hizo korosho zao wawe wananiuzia mimi, alafu mimi nikaanza kuprocess. Sasa hiyo ilinifanya hawa wakulima hapa karibu wanipate hiyo korosho yao kwa urahisi, kwa sababu nilikuwa baada ya kuwagawanyia hizo seedlings ilikuwa ni rahisi kwao kuniamini na kuniletea hizo korosho. Si watu wananiletea bure, nanunua, lakini ni rahisi, si hawezi enda kwa mtu mwingine. Sasa mimi zile ambazo na process hapa ni zile ambazo nanunua kwa hawa wakulima ambao wako hapa karibu na mimi. Nanunua kwao na nazileta kwa store yangu, alafu naleta hapo kwa mtambo, nazianika. Processing yenyewe na include zikiingia mpaka uanze kuzianika mwanzo. Nazianika kama 2 days, alafu nikimaliza kuanika ndio naziingiza kwa boiler. Zinaingia kwa boiler yenyewe inachukua kama 200 kg. After 40 minutes inatoa. Sasa zikitoka kwa boiler lazima zikae, uzianike tena under shade kwa kama 12 hours. Sasa baada ya 12 hours ndio unaenda kwa shelling. Tuna mashine hapa ya kuvunjia, hiyo inaitwa shelling. Ndio tuna shell hizo ambazo tumezianika kwa 12 hours. Tuna shell, alafu kuna hiyo ni kama process ya kwanza, kwa sababu sasa zikipikwa hiyo shelling sasa ndio process ambayo ni ngumu sana, kwa sababu sasa hiyo ina involve machinery, ina involve ni manual, ina involve machinery, na hizo unajua sasa zile ziko corrosive pia, lazima uwe na protect, wanapaka mafuta ya nazi kwa kuprotect ile mikono yao isibambuke. Wakimaliza kushell, kuna watu ambao wanaziscoop, alafu ndio zinapelekwa kwa dryer. Sasa zikipelekwa kwa dryer zinakaa kama masaa 4 kwa dryer, alafu after 4 hours zinatolewa, zinaenda kwa peeling. Kuna section ya peeling, zinapelekwa kwa peeling, watu wana peel na manual pia, kutumia mkono. After peeling kuna section nyingine ya sorting, manake pale wakipeel kuna pieces ambazo zinachanganyikana na zile holes. Sasa zinapelekwa hapo kwa sorting, zinasortiwa zile pieces na zile holes zinawekwa kando. Zikitoka hapo zinaenda kwa grading. Sasa hapo wanachagua, kama ni holes wanachagua zile kubwa, alafu zile middle, alafu na zile ndogo, alafu na hizo pieces zinawekwa kando. Hapo ni grading. Kutoka kwa grading sasa tunaenda kwa value addition. Tunaenda sasa hapo kwa value addition. Kwa value addition, korosho tunaweza kufanya kama mara 5 hivi. tunaweza kuvalue add. Hapa tuna value add kama mara 5. Kuna salted, kuna ambao tunaweka chumvi, hiyo ni salted. Kuna plain, hiyo hatuweki chumvi, tunakaranga, tunabaki hivyo hivyo. Alafu kuna ya pilipili, hiyo ni chili. Alafu kuna caramel. Alafu kuna yahani. Hapo sasa tunakuwa tumemaliza kuvalue add. Alafu tunaenda kwa packaging. Tuna pack namna hii. Kuna changamoto sana. Ya kwanza, korosho inanunuliwa na watu wengi sana na kampuni kubwa kubwa. Ziko kampuni kubwa kubwa ambazo pia nazo zinanunua hiyo korosho hiyo moja, na wale bei zao ziko juu. Lakini sisi processors wadogo wadogo pia inabidi tununue hizo korosho hiyo korosho hiyo. Sasa bei zikiwa juu, sisi kwetu huwa ni changamoto, kwa sababu hiyo hatuwezi kununua stock kubwa ya kutosha. Tunanunua tu ile stock ambayo tutakuwa tunaweza basi. Kwa hivyo hiyo changamoto ya price hiyo huwa iko nyingi sana kwetu.
Okay.
Na hiyo changamoto ya mabei.
Good morning. Good morning everyone.
Wale big fish hao processors.
Habari ya asubuhi.
Hiyo iko. Alafu kuna wakati mwingine
audiovisual
pia
team, if I may just have a moment.
Saa nyingine inakuwa fupi. Pengine kumekuwa na kiangazi.
All right, good morning. Hey, kwani mmejaa mbona? Are you guys having a good morning? So, I hope you've woken up well, you've had some breakfast. A quick one. We are about to begin. Right now is 9:15, but we should be beginning hopefully in the next 5 or so minutes. But before we do so, those of us who want to be part of the technical session, it is ongoing at the lobby, Sawa Sawa. So if you want to be part of the technical session, you're welcomed at the lobby, where it's about to start. So the gentleman who's in charge of that particular session has requested me just to announce that you guys can make time for the technical session. Now, what are we looking forward to today? It is the last day. I know wengi wetu we've had a beautiful 2-day already, and this is the last day of the conference. So we expect it to be short and sweet, so that tumaliza on a high. Sindio, we don't want to extend it until 5 or 6. If we can keep time, then we'll be able to clear some of these things. But this morning, we will begin with an 8-minute presentation. And this one will be touching on human capital development for value chains. Thereafter, we will have a panel. This panel will run for 40 minutes. And after 40 minutes, they'll open the floor for a question or two. So that will encapsulate it and wrap it up at an hour. That is the panel. That will be a common session. Then thereafter, after the first common session, we'll go into the second common session. So we have 2 common sessions, which will tackle investment and financing for value chains. And that one will also take another hour. And thereafter, we'll take our refreshment break. Then after the refreshment break, we will go to our breakout rooms or parallel sessions respectively. So tukitoka chai, we go directly to the different parallel sessions. I will guide us on that particular, the different sessions prior to the break. And then we will reconvene here, maybe for a final session. Yes, and hopefully we have a great time. Now, prior to that, we are also yearning your feedback. And I don't know whether we have the QR code ready, the team. It's not yet ready. Later on, we're going to be putting a QR code on our screens, and we desire your feedback. So what you will do, we'll scan and give feedback so far for the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference. And the feedback is important because it helps us shape better experience when it comes to subsequent conferences, so that we are always improving. I think it's a principle within the Ikigai or something like that. So you're welcome to give your feedback. I kindly beseech you. I'll be able to guide us also on that later on. But for now, we are about to begin our first session. And the gentleman that is helping me coordinate this, Hassan Mohammed. Hassan, good to see you. Do we have all the panelists in the room? I hope we have all the panelists in the room ready to begin our session. And I see also our board is coming in. You guys look healthy. Karibuni sana. I hope you've enjoyed your breakfast. So, for a moment, I see the choirs here. Na naona ndo meland, ndo metua tu sasa. So mkikuja tu mland hivi alafu niwaambie muamke, sijui kama itakuwa fair. Like, itakuwa fair? Haitakuwa fair? So itakuwa fair? Sawa sawa, tutalipia hiyo fair, si ndio? Haya, so chenye tutafanya, ninge request tufanye pambio moja ya kutupatia ile nguvu ya kumaliza Friday, si ndio? So we'll start with one good song, then we start with our first session. Is that okay? So I'd like to welcome the choir. Please, kujeni mtupatie pambio moja, which will be able to set the pace for us. In the meantime, Dr. Joab Odhiambo, get ready for your 8-minute presentation. I will time you on that particular screen. I'll start counting you down from the 8th minute down once you start your presentation on financing for nutrition, identifying investment opportunities for value chain enhancement in Kenya. So that will be our first order of business after the choir presentation. But before that, I'm a huge believer that, you know, we have to dedicate this day to God. So I'd like to call upon a volunteer to pray for us even as we start our order of business today. Anyone who's willing to pray for us? Anyone who's willing to pray for us? Unataka kutuombea? Tafadhali kuja. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Aha. Sawa sawa. Kwaya mnakaa poa, by the way.
Thank you, sir.
Napenda vila mme coordinate colors. Muhimu sana. Unaona vila wamesema thank you. Waombe pia wakumbuke kwa maombi. Sawa sawa.
Good morning. Let's believe and pray. Almighty Father, we are before your presence. Say thank you for the gift of life that you have granted unto us, oh dear God. We are confessing our sins. We know that you are seeing us before you, oh dear God. Go and wash us with the blood of Jesus Christ that shed on the Calvary, Almighty Father. We say thank you for this time, oh dear God. We say thank you for this morning, Almighty Father. We say thank you even for the choir people, oh dear God. Go and protect us this time, Almighty Father. When we are going to start our service, go and shed us with the blood of Jesus Christ that comes from you, oh dear God. When we are going to start, let us start with you and finish with you. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray, trusting and believing. Amen. Amen.
Asante sana. Now, over to you, choir.
Bawo tikosomana Buitondo bukwesamba Asisenzende buzwele bekonsi Bawo tikosomana Bawo tikosomana Buitondo bukwesamba Asisenzende buzwele bekonsi Bawo tikosomana
Asisenzende no Asisenzende no Asisenzende kosia Singi bandaje Asisenzende no Asisenzende no Asisenzende kosia Singi bandaje Asisenzende no Asisenzende no Asisenzende kosia Singi bandaje
Okay. Kwaya, mnafanya kazi nzuri. Niliona vile ulimaliza hivi ukaingia kwa mfuko ulikuwa unaangalia the next song. Okay. I'll give you that opportunity. In the meantime, even in that spirit, there is a young lady who is a poet. Okay? There's a young lady who is a poet, and she requested for some time for her to narrate her poem. Are you guys open for that idea?
Yes.
You want to, mnataka kusikia mashairi?
Yes.
Ni kama kwaya ndo wanajibu peke yake. The rest of you are like, staki mashairi, nataka kwenda kwa panel. Mungu awasamehe. So, what you're gonna do, I'll invite her. Seme shairi yake. Itakuwa dakika 2-3. I think kwaya hamtachoka kusimama kwa sababu nyinyi ni watu wa power, si ndio? Kwaya sema tunataka power.
Tunataka power.
Sisi ni youth. Sawa sawa. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Sumaya Said, who is a poet. She's going to give us her presentation. Then we proceed with one extra song, then we start our program. Pigeni Sumaya makofi tafadhali. Hadi afike. Hadi afike. Asante sana Sumaya. Karibu.
Amjambo. Leo nina jambo jamaa, naomba sote sikia. Ndo leo nimesimama jambo hili kuongea. Twafasi kuungama nchi ipate tulia. umoja wetu ni nguvu, tuijenge nchi bora. Nikitazama kwa kweli kabila zimejazana, Wakamba na Waswahili, Mijikenda na Borana, tumeletwa na Jalali tupate saidiana. Umoja wetu ni nguvu, tuijenge nchi bora. Umoja wetu ni nguvu, misemo toka zamani, kazi tufanye kwa nguvu, nchi iwe salamani. Tusifuate za mabavu, tukawa ni hatarini. Umoja wetu ni nguvu, tuijenge nchi bora. Nchi bora kujengea, yapaswa kuzingatia. Muislamu sikia, Mkristo ndugu pia. Umoja kishikilia, mbele tupate songea. Umoja wetu ni nguvu, tuijenge nchi bora. Kikomo cha simulizi na bakisha simalizi, naomba Mola mlezi daima atatuenzi. Kenya ni yetu kipenzi, daima tutaienzi. Umoja wetu ni nguvu, tuijenge nchi bora. Samahani waungwana, nimesahau dhahiri. Najua mwaulizana, aitwaje mshairi. Mchapa kazi kijana, tena nisiye na shari. Kutoka Mombasani, Sumeia ni langu jina.
Tupigie makofi mazuri tafadhali. Je, wengine wenye mmemsikia hivi mkasema hata mimi naweza jaribu, si ndio? Kwanza hiyo kumalizia jina, kutoka wapi?
Mombasani.
Na jina ni nani?
Sumeia.
Very very important. So nataka wewe ujichallenge. Nataka tuseme, si mlishika hiyo, kutoka Mombasani, Sumeia ndio jina. Sawa, sasa nataka uweke jina yako hapo, sawa sawa, na penye unatoka na hiyo village yako, alafu tuone kama ni poetic. Sawa sawa, kwa wengine tunatoka ndani, kutoka Tharakanithi. Unaona, unapigana na maneno kidogo, unashindwa itaingia aje. Sawa sawa. So it's quite interesting, and I don't know where Moha is. Daktari amefika ama bado? Moha, inafaa uniambie kama daktari amefika, because he is our first presenter. We are waiting for the first presenter. He was on the way, so we're gonna buy a little time, sawa, so that he doesn't miss his presentation. In the meantime, choir, sijui Taylor wenyu ni nani, lakini anafanya kazi nzuri. Sasa mnaweza tupa pambio ingine tu moja, nikitafuta malenga mwingine. Nani malenga hapa? Na mkumbuke kwanza Sumeia actually anatoka Likoni TVC na amekuwa part of KIPPRA Youth Development Program. So ukiona when we're discussing here creative economy, these are some of the things that we're doing practically to make sure that these young people who are going through the hands of KIPPRA are empowered. holistically. And Sumaya is one of the products, and we thank God for her excellent gift. For now, let's go back to the choir.
Hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Mimi mwana Kenya daima. Mimi mwana Kenya daima. Mimi mwana Kenya daima. Mimi mwana Kenya daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. 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 Daima.
Hey, choir. Yes. Mko sawa? Sasa huku Coast, ukitaka watu wasianze kulala mapema, ni wimbo gani hiyo lazima uwaimbie? Kwa sababu kuna zingine ni lullaby. Ni wimbo gani? Bango. Bango ni wimbo tu inaitwa bango. O ni style ya wimbo. Ni kama raga, reggae. O ni rumba sasa hiyo. O hiyo ndio mnaimbanga mkidansi hivi. Tunaangalia tunaona hawa wako na good mental health. Okay. Sawa, mziki bila jasho. Mpaka utoke hapa nje kidogo unapata hiyo jasho. Sawa. So naona our first presenter amefika. Ana settle down kwa sababu alikuwa ameenda hoteli tofauti. Yeah? Mziki bila jasho pia huku directions bila jasho. Sawa. So akisettle tumpatie dakika 2. Tunaweza piga hiyo bango moja safi sana. Alafu ndo tukuje kwa presentation. Sawa. Mnataka kusikia bango watu wa KIPPRA? Bango ndio zenu. Hapo mtasimama muimbe nao. Twende.
Hivi naingia na kipenzi mkononi, niye maridhia, wala sina shaka moyoni.
Tuyangoje majaliwa aliyotuwekea Mola.
inaingia na kipenzi mkononi, ndiye maridhia, wala sina shaka moyoni.
Tuyangoje majaliwa aliyotuwekea Mola, leo karibu kwetu nyumbani, leo karibu kwetu nyumbani, leo karibu kwetu nyumbani. Chaupele mpenzi, hayo usemayo, kama ni maradhi yapeleke kwa daktari. Chaupele mpenzi, hayo usemayo, kama ni maradhi yapeleke kwa daktari. Wanambia niliache rumba, na mimi sikuzoea, siwezi kuliacha rumba kwa sababu yako. Wanambia niliache rumba, na mimi sikuzoea, siwezi kuliacha rumba kwa sababu yako. Wanambia niliache rumba, na mimi sikuzoea, siwezi kuliacha rumba kwa sababu yako. Wanambia niliache rumba, na mimi sikuzoea, siwezi kuliacha rumba kwa sababu yako. Oh, Mama Eli, oh, siwezi kusema na mwenyewe yuko. Oh, Mama Eli, oh, siwezi kusema na mwenyewe yuko. Wamuona funga tai, ajidai ni karani, afanya kazi ya uboi, kilio mama kilio. Aendesha gari kubwa, gari la tajiri wake, ajidai gari lake, kilio mama kilio, mama kilio, oh kilio, mama kilio, oh kilio, mama kilio, oh, oh, oh kilio. Neno ajali haikingiki, astahili Mola mwenyewe. Neno ajali haikingiki, astahili Mola mwenyewe. Nilinguruma likoni likatiririka, wale pasenja wakafelea baharini. Nilinguruma likoni likatiririka, wale pasenja wakafelea baharini. Naliona hivyo, kwaherini. Naliona hivyo, kwaherini. Naliona hivyo, kwaherini. Naliona hivyo, kwaherini. Oh, Mama Eli, oh, siwezi kusema na mwenyewe yuko. Oh, Mama Eli, oh, siwezi kusema na mwenyewe yuko. Wamuona funga tai, ajidai ni karani, afanya kazi ya uboi, kilio mama kilio. Aendesha gari kubwa, gari la tajiri wake, ajidai gari lake, kilio mama kilio, mama kilio, oh kilio, mama kilio, oh kilio.
Kazi nzuri, wapigeni makofi mazuri tafadhali. Kwa hiyo mmefanya kazi nzuri. Unajua mkimba hivyo, afu mnasema siwezi kuiacha rumba, si ndio? Wanajaribu kuniambia niache rumba, unasema no, sitaki kuacha rumba. And it reminds me of one song we sang in high school. The tune is the same. You guys know this song? Taxi driver. Mnajua hiyo? Sasa hiyo ndo mtatufungia nayo kwa sababu watu watakuwa wanachukua taxis wakienda different places, so tutafunga nayo. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, and we are on day 3, the last day. And one of the sub-themes that we are tackling today is human capital development for value chains. We are about to have an 8-minute presentation from Dr. Joab Onyango Odhiambo, who's an award-winning academic actuary and also public policy analyst. And he has deep expertise in quantitative policy analysis. He specializes in applying advanced statistical, actuarial, and econometric methods to complex public policy challenges. He's about to present on financing for nutrition, identifying investment opportunities for value chain enhancement in Kenya. Daktari, as you come, your timer is right there. I'll be counting you down. Come and enjoy your presentation. Pigeni Dr. Job Makofi hadi afike. Sir, the floor is yours.
So, good morning, everyone. Allow me, because of time, to ride on existing protocols. Now, if you look at the theme of this, about how do we strengthen the value chains for growth, inclusive growth in Kenya. So this, as you're aware now, KIPPRA is one of the leading institutions when it comes to policy analysis. And one thing that now we're trying to do is about simulation. We are moving from policy analysis to policy simulation. And I thought that this issue of nutritional financing is one of the key areas that we can look at it in terms of the value chain so that we can able to enhance the growth. So to move straight, I will present for you a paper here that we did, a discussion paper on how we can able to do simulations on how we can ultimately finance nutrition, because it's a key issue when it comes to sustainable growth in our country. So the title of it is Financing Nutrition, Identifying Investment Opportunity for Value Chain Enhancement in Kenya. So that is the presentation that I have. So I will, because of time, I will leave that. Now, why nutrition matters? So that is a question that we must ask ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, because this remains one of the major challenges for our country in terms of issues to do with weak food systems, access to nutritional food, agricultural and investment that affects the food quality. There's also poor value chain coordination that reduces the quality and affordability. And of course, we are all aware now with the issues to do with fuel, there is rising cost of inflation that affect the dietary choices for so many households. So the key question that we had here, how can we finance? How can financing strengthen nutritional sensitive value chain? So that's the question that we wanted to answer in this study. So some of the, if you look at the statement of the problem with this, we look at, there's issues to do with child stunting, and this has been highlighted in so many counties. Issues to do with micro nutrient deficiencies, and the issues to do with food insecurity. There is low dietary diversity, and of course there is some regional inequalities in nutritional outcomes. So the question now comes, these limited financing constraints, value chain efficiency, because it's limited financing constraint, and of course improvement. So the aim of this study was just to look at how can we finance nutrition in the whole value chain systems. And some of the objectives that we answered into this is to how do we examine the financing effects of nutrition, and of course evaluate the agricultural productivity, assess the value chain efficiency impact, and of course we look at some of the existing investment opportunities that whether for the county or for the national government that we can leverage on so that we're able to improve this. So I won't labor you into this, the theory that is put, but remember I've told you now at KIPPRA we have moved from now just policy analysis into policy simulation. So for example, if the government reduces VAT from this, we want to see it so that when we advise, you know, from a more informative position. So this thing is not working. Maybe I need some help. Somebody can. Now, sorry, it has worked. So I will also not labor you into some of the gaps, but of course there has to be, what we found out in this our study, that there is enough evidence that linking financing directly to nutritional outcomes. So that is what our study. Now, this is a methodology that we use in mostly policy simulations. I won't go into it. We look at what happens, we simulate in the short runs and also in the long runs, okay? What happens in the next fewest, let's say 5 years, and what happens in the long term. So I won't labor you into that. Now, some of the key findings that we got into this was there was a positive significant effects on financing and nutrition, especially in sensitive value chains. There's also, we found out that there is an agricultural productivity, and of course, we also found out there is institutional support that is needed. Then on the negative, it was about food inflation. And this is a common problem that now we're experiencing now that we have a fuel problem worldwide and of course affecting our country. So in terms of our conclusion, for us to finance nutrition, we need to come up with some deliberate issues that we can address. And the strategic investments from this, we found out that it must come on productivity. There has been an attempt, for example, to subsidize fertilizers and etc., so that we can able to increase our food production. Issues to do infrastructure. I think the government is also trying to do now with the proposal with the infrastructure fund so that we address that issue. I'm very sure you've, sometimes in media there was a county like Nyandarua where there were food, okay, just rotting on the farms because of the infrastructure. We have to look at the market systems. How do this food how do you take it from the farm up to where it's going to be sold? And of course, there has to be institutional coordination on the institutional corporations that deal with the coordination of this. And this, if this is done, then we can be able to transform the food system significantly in a better way. Now, as a policy institute, we were more interested in some of the policy implications that this our research study will be. And I think now that there is a directorate of PPPs, we can leverage on the PPPs in terms of nutrition investment. So I think this is a key opportunity that we can come up with so that we see how we can able to finance nutritional aspects in terms of the PPPs. Then there has to be stabilization, food stabilization policies that we need to know. There are some foods that are very crucial in the dietary aspects of Kenya, which we need to find out we're able to subsidize it. Of course, there's a lot has been done when it comes to agricultural financing and giving financing. So this can still be enhanced. Then there has to be institutional coordination. And the most important policy implication is the third one, where we have got the county level nutritional financing systems. And last week I was in Kisumu, where we were developing the nutritional policy for Elgeyo Marakwet County. I don't know whether there is a representative from here, because we wanted to see how can we address the issues of nutrition and of course dietary by embedding this into their CIDPs. If you look at the CIDPs of these counties, it has not been standardized to look at issues to do with nutrition. And in that policy, one of the key recommendations that the experts made there was to introduce a directorate under the Ministry of Health, or Nutritional Directorate. And I think that will help in coordination so that we mainstream issues to do with nutritional financing across all sectors. Because you cannot say nutrition is a standalone. It affects all different sectors. So there has to be a mainstreaming aspects at the county level so that we even include it in the CDIPs. Remember, we have already developed, KIPPRA was part of the team that developed the guidelines for the next CIDPs of 2028-2032, where I was also part of that team. So nutritional financing will be mainstreamed as a policy direction that KIPPRA gave to the county on how to address this thing. Now, some of the recommendations that we can able to see in terms of the government, they can see how we can able to introduce the budgetary allocation to those sensitive, nutrition-sensitive agriculture. Then we can expand the private sector to expand the food value chain investment. Of course, there are a lot of development partners. I'm very sure there is UNICEF is here, which is very, very much passionate about the children. So, and of course, nutrition. And of course, the counties, what I've just said. How do we integrate nutritional financing into our CIDPs? Through mainstreaming. So that is a very key recommendation. I think that is the end of my presentation, and thank you very much for listening to me.
Asante sana Daktari. You've kept time, and apologies for the mishaps in the morning. Ulijaribu sana. Did you take a bike here? Yeah? I'm not worried, but thank you for the effort. Sometimes life offers us something different, but we appreciate that you've able to start us off on a high note, and thank you for that. I really do appreciate it. Now, I'd like us to go on with our panel this morning. I'm going to call our panelist, and then lastly call the moderator. So our first panelist, of course, is Ms. Caroline Juki, who serves as the Regional Chief Technical Advisor at the International Labour Organization. Pigeni makofi tafadhali akikuja. Asante sana. Next we have Mrs. Samira Abdallah. She's the principal at Likoni Technical and Vocational College. That is Likoni TVC. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali akikuja. She's been a technical trainer and lecturer for over 25 years. That is experience right there. Up next on our panel, I'd like to call upon Dr. Patrick Kasula. Is the Deputy Director, Research and Consultancy at the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. Pigeni Dr. Kasula makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. Thank you, sir, for being part of the panel. Up next we have Miss Esther Katiba. Esther is a certified human resources practitioner, trainer, author, motivational speaker, mental health coach, and legal professional with over 20 years of impactful experience. Karibu sana Esther. Pigeni Esther makofi tafadhali. Our next panelist is Mr. Dan Kiragu, who's an educationist with a wealth of experience in technical and vocational education and training. Over the last 12 years, he's been privileged to serve as the nation as a trainer, policymaker, and regulator. Pigeni Mr. Dan makofi. Thank you very much, Dan, for making time. And to go to our moderator, the chair of this particular panel, I'd like to welcome Dr. James Ochieng. Dr. James Ochieng is a social policy officer with UNICEF Kenya, where it contributes to analytical works on macro fiscal policy, social protection, and public finance. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. Asante sana, but for now, I'd like to hand it over to Dr. Ochieng. You have 2 more panelists. Aha. Daktari, once again, I'd like to invite you back on stage, Dr. Job Onyango Odhiambo. Karibu sana for the panel. Daktari is actually a public policy analyst. And the last one ni? Dr. Mugeni. Okay, Daktari, Dr. Mugeni, please. Karibu sana, pigeni Dr. Mugeni makofi. All right, so Daktari, you will sit at the edge. Just be careful, okay? Yeah, when you get too passionate, don't fall over. That's good. That's good. All right, sawa sawa. Asante sana. For now, I hand over the panel. Let's have 40 minutes on the screen. That will be our timer because it's a huge panel. So we'll have 40 minutes. Then we can open the floor maybe up for some 10 minutes or so. Over to you, Dr. Okay, you can use mine.
Yeah, thanks a lot to our moderator. So I'll be chairing this session, and we'll have a series of questions that are guided around certain themes on human capital, development, and value chains. So allow me to bring back Dr. Joab, who has just given us the background presentation. So you mentioned clearly that KIPPRA is currently doing some simulations, and one of them is around financing for nutrition. And recent estimates indicate that as a country, we lose a significant share of the GDP to malnutrition, actually around 6 to 7%. If you do the mathematics, that translates to around more than 375 Kenya shillings per year. That's more than half of our education sector budget. So, and at the same time, the sector has a lot of potential in terms of generating returns. For every dollar that is invested in nutrition, has the capacity to generate more than 20 times in terms of the returns. Yet, if you look at all this, nutrition sector remains one of the most underfunded sector in the country and even other countries worldwide. So from your perspective, why is this happening? And do you have any innovative ideas that you can propose to position nutrition sector as one of the key investment sectors within the country? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cheng, for that question. You have rightly put it, the return of investment in nutrition is actually, you're right, is for every dollar that you invest, you get $23. There is no better investment that can give you, that is almost 2,300% return. So ideally, and that's why we did this, our research, was to see how can we do nutrition financing sustainably. And KIPPRA now is doing a lot of simulation when it comes to all this. And we found out that one of the ways, if you look at my recommendation, is because as for now, if you look at the way the system now is, nutrition is left in the, for example, the Ministry, for example, of Health, whether it's a county or a national government, which is not correct. Because if you look at nutrition, it affects so many other department or state department. It's in agriculture, it's in public health, it's in, so it is everywhere. And that's why we proposed from this that for us to move forward, we need to find out on how we can able to mainstream this, okay? So that when you talk about agriculture, how do agriculture contribute to nutrition? So that they don't leave it alone for only health. When you talk about nutrition, this is a health thing. And also we found out that when it comes to nutrition, we need to use already existing infrastructure of financing. For example, nowadays we talk about PPPs, okay? PPPs have now helped us to see how we can be able to finance some of these things. So even then in nutritional level, we can also see how we can be able to incorporate that already existing infrastructure on how we can be able to sustainably finance nutrition for the better. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Joab, for your feedback. So I just want to elevate the discussion a bit now to look at the macros, and I want to bring in Dr. Evans Mogeni here to just unpack for us the aspects of human capital. So when you talk about value chains and human capital, I think from yesterday's discussion it was clear that we can invest however much we want in the value chains, infrastructures, but if we don't invest adequately in human capital, then our productivity will forever be stuck at that lower level. So, and it's also emerging that our education systems also have a key role to play in terms of catching up with emerging technologies. So, Dr. Mogeni, from an economic perspective, maybe could you just clarify to us why human capital, what is human capital and why does it matter for growth and structural transformation? And then if you look at our education system, do you really think that they are better prepared to anticipate for these emerging technologies and new trends that we are currently observing? Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Moderator. And I didn't have an opportunity to be introduced. My name is Dr. Mogeni, and I come from Open University of Kenya, university where we call it an industry for human capital, a new baby in the field, where we produce human capital. Actually, it's a university which is flexible, affordable, and accessible currently, with over 25 students from over 70 countries globally. And I thought this one would be very important for us to understand the transition when we are talking about human capital. I want to define human capital by giving an analogy, giving a real example so that you can be able to understand what human capital is all about. Think about a modern kitchen. With all world-class, maybe oven, AI, blender, and all those accessories that make a modern kitchen. Then bring two individual, one a trained chef, and another one somebody who doesn't know to cook. Give them the same opportunities, give them something to cook. And after cooking, I believe a chef will produce what we call Michelin kind of meal, world-class kind of meal. What of the other one? It will be a set of confusion, waste, and I don't know what we call whether a meal or not. What differentiates the two is not about the kitchen, it is not about the ingredients, it's not about where they're operating. What differentiates them is what we call human capital, right? It is about the skills. It's just converting human capacity to human capability on what they are able to do. I give another example. Think about the farm, two farmers, right? Given land, given the same input, and when it comes to production, you realize one will be able to produce for subsistence, but the other one is going to feed the nation. It's not about the land that counts, but it's about the capability, and that capability is what we call human capital. When we talk about economies and human capital, we are talking about turning that human capability on what they know, what they can do, and how well they can do to produce. On our road to, maybe allow me to mention this, we are on the road to Singapore. And I give an example. 1955 to 1965, it was a colony, right? Under Japanese. 1965, after we had gotten independence, that's 2 years after we had gotten independence, we are doing better than Singapore, right? What did they do different under Kwan Lee? One thing that they did, it was not about bring the factories there, but they produced what we call factory-ready human beings. Industry did not go there just because there were natural resources, but they came there because they had changed, transformed their education system. And that brings back to human capital and structural transformation, reducing from low value to high value. Then from informal sector to high level of productivity. That enabler of transformation is what we call human capital. It's not an infrastructure. I give an example for those who are performing here. If infrastructure was the stage where they were performing, then human capital was what they were performing, the potential that they turned to opportunity. How they were able to engage the audience is what we call human capital. Thank you, please.
So, Dr. Rich, allow me just to bring you back in 30 seconds. Do you think our education systems are better prepared to anticipate these new technologies, just in 30 seconds?
Thank you. I want to also give an example of our university, which we call an innovative university, and how we are doing it. And I believe we are also transiting from what we used to do in 844 to CBET curriculum. And our curriculum is now transiting from job seekers to job creators, where we involve the industry, we involve the SMEs in developing our curriculum so that it's job, when we get our graduates, they can be able to add value. And this is the way to go for our institutions, where we also invite KIPPRA to be part of this great transformation so that we get graduates who are not looking for jobs, but who can add value and also become the building blocks to the value chains that we are talking about. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dr. Mogeni. So it's critical that it's clear that human capital is the engine of structural transformation and growth in an economy. And I just want to now bring in Dr. Patrick Casiola to just unpack a bit the issues of coordination around human capital. I mean, how the partnership between the academia, government, and development partners play out. And the specific question to Dr. is that how can partnership between government, academia, development partners strengthen inclusive and equitable lifelong learning so that foundational learning produces competencies, skills, and values that are directly relevant to innovation and innovation-driven value chains?
Thank you. I'm Patrick, as you have mentioned, from the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. UNESCO is the intellectual arm of United Nations, the only UN agency with country-specific commissions to ensure that the agenda of UNESCO is reinforced at the country level. I wish to note that at UNESCO as a focal point, we are coordinating to ensure that the academic standards in Kenya are commensurate to the what we can call global standards. And right now, we are working on ensuring that our Kenyan certificates are recognized in every country without referring back to the various commissions of higher learning, and we have passed a convention to ensure that we ratify a convention to that end. So far, we're doing good. However, I think as a country, we must not just focus on the destination to Singapore. We must focus on the processes so that we build the required capacity for us to be able to take the journey. We're quite comfortable on where we want to go, and we forget to count the cost really of traveling there. But back to the question on partnerships, yes, the core driver of education success in Kenya will be partnerships. And sometimes when we ask communities to integrate partnerships in driving community advancement towards maybe policy-driven and policy-informed community management, and sometimes the school boards, right now they are called Board of Management. The idea is to ensure that we enhance partnership towards driving the education agenda. Indeed, partnerships between government, academia, and development partners are the only route to inclusive, future-ready human capital systems, especially in economies towards digital, green, and knowledge-based value chains. These collaborations undertake critical things. One is skills gaps, and two, inequalities in access, by delivering four things. One is aligning policy, two is financing, three is curriculum, and finally is delivery models. There's no government that can push successfully without that. For me, I can just mention 5 or even 8 very fast outputs of partnership. One is it helps in co-designing demand-driven education system. And this means governments, universities, and development partners jointly align what we call education training with labor market needs. You know, government cannot do this alone. Ministries cannot do this alone unless partnership is enhanced. 2, it helps to expand access through blended digital learning. Clearly, this is about investing in technology-enabled learning platforms to overcome physical and socio-economic barriers. Government is battling many priorities, and it can only survive if it partners with other stakeholders, these and in particular development partners and universities. And thirdly, it can help in financing inclusive human capital development. And basically, this is about pooling resources and innovating finance to support what you can call affordable and scalable education systems. Fourthly, we need to strengthen TVET and work-based learning. This cannot be done by government alone. It needs partners. It needs collaborators. It needs researchers from university. And fifth, building recognition of player learning. Player learning has not been a priority, but time has come for us to be able to do this. And this cannot happen by locking out other people, particularly the industry and development partners. And 6, we talk about targeting gender and inclusive gaps. This cannot be done without partnerships. And 7, leveraging data and evidence continuous improvement. This is what will drive the education agenda, and government cannot do it alone. And finally, strengthening institutional capacity. And that is the greatest, what I can call, output of partnerships. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Daktari, for those rich insights. So I want us to look at now the skills pipeline, and it's encouraging to see that majority of the attendees here are young people. So in Kenya, we witness a situation where majority of the young people graduate. At the same time, you see a situation where some employers still report skills gaps. And then most of the young graduates are not also able to fully transition to the job market or establish successful entrepreneurship. And I want to bring in Ms. Samira Abdallah here just to unpack for us how TVET institutions can better align their programs to the skills that are demanded in the job market. And what are some of the practical reforms that you would recommend to strengthen issues of industrial attachment and school-to-work transitions? Karibu, Madam Abdallah.
Thank you very much. Good morning again. Okay, we are talking about TVET and reforms in this country. In TVET, what we are doing differently that we used to do in the past is that the curriculum that we are using is curriculum that is designed with the industry in mind. So, in other words, what are we saying? What we are saying simply is that we are training with the industry. And like in the past, where you would train and then the industry would have their schools or institutions within the industry and retrain. One of the other reforms that the government is doing is that we regularly update our curriculum. So our curriculum is not outdated like it used to be. We regularly update with the new technologies that are in the market, with the new trends, and not only the trends in Kenya, but internationally. And that is why you hear a lot of TVET trainees doing jobs maju. It is because they are market ready to work not only in Kenya, but anywhere in the world. Another reform is integrate training with the industry. What are we saying? We are now doing what is known as dual training programs. These dual training programs work this way. The trainee is in the institution for one term, let me just give it as a term, and then the other term, the trainee is in the industry, actually working in the industry. And most of these trainees are skilled ready. And I want to give a very good example. Coming this next month in June, there is a ship that will dock in Mombasa. And this ship will have job opportunities for our graduates. When I'm talking about graduates, I know, more than 80% will be graduates from TVET. And this is all sector of the training. The hospitality, plumbers, painters, what have you. And I want to assure everybody who is here that our trainees are ready to work not only in Kenya but internationally. Again, you talked about attachment. So what we do with the industry, again, is to enhance and also provide incentives to the industry by training the industry. In conjunction with our partners, we have partners that is GIZ. GIZ is German, Finnish government. They've come in with this program. The dual training is a successful program that is very well successful in Germany. And we have trained both our trainers in the institutions and the human resource managers, various people in the industry. They've also been trained so that when these students go for industrial experience, we no longer call it attachment, right? We call it industrial experience. So when these students go for industrial experience, it is both the institution and the industry know how and where to expose the trainee. And when most of these trainees get these jobs at the end of their training in the same industry, because this trainee goes to the same industry for the number of years he's in the industry. Again, one thing also to note is that in conjunction with other players like KIPPRA, okay, we signed an MOU with KIPPRA, and you have seen one of my students here, these are soft skills that we get for our trainees. So apart from KIPPRA, there is an organization in Coast Province called Swahili Hub. Swahili Hub is one of the organizations that actually gives soft skills to our trainees. And it also acts as a good marketeer for our trainees. So I would say 90% of the trainees in Likoni, because I want to give an example in Likoni TVC, are either employed or they have created jobs. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Samira. Yeah. You can clearly tell that indeed you are speaking to the young people, and I think you've suggested some useful reforms that can be initiated to properly engage young people. Now let's listen to, from an employer's perspective, and I want to bring in Esther Katiba. So it's clear that it's not all just about the certificates, but the workplace readiness. Most employers would want, employees who are ready-made. In ready-made, in quotes, those who can easily adjust to the work environment and deliver the results. And my question to you is, maybe perhaps could you just expound on what are the biggest skills gaps that youth face today in terms of employability and in terms of the workplace competencies? From your experience and just to advise the young people, so what are the most critical competencies that the youth should look into to be able to succeed in these modern value chains? Thank you.
Good, thank you. Thank you for that. And I know a lot has been said. There's a shift from traditional credential hiring. And to the youth, I want to simply say, we look for more than certificates. We're looking for emotional intelligence at the workplace. They're critical things that you need to survive in the workplace. You need to be self-aware as a person, because you're coming to work among other people. You're coming into teams. You're coming to collaborate with other functions. So being self-aware, being able to regulate your emotions in the workplace is very, very important. Knowing your strengths and weaknesses. Being self-motivated. I know there's a conversation in the workplace where the youth will come and say, money is my motivation or motivator. But money is not the only motivator. We accept it is a motivator, but it's not the only motivator. So you need to know how to be self-motivated, self-driven, that you don't have to be followed to deliver. Empathy is key. Understand the emotional makeup of other team members. Understand social skills, how to manage relationships, internal in the workplace and also stakeholder relationships is very key, because a business has internal and external partners. Being able to manage that is key. Soft skills, I know that has been mentioned. Being able to communicate and communicate with respect is very key. Teamwork, critical thinking and decision making. Now we say your certificates will get you through the door. Your character and integrity will keep you in the job. So it's not just about papers. You need to check on your integrity, check on your honesty, your character, and how you behave around the workplace. Your financial literacy skills. I know there's this conversation, I am not in finance, but you need to understand the end-to-end of a business. Whether you're in human resource or whichever function you're in, you need to understand that. So you need to know how to live within the workplace. We talk about organizational cultures. When you move into an institution, every institution has a culture. Take time to understand an institution, how things are done, and how they want them done, study the rules, compliance within the organization, understand what works in this institution and what does not work. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Esther. I think you've spoken well to the young people. I now want to bring in Caroline Junki from ILO. And in your yesterday's remarks, I think, and even Lillian, both of you were very emphatic in terms of the quality of jobs that we generate. So yes, we can create those jobs, but the second challenge will always emerge. Are they quality jobs? Is it what we call in Swahili, kazi bora ama bora kazi? Yeah, maybe perhaps you can speak to that, just to extend the discussion that we had yesterday. So how can Kenya promote value chains that generate jobs, but not just jobs, decent and productive employment opportunities?
Thank you and good morning. The room is very cold. Good morning. Thank you. You know, in this part of the world where we are struggling with high numbers of unemployment, the question that you posed, you know, do we create more jobs, or do we actually work towards creating what are called decent jobs? And my colleague Lillian said yesterday that we want both. We want more jobs because the scale of unemployment is pretty large, but also right from the beginning, we want to ensure that those jobs are decent so that we don't come and try to clean them up, make them decent along the line, because that's much more difficult. So, you know, how can Kenya do that? One, a couple of reflections that I would like to share with us is, one, prioritizing value chains by decent work potential, but not only GDP or export potential. And it's a discussion that we really need to have, yeah? The export market is critical, no doubt, but is that where our export-oriented value chains necessarily where more jobs, better jobs will be created? You know, so what is the employment scale in these value chains that are prioritized? And when we talk about employment scale, it's also not a blanket. We're looking at how many people can be absorbed, youth, women, informal workers. You know, it's not just saying, yeah, it's huge. Productivity potential, is there potential to upgrade people from the low productivity to higher productivity? And what is the decent work feasibility? So for instance, are these sectors where wages, safety, contracts, working time, social protection, voice can be realistically improved? And of course, there is the market demand. Is the market local? Is it stable, regional, or export? Two is in upgrading MSMEs and informal enterprises instead of bypassing them. Because we have talked about the 80% of the economy being informal. So the question is, how is it that those informal enterprises are part of the value chain prioritization? And how do we do this? One is cluster-based upgrading. You know, identify key clusters, work sites, markets, industrial parks, where a lot of people are aggregating, focusing on progressive formalization. I think the country is, you know, has prioritized formalization, but formalization also does not happen overnight. It is a very long process. It is a process that needs capacity building, trust building, you know. It's providing buyer-supply linkages, for instance, where we have anchor enterprises and aggregation happening to support supply. A third way of ensuring that we have decent jobs, but also inclusion really, is building skill systems around actual value chain bottlenecks. because I was very happy when my sister spoke about the results that they are having with their training. And I wish that this was replicable across the countries, because every part of this country has value chains that they can really focus on and grow, but while ensuring that they are supported by real, not imagined skills. We have a lot of imagined skills building. And that is what creates the disconnect, where young people do have qualifications, and it's very frustrating for them, but they can't just match with the jobs that are actually available. So looking at what are the current jobs, what are the emerging jobs, we've had discussions on, for instance, cold chain. Do we have curriculums on cold chain maintenance? Is that something we are looking at when we are saying that storage is a key challenge? Solar irrigation installers. I challenge you to try get one for your own farm. You will wait months without an end. For a country that has plenty of sun and where we are trying to go green, but we are not training solar irrigation installers. We're training more people in fashion, more people in baking, and we love all those things, but it's not necessarily where the demand and great demand is. Then I would like to talk about social protection to workers, because many of us that are in formal employment, the benefits we enjoy. As a woman, maternity protection. Yeah, I have 3 months or 6 months, depending on where you work. You have pension, you have work injury benefit. That is only for the 15% of our economy. 85% of workers in this country do not enjoy more than one social protection floor, maybe SHA, maybe health. But they cannot dream of pension, and we are going to get old. You know, that is one thing we cannot escape. So how is it that we can ensure integration of social protection for workers even when they are in the informal sector? And I think NSSF, through the Haba, the informal pension saving scheme, is already trying to do that. How do we do that for maternity protection? Because women, when they're not formally employed, they're out of a job as soon as they are expecting, and they also have to go back quite quickly. What about injuries, so that people don't stay out on prolonged periods when they are injured at the workplace? Another one that is a real opportunity is making public and private investment conditional on decent work. For instance, on the affordable housing, where there's a lot of investment. How do we use public investment to actually improve how work is done on certain sites, whether it's occupational safety and health, use of PPE, for instance, because there's public investment. So we use that to model and project to even the private investments. Then using counties as value chain employment engines, because we talk about value chains at the national level, but what about at the county level? And you know, we have 47 counties. Imagine if we were able to end analyze value chains, prioritize 2, not more, with job-rich potential, inclusion for women, you know, rights, 2 per county. And the potential, the numbers, the unemployment numbers that we are talking about, they will be a thing of the past. And once we can do 2 very well per county, we learn lessons that we are able to scale to 3, to 4, to 5. You know, jobs creation, we need to demystify jobs creation. Because who is creating the jobs? It is the investments by the private sector, but ensuring that everyone is brought around. So how is it that the counties can really be at the center of jobs creation? Because if you allow me, one of the questions I would like us to think about is, who has the performance indicator for jobs creation in Kenya? Who do we ask? Anyone here whose performance indicator is number of jobs created? So whose business is it to create jobs in Kenya? Is it which ministry? Do you see where the problem is? Who do we ask? Who do we ask? We don't know. And I think that is something that we need to really think about, because we need to be able to account for the jobs that are created. So finally, is measuring jobs by job quality, not job counts alone. And this is looking at, yes, number of jobs created, share of workers with written contracts, earnings, labor productivity, social protection coverage, women and youth in higher value roles. You know, it sounds very idealistic, but this is truly how we are going to transform value chains in this country, make them more competitive. And it's not, we don't just improve them for external market, we improve them for our own people. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Caroline, for the rich insights. Just before, yes, you can appreciate Caroline. Before I hand it over to Dan Kirago, Caroline, if you, based on your assessment, where are we as a country in Kenya insofar as decent jobs? I know you work with so many countries just beyond Kenya. So where are we as a country in terms of creating decent jobs and jobs that value protection? And do you think that as a country we are prioritizing youth, women, and the vulnerable in these emerging value chains? Thank you.
I would say it's a mixed bag. Because we've seen, let me use for instance, inclusion of the informal workers into social protection, which was something that we were not discussing deeply before, I would say 2024. But we've supported the government of Kenya to develop a strategy for inclusion of rural and informal workers into social protection, the things that I was talking about. We've, for instance, completed an actuarial assessment to cost maternity protection for women working in the informal sector, so that the government can look at how this actually works. But the challenge with, and looking at, is this annexed as part of health protection, or how can it be rolled out? So there are those steps at the national level. We have had counties like Kisumu and Makueni try to see how they can work with the informal sector employers to be able to navigate protections. So that is happening at the national level. But it's just really little. I mean, if you think about, the numbers is too big for people that are not covered by basic social protection, and that just exacerbates the vulnerability. The slightest shock, you know what they say, you're one hospital bill away from absolute poverty, and we would say, no, people have SHA now, but the coverage is still not at 100%. So we have those challenges. Prioritizing youth, absolutely. We've seen a lot of initiatives, of course. We recognize that there's a youth demographic. I shy away from calling it a dividend, because that is, now there are questions as whether we've turned it. We've turned it into a dividend. We have a youthful population, and the question is, how can those people be supported with some of the recommendations that we are making here? Abdallah, is it Samira? Samira has spoken about some of the efforts that are being taken. But this is a real challenge that we have as a country, and I think the next couple of years will be absolutely critical in looking at how do we, how is it that we can actually start reporting at least 50% transitions into jobs for young people? And this does not happen magically. This happens because the policies are end-to-end, from training, from what the career specialist has talked about, intermediation, and ensuring that placement, you know, so we cannot just be talking about 1 million young people who are trained to do what? How many of those were actually handheld, guided through career options, and linked into the labor market? So it's a mixed bag, and but it's something that is really, really urgent for all stakeholders.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Caroline. Indeed, I think as a country, yeah, there are some steps that we've taken towards involving the youth. So I want us to tackle issues of quality assurance and accreditation. And I want to bring in Mr. Dan Kiragu from TVETA. So, Mr. Dan, so what policy measures do you think the national and county governments should adopt to strengthen institutional capacity and infrastructure, more specifically in the coast region TVET centers, so that they can deliver industry-relevant skills and reduce the gaps among the youth?
Well, thank you very much. I work with TVET Authority. TVET Authority is a government agency in the Ministry of Education that has been mandated to regulate and coordinate industrial, that is TVET training. Now, TVETA has developed a number of standards and guidelines that are supposed to be adopted by these training institutions in the execution of their mandate. Part among them, it is the requirement for the institutions to comply with the training guidelines, that is, reviewing and providing basic training facilities in line with the curriculum requirements. It is expected that institutions should be able to provide tools and equipment that are required in the training of the programs in which they intend to train. Secondly, the institutions are also supposed to adopt policies that have been developed to ensure quality training. I would also want to say that at TVETA, we have been at the forefront of ensuring that the curriculum that are in use are industry guided. This way, we ensure an active participation, a more direct participation by the industries in the development of curriculum. To begin with, you'll find that for a curriculum to be developed, it is expected that institutions of learning engage the industries through undertaking skills analysis needs. This way, they're able to package the occupational standards. These are the occupational standards that will base and guide the development of curriculum. This way, the curriculum will ensure that they serve to meet the needs of the industry. And it is this very curriculum that will guide how the training is going to be undertaken. Secondly, we're also encouraging partnerships between the industries and the training institutions through dual training, through industrial attachment. And the government, through TVETA, has developed standards to guide dual TVET and guidelines. And of course, the industrial attachment, where there is that collaboration between the industry and the institutions.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dan Kiragu, for those insights. The MCA, the moderator, the MC has donated for me 5 minutes for Q&A. But just before that, I've received one pressing question to Dr. Joab. If you look at the nutrition financing landscape within the Kenyan context, more so at the county level, it was heavily donor financed. If you look at even the counties in the ASALs, when Trump measures came last year, a lot of, if you look at even the share of the budget that was being financed by the counties, it was less than 2% of even the health share budget. So how can we move away from this over-reliance in donor financing to more of domestic financing, just for purposes of long-term stability when it comes to matters financing for nutrition? Just in 1 minute.
Thank you. That's a very important question. Now, I think this is something that we have, and thank God some of our development partners are here. UNICEF is here, KIPPRA is here, ILO is here, because even without nutrition, there will be no labor, okay? So I think probably because we must think this together as KIPPRA, remember our KIPPRA, thinking policy together. So let's think about this problem together. What can be the solution? I think we can borrow a solution, especially in the research, where we come up with some sort of master plan. And I think KIPPRA, I think we are ready to take the battle, the mantle. If you're given support from IFPRI is here, UNICEF is here, can we look at our nutritional landscape and come up with a master plan over 10 years, which is sustainable? So you can even call it our national nutritional multi-sectoral financing master plan. Then we give it from 10-year master plan. Because we cannot keep on relying on a donor. So the donor, you can help us for once, we come up with this master plan, which is going to be multi-sectorial. So for example, we can say if it is about, let's say in KIPPRA, capacity building division, the work is to inform people. So probably we say 2% of their finance should go to building capacity. But if you go to, for example, county, you saw somebody has milk, but he is drinking strungi to go and sell the milk. And remember, nutrition is preventing healthcare, so that we stop people from selling milk, they come malnutrition, they go to SHA to go and treat themselves. So that conversation must start now, and I hope that as we live here, KIPPRA will have an opportunity to have a conversation with development partners so that we can steer this idea of coming up with a master plan, which is a national, which can be cascaded down to the county to solve this so that it doesn't depend on development partners. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dr. So I think we can have some few questions from the floor. You just say your name and maybe the institution that you are representing. You can also direct your question to a specific panelist. I think, do we have mics on the floor?
Yes, we'll move the microphone. So the 5 minutes I'd given you, 4 are gone. I'm tempted to add you 4. So once you get an opportunity to ask a question, we have 1, 2, I think you can take 4, 3, the 4th one, that gentleman there, and maybe kufungia hapa 5. Those are 5 questions. Okay, let me start with this gentleman at the back, then we come forward this direction. Please, your name and straight to the question so that we don't waste time.
Thank you very much. My name is Charles Sangone from the Kenya National Federation of Jua Kali Association. I just want to respond to what the last speaker said about who is supposed to be asked about job creation. These young people in this country are job creators. There are very many innovations in this country, but the problem is politics has killed the innovation. The young people come up with, let's say for example, the masonry industry, the carpentry industry. We have the kitchen industry in Mombasa, they are chari cooks and so forth. They have so many. They are creators for employment, but nobody takes interest to know what are they doing. I went to Ethiopia and I bought a chari and these things from Mombasa people eat, and I asked, you manufacture these things or you produce them from here? They say, no, they come from Kenya. Who brings them here? They say, individual people. Yet the producers are on the ground, nobody takes care of them. There is no budget in this country about innovation and job creation. We train our people. We have so many TVET industries in this country, but ask them, after training these young people, where do they go? They throw them in the market. Why? Because we don't have a follow-up. The counties are sleeping, and I use the word sleeping because they don't want to know where these people are. And this is why in Mombasa we have 42 brothers. the 47 brothers, the 60 brothers, they must look for their livelihood, whether you like it or not, using the panga. And that's the tool they have. If we don't mitigate over these issues that are growing up within our youth, they are not stupid people. They've gone to university, some of them. They are trained. But where do they go and look for jobs? I met a graduate in motor vehicle, in mechanical engineering from University of Nairobi. He's looking for a job as a security man in Mombasa County. And he tells me, can you help me get 150,000 shillings? I'll pay you pole pole because I know you're my neighbor. Why? Somebody wants 150,000 shillings, a bribe, to employ a mechanical engineer in these counties. It is the government which is supposed to sit down. It is us, you people, to sit down and mitigate over these problems. Not sitting in conferences in Flamingo, hotels, you know, eating very well or enjoying, going to airport, flying from Nairobi to Mombasa. You know, we were in Mombasa, Flamingo, we ate so much. Paradise gave us good food. That is nonsense. Our people, our young people are dying on the ground. And these people are going to come to your door. Whether you live in Nyali, whether you live in Karen, they'll come for you looking for food. We need to start thinking ourselves. What do we need to do for this country, for our young people? Innovation is there. They have all the expertise. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mmesikia mnakula tu flamingo, si ndio? Sawa. There's another question right there.
News anchor Aisha Mohammed from Likoni TVC. And my question goes to Ms. Esther Katiba. You've just talked about skills gap. So my question is, do you think that lack of exposure and opportunities could be the most or contributes more to skill gaps? Thank you.
Asante sana. Let's pick a third one. There's a third one. That lady there, then fourth here. Oh, ameuliza. Sawa. This side, alafu kuna hii upande moja, then we'll close it up because of time.
Good morning. I'm Sabra Hasib from Budget Hub. I'm addressing these questions to Madam Samira. Some years back, around maybe 4 to 5 years ago, there was plans to establish a textile manufacturing farm at the Dongokundu Special Zone, something of sort. What happened to the plan? Because from my point of view, such delays weaken human capital development and slow growth of value chains, especially in places like Likoni, where youth employment and skills development are major concerns.
Asante sana. And lastly here, I know tunaongezeka and there's another one coming up there. Okay, this gentleman, alafu wa mwisho pale.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Paul, representing Likoni TVC. My question goes directly to Sir. I didn't get your name clearly, sorry, but I know you are representing TVET authorities. So the question is, you've talked on assurance. So I'm asking, these students who are assured by the different companies, are they assured within the school periphery or even outside? For instance, an incident has occurred outside, maybe the students was assured from outside and he was traveling to a certain place. Unfortunately, God forbid he gets an accident, will he be covered, or hii inafanya tu huku kwa shule, like within the school, accident imefanyika shuleni, sasa ni yeye nje ajisort? Thank you.
And lastly, pale, as we close up.
Thank you. My name is Engineer Makoha. I'm from Engineers Board of Kenya. So one is just a comment, very brief, and then a question to the panelists. I'd like to add my voice into this discussion It's true, for instance, here in Kenya we have more than 30,000 engineers, as he has just mentioned about the mechanical engineer. 30,000 engineers from all categories, graduate engineers, professional engineers, consulting engineers. We also have a good number of technicians, technologists, artisans. I think the gap is, we always say we have no capacity. If you've realized that statement is very common, we have no capacity, we have no capacity. But as a country, it's a high time now we accept that we are building the capacity. Because to have more than 30,000 engineers, let's engage them. The bottom line, what my distinguished delegate was saying, let's engage capacity we have. All these countries that have built and progressed, it's because they engaged the capacity they had. So let's change that conversation from we don't have capacity to start building the capacity that we have. And I think the challenge is trust. Most of the time we don't trust our own brand. So I think from the comment is, can we engage and use the capacity that we have to build? So the second question would be in terms of job creation, to what extent are some of the policies that we are using to be able to scale up? I'll give an example of the AI. You know, AI is, we talk about AI, but most of the time we are using the AI in drafting very good speeches or in email, writing excellent emails, and so on. Are we using AI as a disruptor? For instance, to disrupt the entire system, to build, using AI as debt, so that we're able to use AI now to transform systems, to take it to our advantage.
Okay.
So from the policy point of view, how are we really interrogating some of these policies to upscale so that we're able to create these jobs? Thank you.
Asante sana. Let's take the shortest time to answer those questions so that we proceed to the next panel. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for your questions. I'd just like to focus on one area. Today, we cannot tell for sure as a country how many plumbers we have. We don't know. We cannot tell how many electricians we've trained at what level. We don't know. So when we are skilling, and what the engineer says that when we talk about this skills mismatch, what are we even talking about? And there is a great need to, and really urgent, to ensure that we have a good overview of the skills stock in Kenya. Because we have the Kenya KESCO, the Kenya Occupation Classification. So we have all these occupations classified. How is it that institutions of learning, and we've had that conversation with TVETA at the national level, how is, at every graduation, there's a graduation book with a list of who is graduating with, what happens to these graduation booklets? Can we just start by going back 5 years at a basic minimum so that we can see a projection of what skills we have as a country? You map that against the metadata, and it's very simple. When we talk about skills mismatch, engineer, it is real, because enterprises are telling you, I have been trying to fill these positions in a country with high unemployment. We've been trying to fill these positions for the last 3 months. We cannot get qualified candidates. But you know, that is still blanket, because then the question is, if it's in engineering, what is that gap that is missing, that is making the capacities that we have, the talent that we have, not employable? Then we have to give that feedback to industry, whether it's to TVETA, whether it is to NITA, whether it's to Commission for University Education. That is the follow-through that where we see a gap, that we are not following through when industry says you're not training well for us, because we don't train for ourselves. But how do we loop that back into training? So graduate tracking is absolutely important, and please do that for your own institution. The last thing I'd like to talk about, we all agree, entrepreneurship needs to be enabled, I'll not belabor that, is lifelong learning. Again, engineer, you raise the question of AI. I'll throw a challenge at us today. Beyond ChatGPT, how many of us are actually retooling ourselves, ensuring that we are going through what is called lifelong learning and learning new things? Because the world of work needs us to constantly update. The job that was there 10 years ago has changed significantly. So are you changing your capacities, to be able to align with that job? Because as they are saying now, AI will not take anyone's job. But do you know what will happen? Those that are not prepared for the age of AI, okay, are the ones whose jobs will be taken. And we think AI is very far away. Ask the clerks in the bank who don't have jobs anymore, because we have call centers and God knows what else will be wiped. So please engage with the AI to even start assessing how safe your job is. If 80% of the tasks you do in your job can be automated and done by AI, you should either be going back to school or learning how AI functions so that you can use it. Yeah, it's just a general challenge. This is not for young people. We say it's for young people. I will tell you who's not learning AI. It is we, the millennials and the older ones, and then we'll be kicked out at old age. I don't know what we are going to do.
True. Thank you. I just wanted to demystify a myth. In TVET institutions, we have TRESA study mechanism. So all our students, we know where they are, what they are doing, and where they are. And I would like to, I have one of my officer seated here. She also happens to be called Tracy, and she's in charge of the TRESA study in the institution. These are officers who have been trained all over the country, and their work is to trace the students and also to liaise and link with the industry to look at the market gaps. So we are on the right track. I would say those are some of the reforms that are happening in TVET, right? Tracy, please just stand up. Yes, she's the officer in charge of TRESA mechanism in the institution, and she's well trained. She's doing that job. All right, back to the question on the Dongokundu aspect. True, the government of Kenya is in the process of building the industry hub in Likoni. There are a lot of things that are happening, for your information. One is the people who were removed from that settlement for the bridge. First and foremost, it was the bridge. And now, the places where there were people, they had to be compensated and moved elsewhere. So the process is ongoing. I am well aware that there are 58 industries that will come there. And one of them that is already there is Taifa Gas. For those of you who have heard about Taifa Gas, it is a company from Tanzania that is shipping. You know, we are just next to KIPPRA. Dongokundu is just next to KIPPRA. So they are shipping in gas, and they are now supplying gas to Mombasa or to Kenya cheaply. But other companies will be there. I know there is a CMC assembling plant, the biggest in Kenya, that will be there. I know that there is going to be the EPZs, and that is why Likoni TVC, we are already prepared. We have started courses where our youths will get employment. And let me tell you one thing that we've also done. we have talked to the CEO, Special Economic Zone in Likoni, and we have agreed that the first batch will be youths who have been trained in Likoni. So be assured, the youths. The other thing that I wanted to talk very fast about is RPL. Us in TVET, we are also doing RPL. What is RPL? RPL is recognition of prior learning. We agree that many of our fundis out there, those ones especially who are doing mijengos and etc., these ones that are engaged in the housing projects are underpaid because they don't have certificates. Their skills cannot actually be authenticated. So we do that as well, and we go to where these artisans are. If they are in a mjengo somewhere, we talk with that particular industry, and we go there and we RPL them and give them a certification. So that's the much we do. And maybe just to assist Dan from the question of the student from Likoni. Okay, you were talking about there's a difference between the assurance that they give on the training and the insurance cover. So the insurance cover that we give to all our trainees, by the way, all the trainees in the TVET, and I am talking with confidence because I also happen to be the National Vice Chair, KATI. KATI is the association of all the TVET institutions in Kenya. We have 260 public TVET institutions. So when I'm speaking on behalf of all of them. Our students are all insured. The industry that is here, they are insured against accidents. And that is why we really do not have a lot of issues with industrial experience or industrial attachment or mentorship with the industry. All right? And that is not a problem. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Samira. I think, Dan, your question has already been answered now, yourself. So let's have 30 seconds from Esther. I think you had one question, then we can wrap it up.
Thank you, Aisha. Aisha is from Likoni, and we've walked a journey with Aisha. I met Aisha with the KIPPRA program. So when you ask about exposure, I agree, yes. It leads to, it contributes to the skill gaps, but we want to encourage the young people to learn to volunteer. I know it's a word that the young people don't want to hear. But to get your foot into the job market, sometimes it calls for volunteer. Go in, learn. It's a conversation I've had with young people, and they say, I volunteer, they're not paying me, I'm giving them my skills. It is a way to get your foot in. You show us what you're made of. You come and do some work. I don't mean abuse, because there's a place it gets to that you volunteer for 5 years. Now that's abuse. But to get yourself in, it's important to volunteer. And for employers in the room, kindly handhold the young people. I know the ED, KIPPRA, is very passionate about youth and job creation and capacity building. But it's good to network. For the youth in the room, there are employers in this conference that may be looking for people. Be intentional about networking. Be intentional about looking for that job. There are people speaking in this panel. You know, Carol, I was listening to you on the first day, and I heard you mention as well, and it's on record. There are over 800,000 youth gets into the job market every year. Now, it means that the employer has 800 to 1 million to choose from. 800,000 to 1 million to choose from. So you have to tell me why it has to be you. So put your foot in, volunteer, network, and be the best that you can. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I think we're done. Do you have something?
I feel that the first speaker was so much, I don't know whether he has been answered, but I think just to, on one word, I think the development partners, let's have a conversation together so that we solve that problem of him. Because that is a serious problem that we cannot, because it's a real problem. So let's just have, maybe we can have a conversation with him and how we can partner with the development partners and address this problem. Because I feel that problem is a huge one that we need to address. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Joab. So, MCA, I know I've stolen your 10 minutes. I now hand it over to you. Thanks a lot.
All right. Asante sana. Pole sana for that. You can just move for a panel photo. Asante sana. Okay. Sawa sawa, tunaweza piga photo. You guys are record holders. Congratulate each other. You've taken a record 40 minutes extra. So congratulate each other. It was a very lengthy discussion. Okay? You can smile. You can smile to the camera. Now, a quick one. We have two options. We have a quick panel right now that will take 30 minutes. Then we go for a tea break, and then after tea break we can go to our breakout sessions that will lead us to lunch. There is that option. Option 2, we go for tea break, then we come back for a common session, and there after the common session we go to the breakouts before going to lunch. Which one is better, option 1 or option 2? Option 1 or option 2? Option 1 or option 2? Haya, pigeni panel makofi by the way, kwanza. Now I'm in your good books, si ndio? Wamefanya kazi nzuri sana. So tunafanya 1 ama 2? Because kuna watu wanataka wakunywe chai. Our problem is, ambia your neighbor, whether we don't have a good culture of timekeeping. Mwambie tu hivyo, so that we admonish each other. Because huwa tuna agree, we go for tea break, for example, then tunachelewa. So I prefer, let us do option 1 so that we stick to the program, then thereafter we go for tea. Is that okay? So we're going to do it for 30 minutes record. I know the moderator and the chair of this session is a timekeeper and is a brief man. We do that, then we go for a tea break. Sawa sawa. Asante. Thank you for agreeing. And those wenye walikuwa option 2, don't you worry. Waambie that's how democracy works. Sindio? Sawa. So, quickly, we want to go on a panel on the role of financing in development of value chains. And on this particular panel, I'll call quite a number of people. First of all, we have Samuel Mukiti. Is the Assistant General Manager, Public Sector Business at NCBA. Okay? That's the first one. Kuna mtu ananipigia simu, so sijui. Okay, kuna simu ya kuniambia maybe we take a different direction, but okay. But you're still doing option 1, sindio? Sawa sawa. So let me have Samuel Mutiki, Assistant General Manager, Public Sector Business at NCBA Bank. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali akikuja for this panel. Pigeni makofi ndio with this gentleman. Up next, we're going to have Ms. Faith Nene, is the Director of Strategy, Research, Policy and Innovation at Kenya Development Corporation. Beginning Ms. Faith Nene Makofi. Then we have Ms. Keno Galgidele is a Senior Credit Analyst at Agricultural Finance Corporation, AFC. Beginning makofi tafadhali this gentleman. Thank you, sir. Up next, we have Tony Gaku, an experienced economist with over 30 years of service in the government and currently serves as the Economic Planning Secretary at the National Assembly. Good to see you, sir. Yeah. And finally, we have John Nganga Mungai. He is the Managing Partner and CEO of Center Freak Consulting and the National Secretary for the Economist Society of Kenya. Mpigie makofi tafadhali. And to moderate this session in record 30 minutes time, let's have the timer there, 30 minutes. I'd like to welcome Dr. Moses Njenga, Principal Policy Analyst in the Private Sector Development Division at KIPPRA. Mpigie makofi tafadhali akikuja. Bio, let's have 30 minutes on the screen before we go for tea. Daktari, people say you're Moses and you're the one who's coming between people and their tea. Enjoy the panel. Okay. So I can give you one of the microphones. You ready, Dr. Njenga?
Yes, I'm ready.
Or you want to be close to them?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you, MC.
Enjoy, sir.
Riding on all protocols established. It's true, we want to take a very short time so that we don't miss out on our tea and other lined up programs. In this session, we'll be talking about the role of financing in enhancing the development of value chains in Kenya. But before that, I have a request from one of the panelists to play a short video. I hope he's ready from that end so that we don't waste time.
Welcome to our Coffee Farmer Training video series. In this first episode, we'll explore the coffee value chain and help you understand how your coffee travels from the farm to the cup enjoyed around the world. Perhaps you're wondering, what is coffee value chain? The coffee value chain refers to all the steps that add value to coffee, from planting, harvesting and processing to marketing, exporting and finally brewing. Kenya's coffee is world famous, known for its rich aroma, bright acidity and distinctive flavor. But beyond taste, coffee is also a major driver of Kenya's economy.
Coffee in Kenya is grown across 33 counties. An impressive 82% comes from the rich volcanic soils east of the Rift Valley, while 18% is produced west of the Rift Valley. These unique growing zones, blessed with high altitudes and ideal climate, give Kenyan coffee its distinctive character. On the global stage, Kenya may produce just 1% of the world's coffee and about 5% of Africa's total output, but in quality, it stands among the very best. In the 2023-2024 season, Kenya produced approximately 50,000 metric tons of coffee, and in 2024-2025, coffee earned the country an impressive 40 billion Kenyan shillings in foreign exchange. That's not just agriculture, that's economic power. But what makes this industry truly special is the people. Over 800,000 smallholder farmers nurture coffee trees across the country. They are organized into 680 cooperatives, working alongside about 4,000 estates. Together, they form the backbone of Kenya's coffee value chain. Cooperatives produce about 70% of Kenya's coffee, while estates contribute 30%. And beyond the farms, the industry supports nearly 6 million livelihoods, from pickers and millers to traders, exporters, roasters, and baristas. Most of Kenya's coffee, about 85%, is traded through the Nairobi Coffee Exchange, ensuring transparency and competitive pricing. The remaining 15% is sold through direct sales, connecting farmers more closely to international buyers and specialty markets.
Understanding this chain helps farmers know where value is added and how to earn more from their hard work. A well-managed coffee tree that is 3 to 5 years old can yield 5 to 15 kilograms of cherry per year. Selling at an average price of 100 Kenya shillings per kilogram, this can translate to an income of about 500,000 to 1.5 million Kenya shillings per acre. 1 acre accommodates 540 to 1,000 trees, depending on the variety. That's a return on investment of about 346,000 to 1.27 million Kenya shillings, depending on management, yield and market prices. By improving quality, working through well-managed cooperatives and understanding market dynamics, farmers can maximize their returns and build sustainable businesses. Before you plant coffee, it is important to prepare your land carefully. The right ecological conditions, good soil and proper materials will ensure strong, healthy coffee trees and good yields for years. Coffee thrives in medium to high altitude areas where rainfall is well distributed and temperatures are moderate. Choose free draining soils that are at least 1.5 to 3 meters deep. Shallow or poorly drained soils cause root problems. Your soil should be slightly acidic and rich in organic matter. Test your soil before planting to ensure pH is between 4.4 and 5.4. Select soils with good water holding capacity that is not too sandy and not waterlogged. Avoid black cotton soils. They retain too much water and damage coffee roots. Use skilled labor for farm layout and soil sampling to ensure correct spacing, alignment and collection of representative samples. You'll also need labor for land clearing, hole digging and manure application and planting. Good planning and teamwork make the work faster and more efficient. Use certified coffee seedlings sourced from Calro CRI or licensed nurseries. This ensures disease-free, high-yielding plants. You will also need well-decomposed manure to enrich the soil and improve root growth. With proper land preparation, skilled labor and right materials, your coffee trees will thrive and produce for many years. Coffee is more than just a crop. It's a community, a livelihood and a heritage. By understanding the coffee value chain, you can make informed decisions, increase your earnings and strengthen Kenya's position as one of the world's top coffee producers. In the next episode, you will learn about selecting suitable coffee varieties.
Thank you. Thank you. If you've been keen and listening to the discussions that have been going on in this conference since day one, you realize that finance, the issues of finance has been constantly been mentioned. Not once, not twice, but very frequent. Why is this so? The reason being that finance really acts as a fuel for our value chain. Because it keeps production, processing, market access functioning effectively, and therefore facilitating creation of value. With me here is a panel that will try to unravel the issue of financing, especially to the value chains. But I want to pose a general question to each and every one of you. Just in 1 or 2 minutes, tell us in your space, what are you doing in terms of financing the value chain? I want to start with Timothy in your policy arena, making space. What is happening as far as financing the value chain is concerned in Kenya?
Thank you so much, Dr. Jenga, my former classmate at the University of Nairobi. Of course, riding on the protocols that have been established. Actually, there was a second part of this video that I really wanted us to really look at, if we have the time. But let me say this. I work at the National Treasury as the Secretary of Economic Planning. And of course, you know I'm so central to what you call budgeting in Kenya. Across all the ministries, department agencies, it's our economists that drive what we call the MTEF process. So we are so central to the whole concept of financing for the value chains. Let me just make one statement that the whole financing in Kenya ecosystem should actually be about advancing the value chains implementations for growing Kenya towards a globally benchmarked prosperity. It is about how do we realize incomes. It is about how do we create wealth. This is so central to what you call the government budgeting system. One of the things basically that as economists we know is that when we are bidding for resources, there are certain criteria that have been put into place. One is about value chains implementations, and I'm very privileged that I steer all the economies across government, ensuring that the sectors get it. When the budget policy statement, which is before the National Assembly at the moment, is being read, the driving principle should be value chains implementations besides other considerations. Thank you.
Thank you, Timothy. Faith, you are the Director of Strategy, Research, Policy and Innovation at KDC. What is the situation there?
Thank you, Dr. Njenga. At KDC, we are the investment arm of government. And at KDC, we offer financing to the SMEs. And so if you look at the better agenda, the value chain approach of the better agenda, the sectors they focus on are the sectors with the highest impact for development of the country. So KDC as a DFI is set up to de-risk the private sector. And the majority in the private sector is SMEs. And government structures very well, because you'll find the micro is taken care of by MSEA. So you'll find MSEA is giving the very small loans. Then you come to KDC, you get that we are taking care and de-risking the middle segment of the economy. So we will fund in terms of debt and equity instruments in the range of a loan of 10 million to up to 500 million. So we de-risk those sectors because when you listen to Samuel here, he's very risk averse. But government has set us up to de-risk, to make the SMEs ready for the banks to take over once they mature. So that is what we do at KDC. Thank you.
Thank you, Faith. Samuel, you don't like risks as a private sector. Tell us.
Sorry. Thank you very much for that opportunity. It's not that I don't like risk. I try to avoid opaqueness. I avoid opaqueness because when you approach a financial institution as a gate to your empowerment, then you will struggle. But if you approach a financial institution as a bridge to your financial empowerment, you will succeed. I'll talk about interconnectedness of value chain, visibility, and also knowing that finance does not require rigidity. Money loves moving. So if you don't know where money is moving to or from, you will struggle in getting supported financially. We'll delve into that shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. Ms. Keno, AFC has been around for a long time.
Okay, thank you so much,
Tell us
Doctor.
the story so far.
Okay. Thank you so much. My name is Ms. Keno. I work with Agricultural Finance Corporation, which is a state corporation mandated to support agricultural sector. And like my sister over there who works with KDC, we are also tasked by the government to go into this risky sector to be able to lend to them and to try and de-risk this sector because it is full of risks. And as a corporation, we lend along the agricultural value chain, right from input suppliers, the producers who are the farmers, all the way to up the value chain, including the middlemen who are the wholesalers, the traders, and whatnot. And we do this through various innovative lending models, one of which is the wholesale lending model, where we work with the financial intermediaries to administer last mile financial connectivity through SACCOs and microfinance institutions to smallholder farmers, MSMEs, who are in the agricultural value chain. Another format that, or another innovative lending model we use is the anchor borrower model, where we work with the established large-scale agro-processors, off-takers in the agricultural value chain, who work with smallholder farmers to be able to either get market linkage or input credit and even technical assistance in terms of trainings. We do all that, including also the digital solutions through the mobile loans, through our Vuna app. We have an app called Vuna, where farmers are able to, as early as July this year, they are able to get money through the mobile platforms. And maybe lastly, I would like to say that other than that, we also do direct lending through retail channels, where we deal directly with smallholder farmers who have the needed collateral to be able to do that. But other than that, the traditional collateral that we've been requiring, because it has been an impediment for farmers to access the much needed credit, we've tried to diversify the required collateral for us to be able to have the needed support in this sector. So we have alternative collaterals like bank guarantees, lien on fixed deposits, we have debentures, we even do risk-sharing mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eno. John, you're in the consultancy space. Tell us more what's happening with the financing of the value chains.
Thank you. My name is, good morning. My name is John Mungai. I'm the managing partner at Center Free Consulting, but with a background in agri-finance and development finance. I used to work with Ms. Keno at AFC. I was the chief economist, but left to explore the world. So at Center Free, we provide assistance to both the demand and supply side. So the demand side, we prepare SMEs so that the banks, the DFIs can be able to finance them. We tell them we know where the pain is. We tell them we know the language of the financiers. We make them ready. On the supply side, we work with financial institutions, help them design models and products that address value chain, inclusion, and green finance. Thank you.
Okay, John, and now at it. I know you have a lot of experience in dealing with the financing of the value chains. So what are the biggest financing gaps currently limiting the growth and competitiveness of the value chains in Kenya and across the region?
Yeah, thank you. Centafric, I forgot to mention, we work across Africa. We have project active and past in across 8 countries in Africa, mostly in access to finance. What we have seen, number one, is the missing middle gap financing, where you see the micro enterprises can access the small ticket loans from SACCOs, from fintechs, and the big SMEs or the big enterprises can access financing from banks, from AFC. But who is financing the medium? The challenge is we have those in need of $1 million to 10 million. They don't have the collateral, and most banks, including AFC, will request for title deed. There are those who need working capital, but the banks are not willing to look at them because they don't have audited financial statements. So that's where the issue is. We are addressing the smaller or the micro and the big ones, leaving the middle. Number two is the issue of access to working capital that addresses post-harvest losses and value addition. Today in Kenya, in agri-value chain, for example, we still experience between 30 to 40% post-harvest losses. Banks, most of them are not willing to finance assets that are in cold value chains, post-harvest losses management, because in the case of default, who then buys that asset? That's another challenge that we have. The other challenge is the insistence by banks to SMEs, for SMEs to provide traditional collateral. We have worked, for example, with AFC to help them rethink about their model. Because when you come to an SME and you tell an SME that for me to finance your export, for example, you must give me a title deed. There becomes a challenge. Because I have a contract worth more than the land that I have, but you can't finance based on the contract. So the last challenge has been lack of innovativeness in terms of the financiers in financing SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Samuel, how can commercial banks redesign financial products to mitigate some of the constraints that John has talked about?
Thank you, and thanks for those sentiments. And as financial institutions, we have indeed struggled to appreciate the investment in value chains, because most of the times we interact with individuals and they come as borrowers. And when an individual comes into a financial institution as a borrower, sometimes you struggle to understand their ecosystem. You are borrowing to do what? Where is the money going, and how will you get your money back? So financial institutions or banks are in the process, and I think these forums will help us, are in the process of re-engineering the financing process to like an irrigation model. I think I was discussing this somewhere yesterday. We said, if you want to do irrigation, you will not just wake up with a watering can and go to water a plant. You will first look at the size of your farm, you look at the infrastructure, you look at the end game, you look at who is involved, and these are the ones we are calling value chains. Then ask yourselves, when you go to the bank, how will it work as a bridge for you to get either to your producers or to your consumers? That is the only way we'll be able to de-risk, and we will de-risk from knowledge. Because if I only know what I'm doing, and I don't know what my upstream is doing or downstream is doing, even if I ask you to give me a collateral, I'll just be digging a deeper hole for you financially. But if you appreciate where your money flows into and from, then we will be able to support each other. So if you have anchors, your value chain, the banks have developed anchor-led financing models, and we are not the ones who will tell you who is your anchor. When you come to visit a financial institution, we like to hear that appreciation from where you are. I'm buying this to sell here, I'm selling this to this, where they sell to this, and this is how it will end up for me being paid. Because of the cost of operation, have you considered the cost of the financing from the bank, the cost of operation, or you have only considered sales? Some of the SMEs, they look at the sales as their incremental input, other than appreciating there is a cost to the business. So where we sit then, say, can we follow the shilling? Give us your cash flows, how money comes and how it goes away. Then we'll be able to learn based on that, because we'll be able to follow the shilling with you. You have come to us to become a partner to you. Because of technology, we are also in this space where you don't need to have a bank account. There are a lot of transactions happening digitally. How are you keeping track of your payments and your collection digitally? And are you able to synchronize them to what you do? Because you only have a small number, which is called account number in a financial institution. But even when we are seated here, guys are doing transactions. We are paying, we are being paid. We are even on researching through ChatGPT or something. We are paying something to increase into our knowledge. How are you keeping an account of how you do your expenditure at whatever capacity? So if you're able to do that, then we'll be able to de-risk, because de-risk is through knowledge. It's even not through collateral. If you know where your money goes, where your money comes from, who can be a player in your ecosystem, then as a financial institution, we will be in a discussion. Collateral is the knowledge you know about your industry and your sector. And more so, whether my financing will be a seed capital into what you are doing, because it should grow. If you don't have the way of how it is going to grow, then you better not go for financing, because the next time the financial institution might leave you worse than they found you. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. Seno, still speaking to the same issue, but you can also add about climate, is it smart agriculture? Yes. And how AFC is tackling this.
Okay. As he had mentioned that there are challenges that faces agricultural sector, in the sense that DFIs like AFC and even commercial banks find it risky to lend to, is because agriculture is faced with aspects of climate risks and vagaries of weather. And there is also the issue of collateral gaps that come with the challenges of security, and also information asymmetry, the price volatility, and whatnot. But it can be de-risked through credit guarantee schemes, which is domiciled currently at the National Treasury by way of risk-sharing mechanisms and first loss guarantees. And it can also be done through index-based insurance for both crops and livestock. But I also want to mention about how AFC is aligning itself with the smart agriculture. First of all, I want to report that AFC is the first DFI to be certified with the Sustainability Standards and Certification Initiative, which is a global certification that we received recently, making us the pioneers of financial inclusion and green finance. And as such, it means that we are working with the government and development partners. For example, we have an IFAD-funded program called Rural Kenya Financial Inclusion Facility that we are participating in the green finance facility subcomponent. And as such, we also have the issue of green taxonomy. We are working with the central bank and financial sector depending to ensure that we are classifying what is green and what is not, to avoid greenwashing. And in terms of smart agriculture practices, we finance projects that encourage irrigation, greenhouse technologies, value addition, and cold chains, so that we are able to move away from risky side of the agricultural value chain. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Faith, as you de-risk SMEs, MSMEs, we still need to see more innovative products from you. Are they coming out?
Yes, absolutely. And to answer John, like I said earlier, KDC, which was set up after the merger between the Tourism Finance Corporation, ICDC, and IDB Capital. So we are funding 6 sectors of the economy. We are in manufacturing. You know, government is trying to scale up manufacturing sector, which is a key engine in terms of job creation in this country. We are also doing post-harvest management losses. And in this space of post-harvest management losses, I think it's critical for government to come in, because if individuals try and put up cold chain establishments, it's not viable. And therefore, that's why the drive towards moving the KIPPRs into KIPPs, County Aggregation Processing Industrial Parks, is critical, so that government can provide these facilities. You know what is grown in Kakamega, what is grown in Tharaka Nithi. People can aggregate and bring to one place. And therefore, I think policy issues. So as KDC is funding, we are actually working with government to ensure that the KIPPRs are implemented, including supporting investors who want to put up that infrastructure, so that individual people don't have to struggle with that because it's not viable. So we are also in the ICT, digital and creative economy. We are funding that. That's a new sector we have gotten into because BETA is also, you know, focusing on that sector. So when you're looking at collateral, when you ask young people to bring you land, they don't have land. So we are looking at innovative ways of, yes, funding them, but without looking at the traditional collateral. So we are also in climate management, and we are also in the tourism sector. Like I said, we give debt financing, so we offer the working capital. We give 7 to 10 years tenor of payment. You have the advantage with working with us to restructure in case of changes in the economy, in case of failure, market failures. You know, we are agile in terms of restructuring the debts and what have you. We also give equity, and we can give both. We can take a portion of debt, and we can also put in equity. And then we do advisory services, because you realize SMEs, when they start at the beginning, it is said that most of them don't see their 3rd birthday. And because it was said here, when the SME, they don't have the financial literacy. So when I start my small business, I think all the money that is coming in is my profit. So I end up taking out the money from, you know, the business. So we do advisory because we realize that is important for survival of those businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Faith, the speaker next to you is from government, and therefore the issue of financing by the government, I think he should be able to say it more. But Timothy, how can we really actually enhance more finances to high impact value chains, and even the coordination within the counties, so that the financing is well coordinated and impactful on these value chains?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. If I had the time, I would have wished we play a second clip, because I want us to put ourselves in context. What are these value chains that we're talking about? Beyond ourselves in this room, do Kenyans know what are these value chains? I think to me that's the key thing. Are we focusing on those big businesses or those micro and small enterprises? Around May 2023, I was part of the Kenyan high-power delegations to Addis Ababa. Within us, we had the governor for Kisumu, the governor for Kisii, the governor for Uasin Gishu, Okia Mtata, a number of cabinet secretaries, a number of PSs, and basically ourselves. We are going to study the issues of implementing UNIDO championed integrated industrial park. And we spent the whole week in Addis Ababa, and which culminated on a Saturday where we were able to have a meeting with His Excellency, the President. And we agreed as a country we are going to implement the county aggregation and industrial park. And that's where it concerns us Kenyans. Each of those infrastructures are being done in the 47 counties. It's a program which basically, in terms of being called implementation between the counties and the national government. The national government committed 250 million for every park in every county. Then the county government was supposed to basically increment another 250. All of us in this room come from a particular county. It is in your interest to see at what status of implementation is your county aggregation and industrial park. Why am I talking about this? Because these are supposed to be the instruments for realizing value chains in Kenya. These are supposed to be the instruments. 2 months ago, a neighbor of mine in Kirinyaga County cleared 4 acres of coffee trees. 4 acres of coffee trees. Why? Why? Where was the motivation to actually clear? What is the future of Kenya? Those of you around Nairobi and Kiambu, you will see what has happened to the coffee estates. What are we seeing today? Tatu City, so many real investments. But we are actually mortgaging the future of this country away. Because these are the arable land for Kenya. It is in our interest to see how are we progressing on matters of county aggregation industrial park. At one point, I was privileged to lead a mission to Uasin Gishu County to identify which would be the best pathway in ensuring that Kenya has very effective what's called these instruments for value chain implementations. And I was able to interact with the county government of Uasin Gishu. And one statement that's still with me up to today is a statement by the governor, the deputy governor of Uasin Gishu County. And he said this: county aggregation industrial park should be government enabled, but private sector led. The question is, to what extent the private sector are aware of the responsibilities in response to implementation of county aggregation industrial park? Government enabled. Issues of energy cost. Energy cost. We are having special economic zones all over Kenya. We have one in Dokokundu, others in Naivasha, everywhere. The cry is one. How do we realize what you call supportive energy cost. I remember when we were doing the Naivasha one, the investors were really crying. We actually give power at 5 US cents per kilowatt hour. The production cost of energy in Kenya, the bare minimum is around 80 US cents. So how are we then going to ensure there's power? Because there's no way you're going to motivate investors to invest in these value chains unless you address the real issues. Then how then do we ensure there's adequate energy? The element of de-risking comes in board. Those of you come from Baringo, those of you come from Kisumu, Menengai, in Nakuru, there's a lot of exploration for geothermal energy because geothermal is the future of energy for Kenya. A lot of explorations. But investment in terms of explorations, they are in billions and billions of Kenyan shillings. There's no way a private sector would be interested to do explorations. Why? Because you can explore, but you may never get the geothermal hit. So that's why government has to come in and ensure there are clear strategic interventions to ensure it's able to risk. But obviously at the end of the day, we are able to really have our energy. Then the question is, in these value chains, if you look at every level of value chains, the cooperative movement in terms of coordinating farmers, in terms of processing, markets, who then finances those interventions to ensure at the end of the day, Kenyans have smile on their faces. We have county aggregation leadership parks that manifest the bottom-up economic transformation agenda objectives, jobs creations, creation of wealth, lowering the cost of living. How then do we get there? What is the responsibility as Kenyans to ensure that we play our share level of responsibility, ensuring this county infrastructure basically they exist? Are you aware where these institutions are? Are you aware? Do you see yourself in terms of incremental responsibilities, ensuring they are, you have a cardinal responsibility. The government is doing its part, but the government will not be enough. Our budgeting, right now, there's a lot of anxiety in terms of the Finance Bill 2026. Will it be able to respond to the expectation of matters funding on these value chains? No, it's never enough. The whole issues in terms of governance, how do you ensure that obviously at the end of the day, we have clear instrument that ensures that the money meant for this is basically used for that. What is your responsibility as a Kenyan? What can you actually be able to do at your personal level, community level, regional level? Do we see ourselves? This, if we don't, then this obviously will remain a rhetoric, will never come to fruition. I think this is where we share in terms of responsibilities, whether you are in government or otherwise, whether in private sector, ensure you have clear targeted financing mechanisms that address the needs of the people of Kenya, micro, small enterprise, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Timothy. I know you are so passionate when you talk about the value chains, and you have alluded to the issues. Allow me, moderator, to just 5 minutes. You know, in KIPPRA is a public policy institution. So I would really not do justice if I don't ask this question. I would want each one of you just to tell us what is the policy gap that you see that really limits or makes these financing gaps to be there. You know, we really need to think about them, and I want John to kick this as you make your parting shot.
Thank you. I like the passion with Mr. Kakuo. You know, he's in the government, and he is also asking government the same question that we should be asking government. He's an economist like I am, and he is a member of the ESK, and I have known him for long. Actually, picking from where he left, you know, sometimes, and I used to work at the National Treasury, but now I have the luxury of criticizing the government because I'm not in. We have one policy challenge with the government. We never follow through our policies. For example, whatever we come out of here, implementation is quite a challenge. Going back to what he's talking about, the county aggregation centers. Does it make policy sense to have an aggregation center in Murang'a, in Kirinyaga, in Embu, in Nyeri, producing the same things? which investor will come, for example, to invest in an avocado, just an example, an avocado processing plant in Muranga. We have one, then we have another one in Kirinyaga and Nyeri. And Muranga can only support a month of raw material supply. So I think one of the key issues that we have is at policy level, we are not able to separate the politics and the economic sense of it. Yeah? So we tied politics to make, and we are obsessed with infrastructure. I don't know what is wrong with us. We like seeing buildings and assets, but we are not asking, beyond that, how will you benefit the smallholder farmer? Yeah? So I think that lack of coherence between the realities of economics and the political nature of ourselves is where the gap is. Number two, I see a lot of duplications. You see a guarantee fund, or you see a fund focusing on women with a women fund. National Treasury will have a women fund. AFC will have a fund for women. MCA will have a fund. I mean, the same government with around 10 kind of initiative focusing on SME, focusing on youth, focusing on women. Is it possible to have these initiatives brought together and retooled to address the challenges that we have? So I think because of time, those would be like the key low-hanging that we can focus on to address these challenges.
Thank you, John. Ms. Sena?
Thank you so much. I think my fellow panelists have discussed these issues passionately, especially the gentleman on the right. But I want to add, other than the industrial parks that we need at the policy level to implement to ensure that we support agriculture, I think also there is also a policy issue, especially on the aspects of taxation. I think in agriculture, if in itself it's already a risky sector, but I urge maybe at the policy level the government to step in and give tax incentives through tax holidays, maybe reduction in taxes, and even waiver of duties for especially the farmers who are in the agro-processing or value chain, value addition part of the value chain. So if we can do that, I think it will be better for our farmers. Because of course, as they say, without a farmer, we will either be hungry, sober, or naked. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sena. NCBA, private sector. What is your view on this?
Thank you very much. As you have heard, Samuel is my name from NCBA. I look into corporate banking and investment advisory, focusing on the public sector. So when my fellow panelist was talking here from this side, I could really see where the struggle is, and I'm happy the solution is still in the room, because very good insights are coming out of these discussions. But the mandate of our convener here, who is KIPPRA, I'm sorry to say it ends at research and analysis. I'm yet to see action and integration on the same mandate. And I think this is a time where we need to have a next level where all these outcomes are also taken to the next steps, whereby you talk about the care economy. Somebody runs with the care economy until it becomes bankable and we are able to finance it. We are talking about the coffee value chain. Somebody moves with the coffee value chain until policy integrates totally into practice. Because currently we have good policies and practice is somehow fragmented. Information is in the house. All these people here have the right information, but the information is not in a common database. I think that is the challenge I will put here, that moving forward, even if banks are fluent of cash, they are fluent of cash, but they only give cash where information can be connected. And that's why I started, and I will always say, banks are no longer gates, they are bridges. You build a bridge when you know what value you want from the other end, and you can be able to justify the value. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Samuel. Faith.
Thank you. I think there is a disconnect in terms of understanding the needs of our SMEs. The cost of doing business for SMEs is extremely high. And that's why they will not survive and create the much needed jobs that we require them to create, pay taxes, and contribute to the GDP. So in terms of us government, we need always to communicate and sit at a round table so that we can ask ourselves the questions that we are talking about here. That you don't need to create a county aggregation park in Murang'a without doing a feasibility study to establish where is it most viable. These others can bring their produce here. But because there's politics also, every county wants to be seen to have their own park, even when it is not viable. So even as KDC is tasked to implement them, we are saying, let's first see the feasibility studies before we can invest in the particular KIPPRs. So I think government needs to sit together so that information is shared at one table and decisions are made there so that there is no, everybody in their own silo. I think that's where the problem is. Thank you.
Thank you, Faith. Okay, thank you, Faith. Timothy, without being passionate, what is your parting shot?
All right. I totally agree with the sentiments by my fellow panelists. Ideally, as a country, we should not have more than 7 integrated industrial parks. We cannot, because they are supposed to be domiciled along the central corridors. You can't have them anywhere else because of supportive infrastructure. Now, ideally speaking now, in terms of what is happening in the county, effectively, they will take the form of county aggregation parks, but not county industrial parks. So we still have a gap to be able to address that. And that's why, for instance, I totally agree with the sentiments. If you are doing avocado processing in Murang'a, the catchment for supply of avocado is the same. How do you sustain a processor in Murang'a for 365 days with supply of avocado? Obviously, you require what you call now the entire of Kenya to be actually the supply, and even beyond Kenya. And that's the discussions that we're encouraging what you call the counties in the region of blocks to address that particular agenda. How else are they able to identify? For instance, Murima, for example, they can have one sited either Kirinyaga or Embu, an industrial park that will serve the larger like KIPPRA, Meru, Murang'a, etc. That is the direction. And this is what I'm saying as Kenyans, we need to know exactly what is happening in those industrial parks. Why? Because we are going to spend more than 50 billion on Kenya selling those industrial parks. Are we really just waiting to just see white elephants? What is our responsibility as Kenyans to ensure they work? When I'm in Kirinyaga, for example, it's my business as a country person, county person, to ask Governor Waiguru, Miji, why have you cited this in Sagana? How is it going to work? How is it going to serve the catchment? These are the questions I appeal to each one of us. We don't need to be saying these statements. We need to see them work, and it's our responsibility to ensure they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I see Noah is on his feet. He wants us to end it here. I don't know whether you will allow 1 or 2 questions.
No, I wouldn't.
Oh.
I know we've really gone above and beyond time-wise.
No problem.
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
So I want to thank my panelists. I know we would do more, but because of time, we have to do what we've done. So thank you very much. I want to return it back to the MC for further directions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's appreciate the panel, the very passionate panel. May we just approach for a panel photo. All right. Normally love that gender balance question, yeah? We are trying. Tell your neighbor we are trying, Bwana. Yes, so let's smile to the photographer. In the meantime, we are about to go for our tea break. And after the tea break, we have 2 parallel sessions. Right here at the main hall, we will have carbon markets and climate finance. After tea, carbon markets and climate finance. And then at Pelican, once you go at the main entrance of the establishment right there, you will be shown Pelican. Pelican will be hosting the other parallel session on competitiveness, value addition, diversification, and market access. So a reminder, after our tea break, we have 2 sessions. The first session is happening here on carbon markets and climate finance, and the other one is happening at Pelican. You go at the entrance, you'll be guided to Pelican, where they'll be discussing competitiveness, value addition, diversification, and market access. That is before we break for lunch, and then after lunch, we meet here for a common session. All right? Are we in line? Are we in tandem? Sawa sawa. Let's be on our feet, tafadhali. Let's be on our feet. Let's be on our feet. So, in terms of timing, right now it's 12:15, and we clap for the panel that ate my 15 minutes. But ideally, we take 30 minutes, 30 max, please, for tea. Then we meet at quarter to 1. We settle down for parallel sessions. Is that in order? Sawa sawa. So, high five your neighbor, tell them we finally got into tea, man. I know you are waiting. Yeah. Sindio, wata tea ama nini? Situta tea. Sawa sawa. Right now, let us take a break. Walk with somebody, don't walk alone. Tell them I will cater for the snacks, you just cater for the drink, all right? Then thereafter, we reconvene at 1:45 for the parallel sessions. Right here, we have carbon markets and climate finance. And at Pelican, we have competitiveness, value addition, diversification, and market access. Asanteni sana, and enjoy your tea break. Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. Elda Onsong, the Executive Director, the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. Today we are starting our 9th KIPPRA
As you do so, please don't carry your food into the hall. Just a humble request. Let's have our food in the eatery area.
The conference is
Usikuje na chai into the hall,
value chains for
na mandazi into the hall.
sustained
Asante.
development of our country. This conference is going to bring together stakeholders from the public sector, the private sector, NGOs, various actors, both regionally and also across the country. The conference is going to focus on various areas, starting with the issues of legal and legislative frameworks of value chains. We'll go further to look at the critical value chains that support production and development of our nation. This relates to value chains in agriculture, manufacturing, services, creative economy, digital economy, global markets, development of digital space, and also the blue economy. The conference is going to focus on these areas because value chains are critical. They are priority in our Vision 2030 medium-term plan, and they are aimed at creating jobs, ensuring that we enhance productivity, and ensuring that we are able to add value, process our produce, which then means we are able to sell locally and internationally produce that bring us higher value in terms of resources and also in terms of forex. One area that will be critical in the discussions during the conference is the area of logistics. This is because in value chains, once the produce are produced, we are able to add value, and then this produce, when it goes to the market, we are able to link the market of this produce to the consumers while ensuring that wastage is minimized. We shall be having this conference. We shall be having technical parallel sessions where researchers from the institute and also researchers from other partner institutions have come up with evidence that resonates with legislative and legal frameworks in value chain development, in production sectors, in the areas of improving competitiveness, in areas where we need to invest, in products that we need to improve on so that we are able to enhance the entire competitiveness of our nation.
We serve 7,800 farmers who bring their tea to this factory. Some of the best shareholders we can ever talk about, because they have supported this factory since 1963 until now. We have processing cities which is mainly exported to Pakistan, England, UK, and very many other countries. We have orthodox tea, which you have also given some of the best teas, orthodox teas, coming from this country to the world. We are just about to release some of the finest brands that will fly off the shelves in supermarkets called Chinga Light. Beyond Chinga Light, we are going to have another brand that is going to be coming out very soon that is called Chinga Delight. That is in addition to Chinga Premium teas that we have already selling. We are intending to have orthodox tea and green tea also in our value addition project. Chinga Light will have other additives like ginger. This tea is something that we want to do not only for this factory, not only for the catchment, but we want to do for international market. Inside here in the factory, we have a quality management system, ISO 9001. That is to ensure consistency, and the product that comes out of this factory is consistently good. We are also having another certification, international standard, food safety management system, to ensure that the food is safe. So we can proudly tell anybody world over that we have systems in place to ensure that the tea that comes from Chinga Tea Factory is safe, is cultivated by farmers who have minded about the environment, and the factory is caring about the environment. We are caring about sustainability and the future of the planet. We have directly employed 200 employees, and sometimes they go higher when the crop is so high. Our workforce, we have about, out of them, they are permanent and pensionable, and others are here on seasonal contracts. Out of the 7,500, 800 farmers that we are serving, they are able to give us about 17 million kilograms of green leaf per year. In a good month like this one, we are expected to have about 2 million kilograms of green leaf. And in lower seasons, during pruning, the crop can go down to about 1 million. Cumulatively, in a whole year, we do about 18 million kilograms of green leaf. The tea they bring this month, at the end of the month, they are assured of 30 shillings per kg of green leaf. That was just recent, which we were coming from 25. Below, we were at 20 just last year. So the farmers' income has been growing. Another thing that we have been seeing is the return. After the profits are calculated at the end of the year, we have what we call final payment or second payment, which is the profit that the farmers are accrued, which have also been growing. Last year, we were able to give a final payment of 43 shillings and 50 cents. One of the things that I want to appreciate the government that has done recently is to remove VAT from tea sales which are being sold at the gate. That 16% VAT has gone a long way in improving the fortunes of the farmers. We would wish to see the government do more in terms of marketing. We know we have a body, very many bodies that market products from Kenya. We would wish to see more countries going to negotiations with the tea. Before I go far, I remember the teas or the agricultural products going to China has been zero rated. So we would wish to see more accelerated marketing, and we appreciate that initiative. But now we want to see more help in taking this tea to other markets in China, because one of the biggest challenges that we have as a company is over-reliance on traditional markets. We want the government to assist us move tea to different markets, and that will be good. We also appeal for support in value addition. We have heard the government talk about common user facilities, removing some taxes on the burden of the farmers. Those initiatives are welcome. We look forward to better working conditions here, and also proper other markets courtesy of government initiatives.
Nikipeleka majani chai wananishukulia, halafu ninachukua pesa zangu mwisho wa mwezi. Huo mwingine ni tuseme kama fertilizer, tunasaidiana na fertilizer. Tuseme kama haya extension officers wanakuja wanatuonyesha vile tutafanya kwa mashamba.
Ukiingia kwa cashew nuts, hiyo process ya kwanza kabisa inatakikana korosho, ununue korosho kutoka kwa wakulima ama kuna wale brokers ambao wananunua kutoka kwa wakulima. Sasa inatakikana zinunuliwe kwa wakulima mpaka zinifikie hapo mahali niko kwa store yangu. Sasa mimi nilianzisha hii kazi baada nikaanza kupanda seedlings za mikorosho, nikagawanyia hawa wakulima hapa mtaani. Na nilipowagawanyia hizo seedlings, niliwaambia wakipata hizo korosho zao wawe wananiuzia mimi, alafu mimi nikaanza kuprocess. Sasa hiyo ilinifanya hawa wakulima hapa karibu wanipate hiyo korosho yao kwa urahisi, kwa sababu nilikuwa baada ya kuwagawanyia hizo seedlings ilikuwa ni rahisi kwao kuniamini na kuniletea hizo korosho. Si ati wananiletea bure, nanunua, lakini ni rahisi, si hawezi enda kwa mtu mwingine. Sasa mimi zile ambazo na process hapa ni zile ambazo nanunua kwa hawa wakulima ambao wako hapa karibu na mimi. Nanunua kwao na nazileta kwa store yangu, alafu naleta hapo kwa mtambo, nazianika. Processing yenyewe ina include zikiingia mpaka uanze kuzianika mwanzo. Nazianika kama 2 days, alafu nikimaliza kuanika ndio naziingiza kwa boiler. Zinaingia kwa boiler. Boiler yenyewe inachukua kama 200 kg. After 40 minutes inatoa. Sasa zikitoka kwa boiler lazima zikae, uzianike tena under shade kwa kama 12 hours. Sasa baada ya 12 hours ndio unaenda kwa shelling. Tuna mashine hapa ya kuvunjia, hiyo inaitwa shelling. Ndio tuna shell hizo ambazo tumezianika kwa 12 hours. Tuna shell, alafu hiyo ni kama process ya kwanza, kwa sababu sasa zikipikwa hiyo shelling sasa ndio process ambayo ni ngumu sana, kwa sababu sasa hiyo ina involve machinery, ina involve ni manual, ina involve machinery, na hizo ujua sasa zile ziko corrosive pia, lazima uwe na protect, wanapaka mafuta ya nazi kwa kuprotect ile mikono yao isibambuke. Wakimaliza kushell, kuna watu ambao wanaziscoop, alafu ndio zinapelekwa kwa dryer. Sasa zikipelekwa kwa dryer zinakaa kama masaa 4 kwa dryer, alafu after 4 hours zinatolewa, zinaenda kwa peeling. Kuna section ya peeling, zinapelekwa kwa peeling, watu wana peel na manual pia, kutumia mkono. After peeling kuna section nyingine ya sorting, manake pale wakipeel kuna pieces ambazo zinachanganyikana na zile holes. Sasa zinapelekwa hapo kwa sorting, zinasortiwa zile pieces na zile holes zinawekwa kando. Zikitoka hapo zinaenda kwa grading. Sasa hapo wanachagua, kama ni holes wanachagua zile kubwa, alafu zile middle, alafu na zile ndogo, alafu na hizo pieces zinawekwa kando. Hapo ni grading. Kutoka kwa grading sasa tunaenda kwa value addition. Tunaenda sasa hapo kwa value addition. Kwa value addition, korosho tunaweza kufanya kama mara 5 hivi. Tunaweza value add. Hapa tuna value add kama mara 5. Kuna salted, ambao tunaweka chumvi, hiyo ni salted. Kuna plain, hiyo hatuweki chumvi, tunakaranga, tunabaki hivyo hivyo. Alafu kuna ya pilipili, hiyo ni chili. Alafu kuna caramel, alafu kuna yahani hapo. Sasa tunakuwa tumemaliza kuzalishaji, alafu tunaenda kwa packaging, tuna pack namna hii. Kuna changamoto sana. Ya kwanza, korosho inanunuliwa na watu wengi sana na kampuni kubwa kubwa. Ziko kampuni kubwa kubwa ambazo pia nazo zinanunua hiyo korosho hiyo moja, na wale bei zao ziko juu. Lakini sisi processors wadogo wadogo pia inabidi tununue hizo korosho hiyo korosho hiyo. Sasa bei zikiwa juu, sisi kwetu huwa ni changamoto, kwa sababu hiyo hatuwezi kununua stock kubwa ya kutosha. Tunanunua tu ile stock ambayo tutakuwa tunaweza basi. Kwa hivyo hiyo changamoto ya price hiyo huwa iko nyingi sana kwetu. Kuna hiyo changamoto ya mabei, kushindana na wale big fish au processors wakubwa, hiyo iko. Alafu kuna wakati mwingine pia season saa nyingine inakuwa fupi, pengine kumekuwa na kiangazi sana, korosho zinakuwa kidogo. Sasa zikiwa kidogo, unakuta sasa competition inakuwa juu sana. Sisi sasa tunashindwa kucompete na wale watu wakubwa.
Into this business around 9 years ago. We started initially with a 4-acre plot where we were doing commercial potatoes. And then we saw that there was an opportunity in the production of seed potato. At that time, Kenya was only producing about 5% of the demand of the potato seeds. So we saw that there was a huge gap and opportunity for us. So we did some research online, got connected with the Center for International Potatoes. They were rolling out a program of apical root cuttings, which was a new rapid multiplication method for seed potato. So during that trial, I met with a scientist named Monica Parker, who helped me through the process and really pushed me to get into the seed production business. I got my first farm in Nyandarua, and initially we started the company as a decentralized seed production hubs of where we would do some of the base seed production directly on our farms. Then we would contract some of our outgrowers to be able to continue that multiplication process of those potatoes. One of the things that was really important for us as we're starting this is to be able to have all the players that are in the potato value chain come under one roof. So, you know, as we come into a county, we get to the local officers, the agricultural officers, to make sure that they're aware that we're in there. Initially, when we started the company, we included the national government to let them know kind of the initiatives that we wanted to do in the country. We also incorporate some of the non-government organizations. So we worked along with SNV. We worked along with ILRI in a couple of different projects. We worked along with USAID when they were doing some projects. We work with different cooperative groups. We've done a couple of projects with cooperative groups of where we've initiated some seed production directly with some of the cooperatives. So the biggest one that we've worked along with was the Potato Union of Nakuru. So that was a big initiative that in the initial stages of this production that we've helped them to get their seed production up and running. We've worked really closely with Farm to Market Alliance, which has been a real help for the community and doing a different initiatives where they've done also some farmer education. They've done some training in spraying. They've done some training in value add directly at the farmer level. So we've worked with them in various different initiatives. Fresh Crop Limited is a full value chain approach potato company that goes all the way from breeding new varieties, doing trials of varieties in country, also doing mini tuber production, seed multiplication, commercial potato growing, and most recently getting into value addition. Currently, we have one factory that's making fresh cut French fries, Lyonnaise, whole peeled, wedges, cubes, and breakfast potatoes. We've gotten up to over 100 full-time employees. And then on a daily basis, we have around 500 casual laborers that we support in the different communities. And it was really important that as we go into the communities, we kind of get different lady groups, different men groups, and we rotate them to give fair and equitable chance to be able to come and make income. In the last 2 years of our casual labor, we've generated about 28 million shillings in casual labor salaries, which has been a huge impact to this community that typically we're only doing grazing. So we did a process of where we brought them in, trained them on the farm. We segregated them into groups so that we can have training groups, and we introduced them to all the different aspects of the farming. So they do anywhere from planting, they go to roughing, which is removal of any off types of potatoes that are there. They do spraying. They also come into crop maintenance where they can do harvesting, and then they can do transporting back to our facility.
I oversee the whole process of starting from the greenhouse. In the greenhouse, we deal with the apricot cuttings, and then coming to the field, the land preparation, the planting processes. I ensure that we use the customized nutrition programs. Before we do the land preparation, we have to do the soil sampling processes. And after that, we do the customization of our nutrition. So first of all, when we do the sampling of the soil sampling, we check for the diseases and the pests, and also for the nutrition requirements. So after that, we are able now to do the planting using the customized program from our soil testing.
Ile kazi kubwa ambayo tunafanya ni kuweza kuelimisha wakulima, training on good agricultural practices, kuwaelimisha mambo ya climate smart agriculture na kuwalink pia na inputs, certified seeds and other inputs, mostly on potato value chain. Tuko na platform ya Fresh Crop ambayo unaweza i-access ama unaweza i-download kutoka kwa Play Store. Once you download, you can book your potatoes or your seeds from that portal. Another method we use is digital marketing, whereby we are in Instagram, we are also in Facebook, and farmers can access Fresh Crop through those platforms.
Fanikio la kwanza, tulikuwa na changamoto ya kupata mbegu. Mbegu ambayo alikuwa tunatumia alikuwa mbegu duni za kienyeji. Ilikuwa tukipanda unapata kwa kama eka moja, ukitumia ile zetu za kienyeji unapata kama gunia 30 mpaka 40. Lakini baadaye tulipokuja tukapata ile elimu ambayo tulipewa na hawa na yale tukapatiwa mbegu na masomo. Sasa hizi eka moja tunapata kama gunia 120, 140. Walitufundisha kwa tulikuja kwa ground, wakatufundisha jinsi ya kulima, ya kutengeneza shamba vizuri na kurudia. Kwanza kabla shamba kuchukuliwa ilikuwa wanachukua mchanga wanapeleka kwa lab kuhakikisha hakuna ile bacteria na nini ambayo inaharibu viazi. So baada ya hiyo wakatupatia go away, akatupatia mbegu, akatupatia fertilizer na kemikali ile za kunyunyizia baada ya mimea kumea, na vile vile akatupatia program ambayo tunafuata kila wiki, unatakikana upige dawa gani wakati gani. So tumefuatia hiyo program yote, akatupatia hizo mbegu na dawa. So baada hizo kupatiwa hiyo, tukaona tumefaidika sana. Tena tukirudi mambo ya marketing, kule kwetu kuna mabrokers wengi. Tulikuwa tunauza gunia moja kama 2,000 kabla kujiunga na Fresh Crop. Tulikuwa tunauza 2,000 ama 1,500 kwa gunia wakati tulikuwa na brokers, lakini tulipojiunga na Fresh Crops wakatutafutia market. Kuna market size kama mula iliyopita mwezi wa 11 12, gunia moja kwa tunauza 4,200. So unaona kati ya 1,500 na 4,200, unaona sisi kama wakulima tumepata faida kubwa kifedha, na pale tena mazao ni mengi kuanzia gunia 30 mpaka gunia 120. So tumefaidika sana kwa hii kampani ya Fresh Crop.
We undertake 3 value chains.
at large. That is the value chain of mango, that's the fruit part. We have also the aquaculture. We also have the animal feeds value chain. So I'll start with aquaculture value chain, whereby we do majorly the production of fingerlings. We do two varieties, that is the catfish and the tilapia. So catfish, it's more of artificial insemination, not like tilapia, where tilapia we just collect the eggs and then incubate them for like 3 to 4 days. The eggs hatch. Then after they hatch, we feed them for 1 month. Then we dispatch them to our customers. These cuts across all the fingerlings. We normally feed them for 1 month just to ascertain that the fingerlings will thrive well and they have gained the market size, and also the immunity is very strong for maybe any shock or shock due to difference in ecological factors. So we majorly do the fingerling production here in terms of aquaculture. So we also have another value chain, that is the fruit value chain, whereby we do the mango crisps, the pineapple crisps, and the banana crisps. We started by monitoring the picking and also the harvesting of mangoes from the farmer side. So there is a lot of sorting there, so that we don't have a lot of post-harvest being transferred to our plant. So we do a lot of sorting in the farmer side. We also do it when you have arrived to the farm. We have a ripening shed. So basically we do sort mangoes in the farm. We normally pick the mature ones but not the ripe, just to ensure that we don't have a loss in between the logistic part. So after they get into the ripening shed, we do sorting. The processing part is prepared a day prior or a shift prior. So there is also another sorting that is done. It is done in 3 stages. We have the ripe, the unripe, and the half ripes, so that we don't have a lot of shakes during the movement of mangoes to the processing plant. So the ripe ones are then taken to the processing, whereby we have 4 major steps before we get the crisps. We have the washing of the mangoes for hygiene, and also we have the peeling that is done manually. We also have the slicing to achieve the size of the crisps. So after that, the slices are put in the they are moved to the preparation area, whereby we have the solution, that is the preservative. So they are dipped there for 10 minutes, then spread into the drying trays. They are then moved to the drying chambers for 6 hours with a monitor of the relative humidity and temperatures. So the crisps are able to be produced in a span of 6 hours. So one dryer carries at minimum of 250 kgs. So in one shift, because we have 2 dryers, we are able to produce half a ton. So in 2 shifts, in Iviani farm, we are able to produce 1 ton of mango crisps. So from there, after 6 hours, we then move them to the temporary storage, whereby we packet them into the translucent buckets, whereby we await for the customers, and also we do the batching. The buckets helps us to monitor the shelf life and also the product and also ease of transportation.
Tunaenda tunachimba miogo. Unapata kuna yule mtu tunampatia kazi ya kuchimba muogo. Ukifika hapa, huo muogo kutolewa maganda, tunapatia watu wengine, wanapata kitu kidogo kutoka pale, na kuna yule ambaye anadeal ndani ya dryer, naye anapata kitu. Na pia kuna yule anatusaidia kukatakata kwa machine, naye anapata kitu. So unapata tumejiajiri. Tumejifundisha mengi kutokana na muogo, mpaka tumeanza ku-add value addition kwa muogo. Tunasaga unga, tunatengeneza unga wa uji, tunachanganya na muogo. Tunauza huo unga wa muogo plain. Tunatengeneza Kupitia huo unga wa muogo tunatengeneza chapati, tunatengeneza mandazi kupitia huo unga, tunatengeneza majani ya chai kupitia unga wa muogo, tunapika keki ambayo tunaipika kutoka kwa unga wa muogo. Kwa hivyo tumejifundisha kuhusu muogo mambo mengi. Changamoto iko, kwa mfano saa hii ni wakati wa mvua, tunapata ile joto ya kutosha pale ndani haiko. Unapata miogo haikauki kwa haraka kama vile wakati wa jua. So tunaenda polepole. Tukienda kupeleka nje ni mpaka tupate watu wakuje watuangalilie bidhaa zetu ndio ikue tukiuza hata tukoshua na kile ambacho tunafanya. Kama tunaweza kupata mafunzo zaidi ili tutengeneze vitu ambavyo vina ubora. Tutengeneze vitu ambavyo tunajua hata tuweze kufikia mahali tuweze kupeleka hata bidhaa zetu kwa supermarket, tunaweza kuuza hata popote.
Asante sana. Now it's 10 minutes to 1. I'd like to hand over this session on carbon markets and climate finance, but I need to confirm that Dr. Mwenga is in the building. And all the panelists are here. Elizabeth, Catherine, Jacinta, and James, yeah? Sawa sawa. Ama kuja kumbe wewe ndio CM. Asante sana. Been trying to find you. But we're about to begin our parallel session on carbon markets and climate finance shortly. Okay, asante sana. So, on this particular session, humble request. I know we are spread out in the room, but if we can come closer, I think it makes it a bit compact for the parallel session since we are less in the room. So, those of us who are seated at the back, just a humble request so that tukuje hapa tupendane while you are doing this particular session. Now, I'd like to call the panelists. Then I call the chair, who is Dr. Mwenga, to take over. But the first panelist in this parallel session is Dr. James Cairo. Dr. James Cairo is a Pew Fellow and also Chief Scientist at the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, that is KIPPRA. Cairo has vast knowledge has vast knowledge and working experience on conservation, rehabilitation, and sustainable utilization of coast and marine resources, which has earned him several national and international awards. Do you have Dr. Cairo? Karibu sana. Good to see you, sir. Asante sana. Neza karibia, the floor is yours. Next, we have Edwin Nyaguthi, who is a communication expert on matters climate change and environmental conservation. Currently, the Partnership and Community Outreach Manager for We Don't Have Time Africa. Thank you very much, Edwin. Good to see you. I think yesterday I missed to pick your question, but today you have an opportunity to discuss in detail. And lastly, I'll like to call upon Jacinta Anomat, a researcher and policy analyst in carbon and climate change at KIPPRA. Jacinta, karibu sana, the floor is yours. And to help moderate and chair this session, it is Dr. Jasper Maranga Omwenga, and he's a Senior Principal Environment Officer at the National Environment Management Authority, that is NEMA. He's also a carbon market specialist working in Kenya's designated national authority that also serves as a carbon registry for Kenya. Dr. Jasper Omwenga, the floor is yours. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the chance. As you have been told, I work for the National Environment Management Authority. Now, in the carbon market space, NEMA has been given some additional roles in addition to the roles we were given by the Environmental Management and Coordination Act. So we are what we call the DNA, Designated National Authority for Market Mechanisms under the Paris Agreement. Basically, carbon markets, that is what we have as an active one at the moment, and so we are the focal point for these carbon markets. Besides that, NEMA hosts the carbon registry, the National Carbon Registry. All projects, all carbon projects being implemented in the country, they will be registered in that National Carbon Registry, and then also the tracking of the carbon credits until they are authorized and even retired. Monitoring of these carbon projects, we do it so that we see that they are in compliance with the set standards nationally and even internationally. Briefly, that is what we do in the carbon market space. We deal with various actors, project proponents, all those ones who are starting projects, they are intending to start projects. When they submit, the starting point is submission of project concept notes. If you want to start a project, you give us a concept of what you want to do. Then that is just a summary form of the idea that you have. It comes as a concept note. We, together with members of what we call the Multi-Sectoral Technical Committee, MSTC, we review your application. If we find that it is meeting the requirements, we tell you to move to the next level and give us a detailed design document, what we call a detailed project design document, PDD. Again, the PDD will be reviewed by the Multi-Sectoral Technical Committee. If it meets the requirements, there is a checklist, then you are given a letter of approval. It tells you now you can go and start your project, you can implement your project. Then the project, as you implement it, it is monitored. And then you continually report on the performance of that project. Then there is an independent verifier that will look at the performance of the project, then recommend for the issuance of the credits. The credits then can now go to the market. That is the procedures in summary. Now, NEMA oversees the whole process. It oversees the whole process. Now, welcome my colleagues. We have...
Just a minute. My apologies for interfering. You'll forgive me. Just one critical announcement before you proceed to the question. We have a parallel session going on at the Pelican, okay? And it's about competitiveness, value addition, diversification and market access. I know I had announced it prior to our tea break, and it's going on. Reason why I have had to interrupt Dr. Mwenga is I'm being told that there's nobody there. Yeah, so it's a very spiritual parallel session. We need physical people there. So if at all you are interested in that particular sector, please just proceed to the Pelican. But for now, we continue with carbon markets and climate finance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Now, to help us unbundle this subject of carbon markets, we have very able participants here. And I'll give them a chance to respond and also explain themselves what they do in this particular space as they respond to some very specific areas that I'm sure the audience will want to hear. So to start us off is our panelist from KIPPRA, and we'll want him to talk about the opportunities that exist within marine and the coastal ecosystems of Kenya, especially on what can be done to expand the blue carbon market and climate finance initiatives. First of all, tell us what is this blue carbon, and then what is the role of your institution in creating opportunities in this particular area. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is James Cairo from Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute. In short, it is KIPPRA. We are in the same designation like KIPPRA, but we deal with fisheries research. We are the advising role on aquatic resources. Maybe some statistics about the ocean, because I know majority of you are from the land-based activities. The ocean is 97%. It is 70% of the Earth surface. That's how huge it is. Just when you walk outside here, that's the Indian Ocean, and the ocean is 1, and it makes 70%. Another statistic is that it contains, the oceans now, because it's one ocean, it contains 97% of the water on Earth. So what you are fighting here with the agriculture, you are dealing with 3%. And those 3% you don't have because that percent, I think another 2% of that is ice in the tundra and in the Arctic and the south. So you're only dealing with 1% of the fresh water. So the ocean controls climate. When you hear we have drought, we have rain, that's the oceans. The ocean is the one that traps 90% of the heat. It contains 50% of the CO2 capture. And then it also is the source of the oxygen you breathe. More so, you're talking about the species. Nobody knows how much we have there because some areas have never been reached. At least on the land, you have gone up to Everest. We, in the ocean, we do have mountains as high as you have on the land. We do have plateau, we do have forest. You hear mangrove forests, if I bring you home. Mangrove forests are a forest that grow in the sea. We do also have kelp forests. Kelp, they are not forests, those are algae. And we also have seagrass beds. That's where the turtles and the dolphins sleep. You know, you see, that's the difference between the ocean. It's poorly known, but that potential. And it's not only in our country that's not known. Globally, in 2020, 2030, we call it international decade. We call it International Ocean Decade, or Ocean Decade for Sustainable Development, so that we'll be able to tell people about our oceans. And that's why we have institutions like KIPPRA. KIPPRA is a national institution with our headquarters in Mombasa. Our mandate is to research and advise the government on the wise use of aquatic resources, which I've told you. And there's a saying, whoever controls the ocean will rule the world. I tell you, you'll understand it. You see, you are fighting about the oil and it will continue. It's because of that strait in Hamut. That guy is standing there. If he continues sitting there, you'll continue fighting about it. That's because he's controlling the ocean. So, but another statistic which is very painful is that 42% of this country is in the water. Yes, that water, that's our country, part of that 42% is what we call the EEZ, because you can go up to 300 kilometers inside. The amount of fish we can get there is 300,000 tons per year. But now we are getting less. We are only getting 4,000. Why? Because you need technology, you need science, you need... So on directly to the carbon market, I said marine ecosystem is absorb 50% of atmospheric CO2. And when it is heated, it evaporates. Most of the carbon market you hear, they are all centered on the terrestrial system. And when I'm talking about carbon market, they are more than what you hear about forest carbon market. We have more than 170 carbon credit dichotomy. Even when you hear in the transport sector, things like the SGR, that can generate carbon certificate for the transport sector. In the renewable sector, you hear the geothermal, we can develop carbon market in the renewable sector. But what we are talking about now is the blue carbon space. So what is blue carbon? Blue carbon is the carbon captured and stored by coastal ecosystems, particularly mangrove, seagrass beds, and salt marshes. In this part of the world, we don't have salt marshes. We do have seagrasses, and we do have mangroves. Mangroves are just like any other forest you see. In this country, we have 63,000 hectares, and they are controlled by the Kenya Forest Service, and they are as forests you see. But why do we call them blue? We call them blue because we want to distinguish them from the terrestrial forest, which generates what we call green carbon. So they are blue in the sense that they store huge stocks of this carbon. At the same time, when you have very huge stock, it means when that system is degraded, it will also emit so much, and it will create again the problem of climate change. So beyond carbon, it also has a lot of function on coastal protection, on fishery function, on tourism. So when you look at the totality, you are dealing with a very small ecosystem, but very rich. So this is what now brings the concept of carbon trading in the mangrove and seagrasses ecosystem. We are the first one under Mikoko Pamoja. If you Google, you will see Mikoko Pamoja. I may not have time for this. Mikoko Pamoja is the first project on earth to restore and protect mangrove using carbon financing. And that's where we are talking about, in the sense that we are able to capture that carbon and trade it in the international market. And because this is what we call the very high carbon, high quality carbon, the sale per ton is far much higher than the ordinary forestry carbon. For instance, we are selling 1 ton at 20 to 30 USD per ton. So we started the prototype, the small project, which now has expanded. Mikoko Pamoja was the first one. Then we replicated to Vangabru Forest. And now we have moved to Lamu. Mikoko Pamoja is selling 3,000 tons, land by the community. Vangabru Forest is trading 6,000 tons, land by the community. And now, because we have the proof of concept, we are now expanding. You see, it's a long story, and I don't want to take so much of the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kawiru, for that clear explanation. You've talked about the Mikoko Pamoja and is it Vanga Blue project? Do we have some more space remaining for investors to invest in these carbon projects in the coastal ecosystem?
Yes, remember I'm coming from a research angle, so these were really academic which turned up to be testable. Now, what we are developing, and this will be launched, I should have said, we do have our ocean conference in June, hosted by the Ministry of our Minister of Blue Economy in June. During this meeting, we shall be launching, as a country, our investment opportunity in blue carbon space. Because it's not only blue, I said, as much as we are storing so much carbon, this blue carbon ecosystem, they have more value beyond carbon. They are home for fish. They are home, they protect our shoreline. So as an investor, you can also invest in tourism in blue carbon space. You can also invest in aquaculture in blue carbon space. And when you do that, because you'll be doing sustainably, we are able to aggregate that and compensate you with the blue carbon credits.
Thank you for that clarity. Now, you've talked about carbon credits, and I'm sure most of our participants, maybe this is the first time they're hearing about carbon credits, carbon markets. And if so, I'm sure many are wondering, what about the larger population that is outside there that doesn't know anything about carbon credits? So to tell us the situation about how this issue of carbon markets is taken outside there, whether it's known or not, and if not, what needs to be done, I call upon my next panelist to first of all introduce himself and then tell us what can be done for people to know about carbon markets, carbon credits, and even the benefits that can be accrued from this carbon market space. So the next panelist on my left, it's your chance. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm so excited to be here discussing this pertinent issue that are affecting us. And it's so ironical that touching on climate finances, it's so ironical that when we try to look for these finances to come up with solutions, it's usually not there. But when disaster happen, it is always found. Like the finances to undo the disaster is always found. So my name is Edwin Nyagodhie. I work with a very, very interesting organization called We Don't Have Time. So We Don't Have Time is the largest global media platform for climate action, where we work with youths and we try to amplify the innovations that youth are doing all over the world through our platform. So I will welcome everyone to the platform, and KIPPRA has been kind enough to give us free Wi-Fi. So I want to encourage everybody to go to their phone, download the We Don't Have Time app, and register, be a member, and through that, you'll find partnership, financing of your projects, and also learning from other registered participants on the app. Not to your question. I had to sell my my organization. So, so far, mostly the citizens of Kenya or Africa per se are not yet versed with the issues of carbon credits, and the knowledge that is there is very minimal. And I believe that NEMA and KIPPRA can do better to do public awareness or public education on issues to do with the carbon credits and how it can benefit us as a country or as a community, even at the community level. Because it is always a problem when we're on the ground telling people to plant trees for carbon credit or not cut down trees, transition to green or renewable energy. And the question that they always ask is, then what? I think KIPPRA and NEMA or the whole government should put aside enough funds to do public awareness so that the youths mostly can have the knowledge of what carbon credits entails and what it is. And then the answer of then what can be answered. Because as you've heard, there is money involved in carbon credits. So the connection between the carbon, how it is, how the carbon emission is reduced through maybe the blue economy or through the blue carbon or the green carbon, and the disconnect there should be bridged, and it can only be bridged through awareness and public or civic education. Yes.
Thank you. What Edwin is telling us, this knowledge is still yet to reach most people out here to know what carbon is and even the opportunities that exist in the carbon market space. Before I want to go back to Dr. Cairo on the issue of the opportunities that exist for the youth and any other person that in this particular region to tap into the opportunities that are in the blue carbon space. How can the youths, are they eligible to start carbon projects? How hard is it? How easy is it? And if so, what do they need to do? Do they come as individuals? Do they form groups? Going by those other existing carbon projects, what is your experience? What can you advise?
Yes, I'm told to advise on who can join carbon market. I think it's everybody. But the problem with carbon market, it's very interesting to listen, but very hard to implement. Because there is science, there is really stringent standards, you need partnership, and most of these is not things you see. For instance, now the biggest market is the European European Emission Trading Scheme. And that's what we are opening in the country, the carbon registry, which will be run by NEMA, and they are the nationally NDA. What's NDA? NDA. What's NDA? DNA. They are designated nationally entity. That's NEMA. It's like the regulator for carbon market in the country. So it's that complicated even to hear. But for us in the space, we have seen the government has made a stride. And the biggest step it did is the amendment in 2016 Climate Change Act to include carbon market regulation. And the carbon market regulation, it provides the guidelines even on the benefits sharing scheme. And in the scheme now, it stands at least 40% of the benefit has to go to the community. People like to hear that, but they don't like to listen to the cost of developing. So even when I'm sharing about carbon market, first of all, it's a science-based sector. It's not just planting trees, because we have to do things we call additionality test. We have to have things we call permanence. We have things to say leakage. And then the framing, we have the project idea node, then we do have the project design, which has to go to the third-party verification. Notwithstanding, it's not that it's not possible, because we have done, and it has already been done in the terrestrial system, and it has done in the inland. There are two market streams. We do have the compliant market, and compliant market means Kenya as a signatory of the Paris Agreement, we can trade our carbon under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. The other segment is what we call voluntary carbon market, and this is what I'm talking about. In the voluntary carbon market, this is like a gentleman and a counter. We negotiate, and the price is very variable. And that's also a challenge and a benefit. So in blue carbon space, because what we call co-benefits are very high, if you protect mangrove, apart from selling carbon, what you are selling, the mangrove are home for fish. Mangrove protect shoreline. And I tell you, 1 hectare of mangrove, if we do economic valuation, the value is around 40 to 50,000 US dollars per hectare per year. And if you compare that, you cannot see that in the terrestrial system. So when we rank ecosystem, marine ecosystem like coral reef, mangroves, they rank among the highest ecosystem. What does that mean? Me as an investor, apart from the direct carbon market, you protect mangrove, you can invest in the co-benefits, in fisheries, in tourism. And this is what we are saying. We want to do, to push not carbon alone, because it can be very, like what happened during COVID. We could not trade, but we needed fish. We needed shoreline protection. So what we are pushing for, even during the ocean conference, is that robust, is that bundled ecosystem services, marine ecosystem services. We combine mangrove and seagrasses. How can we combine those benefits? We look at the biodiversity benefit, the carbon benefit, the shoreline protection benefit, and then when the investor comes, this can even be an insurer company. This can also be a transport company, because the transport company, they need where the mangrove, the water is calm. So we are looking at a bigger space. Carbon is just a small thing. But remember, the mangrove carbon, what we call the blue carbon credits, they sell higher than any other carbon. But now the process of doing that is a whole process we can do together after this panel. Maybe we even have my colleague here who is leading in the development of investment plan. Maybe Langat, you can stand. Langat is helping us make the national investment plan that will be launched during the Ocean Conference. So you can meet us and we'll be able to show where do the youth come, where do the women come, where can you partner private PPP.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ari. What they are saying, they are based here at the coast, Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute. You want to start a carbon project. They are very resourceful. They are the ones behind the Mikoko Pamoja carbon project and also the Vanga blue project. So next is next panel will now tell us. You've heard about science has proved that carbon markets are possible. They are working. We also get benefits from there. You've been told about the cost of a carbon credit from the blue blue sector. And so what do we need to do as a country? What policy and institutional arrangements can we have so that we can have these carbon markets and this more so from the blue economy sector, so that they can be enhanced and then it is taken up by most of us as Kenyans. What do we need to do as a country?
Okay, thank you, Chair. So, and I think of my colleagues have been able to speak on the various aspects of carbon credit and what is there, what is happening. So, I'm coming in terms of as a researcher, and that is public policy, and just to lay, to give an overview of what is coming out in terms of research, because this is an issue in terms of policy. So when the issues of carbon credit came into the country, we picked it as an issue which is out there in the public, and we need to explore it and see what is happening with this arena. And that's how we as KIPPRA, we come in. We've been able to look at the issues, who are the regulators, who is in this, who's playing, or the players around this sector, and what are the policy issues and gaps. So at the end of the day, we can be able to advise government and even the private sector what are the issues that are coming out and what need to be done in terms of policy recommendation. So for me, I think I would want to give, just to give in terms of examples, like for example, the studies we've done, or in terms of projects that have been happening, apart from what Dr. Ria talks about Mikoko, other projects that have been taking place, for example, in Trans Nzoia and even Kakamega, when you realize what were the key policy issues that were coming out, for us to be able to pick up, you realize that at the grassroots level, people, just as you said, are not yet there in terms of the knowledge of carbon credit. How is it in terms of registering? What are they supposed to do? For example, when you have the farms who are the register, they come and register a certain project. There are those contracts that the communities, for example, sign. So I think what was coming out is like most of them were not understanding in terms of contracts, how they were entering in contract, but they do not clearly know how is the contract going to run. For example, if you register your farm and it's before you reap the benefit from the carbon project, maybe it can take a span of 10 years. Let's say, for example, before the trees that you planted take away carbon from the atmosphere. So those are some of the issues that are coming out. So that means in terms of knowledge at the grassroots level, those are the issues that are coming out. So the other issue that you can be able to do as a country, we have the regulator being NEMA. So the issues of strengthening those policies and working with the counties, because you realize that even the officers at the county level, we may not be having the capacity for them to be able even to speak to the public in terms of carbon credit. So most, in terms of capacity, there is need in terms of strengthening the same, such that we can have even from the national down to the county level, the coordination level can now take place smoothly. The other issue is involving the private sector. So if there's need in terms of working in the private sector, because these are the people who can be able to invest in these huge projects. So if we can be able to incentivize or even encourage the private sector to come in and play a key role, even though they are the players within this. So these are some of the issues that we can be able to reform or reform as institutions to be able to make even our country peak. That is in terms of carbon credit. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. What is coming up also that they have done a research in the western part of Kenya, and they find that most people also lack knowledge on what carbon markets is or what they are. And so one instance is that farmers signed the contract without really knowing what the implications are. And here you've pointed out that DNA, which is NEMA, needs to do serious capacity building so that people understand what the carbon markets are. Just to say that NEMA has, with the assistance of WWF, we have come up with a community guide to carbon markets. You can Google that. The document is available so that you understand what carbon markets are and how one can enter into that. So I want to stop at that particular point and allow the audience to ask any question or any area that you want the panelists to respond to. I see hands up. Who is coordinating that? Somebody? Okay, just raise up your hands.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your insights. My name is Godfrey Mokwa, the founder of Africa Care Group, and I'm here to represent We Don't Have Time. My question goes to you, sir. I think in February, NEMA launched the carbon registry whereby the farmers from the local communities, I suppose when we talk about carbon credits and carbon markets, it's a very complex issue, as you have said. Beyond the documents and awareness, we should find a mechanism whereby the local people, for them to understand what carbon credits are and carbon markets. For instance, we had an issue in 2023 in Isiolo, whereby there was a project on carbon markets, but because the community members were not consulted, they didn't understand exactly what was the project all about. Then there was conflict of interest, and all these things is about power, climate justice, and all those. And at the end of the day, the project was put on hold. So I think we have a very big gap. As much as we have policies that exist on paper, but when it comes to implementation, there is still a lot of work to be done. That's why we have those scenarios and cases whereby the local communities still are against those projects because they are not consulted and they are not well informed when they give their consent, because they do not understand the terms of reference, or nikuja tu kusign, and then the next thing they're seeing project coming up, they'll be the first people to oppose that project because they do not clearly understand what carbon markets are. So my question is there any mechanism whereby once a carbon credits project is set, whereby the local community members are able to track? For us as communities, we are going to benefit from this carbon project. This is how we are going to benefit from growing the trees. I think if that can be done, it can really help. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Okay, I'm Elizabeth from representing Ecovijana Carbon. So my question is to Mr. Kialo on matters concerning bureaucracy surrounding the carbon credits. How are you as an organization likely to deal with that matter? Secondly is on matters concerning transparency. We know that most revenue comes from these carbon credits, but how sure are you that the designated percentage that's supposed to go to the community really does benefit the community? Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, I can see there's a question at the back we'll give, but I also have a question. My name is Irene. We have carbon markets are now in the, I'd say in the United States and also parts of Europe, are trading in the stock markets, and we are investing in carbon credits. I don't know, Chair, where to direct the question, but is it something that Kenya has potential to bring carbon markets into the stock market and we can trade with them as commodities? Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Lewis Munjalu, a graduate in disaster management and international diplomacy. So we see climate change is a contemporary issue in the global arena. Therefore, carbon markets and carbon credit is one of the biggest issues that Africa is facing. So we have seen the IPCC is one of the bodies mandated to ensure that these indices by the national governments ensure there's that accountability in the carbon markets. So my question is, what are the alternatives if carbon markets fail on trust, and what replaces them for financing the nature restoration? Thank you.
Okay, and other, I think those are the questions. And yes, kindly mention whom you are directing your question to.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon too.
I'm Helen, representing Her Voice Africa group. And my question goes to, I think it's Mr. Kialo from Kenya Marine and Research Institute. I just wanted to know if I'm interested to come and know more about the carbon market and maybe the opportunities that I can get from there. Will I come, like, book an appointment with you? Is it free, or there are some charges for me to come and learn more about carbon market? Thank you.
Okay, I guess that is the last question. So I start with my panelists at the far left, the questions which were directed to you. Just kindly elaborate the question and then you respond to it. I'm sure you captured them well. Did you capture your questions well? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think there's one in terms of alternative nature restoration. Apart from the carbon credit, just as he indicated, we understand in terms of the different, let's say for example, when you talk about COP, where we have different nations and even to the signatories to the Paris Agreement, different nations are committed, or who are the signatory to these, these entities, they have commitment. Each country commits to contribute a certain amount in terms of restoration activities. So apart from what we're talking about, the nations commit to restoration, nature restoration activities, and that is where we would expect to get the finance to be able to restore the ecosystem. There's the issue of polluter pay principle, where we have those who pollute, they're expected to pay. Although it has been an issue in terms of committing, or that is bringing in your commitment at the required time in terms of those countries, let's say the developed countries, paying to according to what they've been able to pollute. So those are some of the issues. Of course, there are different systems in terms of how we are able to take care of our nature. So there are different mechanisms that have been put in place to be able to restore the damaged ecosystems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, Dr. Kauru.
They have so many questions, and some were quite technical. Maybe I've also to inform, I am also IPCC. I'm the developer I'm in the development of the methodology. Even for the chapter, the one we are using for coastal wetland, those who are conversant with IPCC 2006, that's what we have refined to 2014. That's what we call IPCC supplement for coastal wetlands. It's being refined now to expand the blue carbon space, because I told you blue carbon is carbon captured by coastal wetlands, mangrove, seagrass, and salt marshes. But we are expanding that to include seaweed, and that's the methodology, and it will be ready by 2027. Now, when you are doing carbon project, I told you in the dichotomy, we have more than 170 in the different sector. Whether you are working on a transport sector, you can develop a carbon project. Your energy sector, like geothermal, your waste sector. So the sector I am talking about here is what we call LULUF or AFORU sector, agriculture, forest, and land use. And that one, and all this sector, again, the two market stream apply, compliant or the voluntary. An interesting thing, all of them, for you to pass it, is a stringent measure. It's like you cannot sell this water. That's water without a Kenya Bureau of Standard. Sindio? You can't sell. Also, you cannot sell your carbon without the standard. So there are two types of standard. There are those in the compliant market, yeah, and there are the one in the voluntary carbon market, like Plan Vivo standard. That's in the voluntary carbon market. You hear gold standard. So for what we are using in Mikoko Pamoja, Vanga Blue Forest, we are using Plan Vivo standard. Plan Vivo because it has a very good, it favors a lot on small scale, and it has a big fraction for community support. And that's why we are able to produce a high quality carbon credit. Somebody asked about what's the difference between credit and market. The credits are sold in the market. So when I'm saying carbon market, you cannot have carbon market without carbon credits. And credit is one ton, that's 1,000 kilogram of CO2 equivalent. There are so many greenhouse gases, so that's why I'm saying CO2 equivalent. We measure them with the global warming potential. For instance, the most potent is methane, but luckily methane is very little. So it's very potent in the climate warming, but because it's so little, so we convert how much you can, we don't measure the methane, we don't sell methane, we sell as carbon equivalent. So 4 tons of these, how much is equivalent? So when I'm saying Mikoko Pamoja was a pilot, we started with 3,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per annum. We are selling each ton at $20. But then now, with the GIZ support, we are doubling that because we have tested the concept. They have told us now you can go to 300 hectares. Then we shall get 6,000 tons. For Vanga Blue Forest, we are doing 6,500 now. We'll double that to 13,000 tons. In Lamu, we shall be doing 70,000 tons equivalent. So you can imagine with the 70,000 tons of CO2, if you have to sell that one at $20, because we hope so, look at the amount you are talking about. is more than 100,000, 120 million. So the bigger it is, you bring many actors and you bring more conflict. So you start thinking about how do we bring benefit sharing scheme. And that's where now the regulator comes in. In the national regulator, one of the conditions is we have to demonstrate at least 40% of the benefits go to the community. And that's what will prevent the problem you hear in the terrestrial system. And we are even doing better in Plan Vivo because Plan Vivo is 60%, and as since it was a test, it was even doing far much better. So I'm trying to show, to prevent the problems you face, there has to be what we call FPIC. You have to have why our project is working is because it has a very high transparency ratio. We have to demonstrate what we call additionality test. We have to demonstrate no leakage and permanence. There was a question on if you want to come and learn. Definitely, we are a public entity. You're welcome to come and see. We handle students, we have PhD, we have MSc. Just come and study. There is a lot, and you'll come and see it's working. And remember, this money is not coming to KIPPRA as a government. We are project developer. Mikoko Pamoja, if you can Google it, is run by a community in Gazi. Vanga Blue Forest is run by a community in Vanga. So when we develop the project, we leave the community to run, we just become an oversight and see that it's working. Mikoko Pamoja has been running since 2014. It has won 3 international awards, the Equator Prize, the Man of the Year, and the World Economic Forum. So it's testable, and that's what we want to expand to do others. Somebody asked about stock market. Yes, we have carbon. If you go to Chicago's stock exchange, you see carbon. You go to European stock exchange, you see the carbon. The only thing is, there is always an agreement that those who understand that. I tell you, carbon market is big, and I'm encouraging you to go and read and lead together with the Paris Agreement, because I think even the Bible tells me why my people perish. Why do they perish? I want you to know to perish. There's so much, and my friend, the worst thing in this age, as much as you have a lot of information, you also have a lot of misinformation. So if you can go read and understand, then we can engage. Because otherwise, sometimes it can be really hard when I'm talking about cap and trade, joint mechanism, Article 6, ITMOS. You cannot learn one unless you are a genius than me. So if you're not a genius, please, I'll leave you to go read. And read Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, read the background, and then go to Kenya Marine and Fisheries website. And those who will be coming for the Ocean Conference, and I'm encouraged because it's being hosted by Kenya Marine and Fisheries, and I've seen my director, I've just walked in. I'm encouraging to come to our side event on Blue Carbon Market. It will be, all Africa will be there. And I told you, His Excellency the President will be launching the carbon investment facility for Blue Carbon. So we have many things we are prepared, and I'm really hoping that people will also read and they come and engage with other partners.
Thank you so much. Your final word, Edwin.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, Chair. So I would love to encourage the policymakers, and I'm so glad that we are talking about this issue while KIPPRA is here. KIPPRA is here and KIPPRA is here, so they're listening. And we've heard from previous panelists saying we are so good at making very amazing policies, but now putting them into action is usually the problem. So we want to see action, and from this discussion that we've been holding here on carbon credit and carbon markets, I hope the report, the final report will include this issue, and that the government will put a lot of emphasis on it, because it is beneficial to us, and once we start doing the carbon credits and carbon market, it will help us fight climate change, and also it will be a source of the finances that we really need to finance our loss and damage. So from a communication perspective, I would encourage everyone, as my colleague has said, that we need to read, so that even when we are trying to argue with the government or trying to argue with people who have vast knowledge in whatever you're talking about, we can argue with facts. And that is the only way we can win, because arguing with facts, it's more stronger than just mere talks. So I would encourage everyone to join our platform. You'll get to know more about carbon credits there. You'll get to know more about other issues, pertinent issues that are affecting our climate, and the solutions that are there for every issue. So download our app. It's called We Don't Have Time. It's on Play Store. Engage with the app, and from there you'll get to amplify your action as a youth who is interested in issues to do with climate solutions. So thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Edwin, for that, those good remarks. And I want to also give, say this, that with carbon markets, this information, this knowledge is a bit new to most people, but then currently it should be available on the website. In Kenya, you Google carbon markets, the legal and institutional framework for participating in carbon markets. It is very clear. We have a law, the Climate Change Act of 2016. There is a section that now talks about carbon markets, how to deal with it. Then now to guide those nitty-gritties about carbon markets, we have a regulation called Carbon Market Regulation of 2024. It even tells you, there is a section, that's part 5, that tells you the procedures on how to participate, how to start a carbon project until you generate your carbon credits. Now, I want to say that this space, because of what Dr. has said, Dr. Kairu, that our people perish because of lack of knowledge. It's a lucrative space, but we have left it to outsiders. I work in the DNA, that is the office that receives applications and approves them. The applications we are receiving, over 98%, the developers behind them are non-Kenyans. There is something that we have not done. We want to explore that knowledge, see how a carbon project is developed, how it is funded, and then how you generate carbon credits. It's that space that you need to read, as advice that you read, and then information is found in any NEMA office that you come across. NEMA, we are represented in all the 47 counties. Walk to that office, because NEMA is the DNA, designated national authority. So NEMA, whether it is in the county or wherever, it is a DNA. Ask somebody, I have a carbon project, or I want more information on how to start a carbon project. If that person doesn't have, then he'll call NEMA headquarters and we will give guidance. Then don't fear it. A lot of negative information has gone outside there, that there is exploitation in that particular area. Benefits are not being shared well. That is why now it is in the law. And the NEMA has been given the mandate of monitoring, reporting, enforcing, and anything being done that is against the citizens, then action will be taken. So I want to stop there and appreciate my panelists for being here, and also for responding to all your concerns. And I'm sure the audience, from the look of things, you are satisfied with the responses. Thank you. Back to the MC.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Let us appreciate this wonderful panel. They have done a good job unpacking carbon markets and climate finance. May I request that we just stand, have a panel photo. This is one of the most important photos we'll ever take. I love the way the shots are looking so nice. Yeah, they're giving Rurashio, right? Yeah, let's have the lady. Yeah, Rurashio iko hii mwezi. Okay, let us smile. Let us smile. Carbon credits. Yeah. Tell your neighbor, very soon we'll be paying dowry with carbon credits. That would be amazing. It's called innovative financing, okay? I think you're going to have a good time. So, at this particular moment, we've come to the end of this particular session. It's 5 minutes to 2. I'd like us to be on our feet. Tafadhali, let's be on our feet. Tunataka twende tukule. Just stand up. Wherever you are, just stand up. 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 Higher. 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 Stretch a little bit because tunataka twende tufungue our digestive system, so you can just stretch a little bit. A little bit. Asante sana. Asante sana. And now, I'd like you to hold one finger like this. Okay? Then, wave it sema kidole. You remember the Moi era, yeah? Times have really changed. Some Gen Zs are wondering, what is this, yeah? There was a time in this country. Yeah, but those times have passed. So there used to be a lot of symbolism. But with that said, I'd like us to break for lunch. This is what's going to happen. Our able guests here will be directed where we'll have our lunch. And then the rest of us, we still have the same process. We have to go to the tent down there, sort of get our badges scanned, then we can proceed for lunch. Is that in order? Then after that, we reconvene here at exactly 2:50, so that we begin our next session at around 3 p.m. on the dot. Asanteni sana, God bless you, enjoy your lunch. See you at 2:50, 10 minutes to 3. Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. Elda Onsom, the Executive Director, the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. Today we are starting our 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, which is going to run from 20th to 22nd May 2026 in Mombasa. The conference is themed Strengthening Value Chains for Inclusive Sustained Development of our country. This conference is going to bring together stakeholders from the public sector, the private sector, NGOs, various actors, both regionally and also across the country. The conference is going to focus on various areas, starting with the issues of legal and legislative frameworks of value chains. We'll go further to look
Hello, Michael. Can you hear us? Kindly speak again, Michael.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Super.
Let me just increase the volume on this. Did you have a presentation, Michael?
Yes, I believe it's in the session that was supposed to start at 2, but seems like it's starting at 3.
Yes, they've just gone for lunch right now, so yes, that's 3. Would you like to test your presentation now?
Sure. I just share my slides and just like that.
Yeah, just share your screen and then...
Super. Can you see it?
It's coming on. Yes, I can see it.
Wonderful.
Yeah, that's fine. Will you be turning on your camera for this, or will you just do your presentation?
Yes, let me turn on my camera now. Yeah, it's better if people see me.
Yeah, definitely. We still can see you.
Hold on. What about now?
Yes, you're good. That's all
Super.
right. Thank you.
Super. So anything else? It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. The MC will probably cue you to start your presentation. So for now, just, I don't know if it's lunch for you or we'll just come back in an hour.
Okay, so let me come back at 2:50, like the MC told us, and I'll be ready to go.
Okay, so.
Cool, thanks. Cheers.
My name is Dr. Elda Onsong, the Executive Director, the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. Today we are starting our 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, which is going to run from 20th to 22nd May 2026 in Mombasa. The conference is themed Strengthening Value Chains for Inclusive Sustained Development of our country. This conference is going to bring together stakeholders from the public sector, the private sector, NGOs, various actors, both regionally and also across the country. The conference is going to focus on various areas, starting with the issues of legal and legislative frameworks of value chains. We'll go further to look at the critical value chains that support production and development of our nation. This relates to value chains in agriculture, manufacturing, services, creative economy, digital economy, global markets, development of digital space, and also the blue economy. The conference is going to focus on these areas because value chains are critical. They are priority in our Vision 2030 medium-term plan, and they are aimed at creating jobs, ensuring that we enhance productivity, and ensuring that we are able to add value, process our produce, which then means we are able to sell locally and internationally produce that bring us higher value in terms of resources and also in terms of forex. One area that will be critical in the discussions during the conference is the area of logistics. This is because in value chains, once the produce are produced, we are able to add value, and then this produce, when it goes to the market, we are able to link the market of this produce to the consumers while ensuring that wastage is minimized. We shall be having this conference. We shall be having technical parallel sessions where researchers from the institute and also researchers from other partner institutions have come up with evidence that resonates with legislative and legal frameworks in value chain development, in production sectors, in the areas of improving competitiveness, in areas where we need to invest, in products that we need to improve on so that we are able to enhance the entire competitiveness of our nation.
We serve 7,800 farmers who bring their tea to this factory. Some of the best shareholders we can ever talk about because they have supported this factory since 1963 until now. We have processing cities, which is mainly exported to Pakistan, England, UK, and very many other countries. We have Orthodox tea, which you have also given some of the best teas, Orthodox teas, coming from this country to the world. We are just about to release some of the finest brands that will fly off the shelves in supermarkets called Chinga Light. Beyond Chinga Light, we are going to have another brand that is going to be coming out very soon that is called Chinga Delight. That is in addition to Chinga Premium teas that we have already selling. We are intending to have orthodox tea and green tea also in our value addition project. Chinga Light will have other additives like ginger. This tea is something that we want to do not only for this factory, not only for the catchment, but we want to do for international market. Inside here in the factory, we have a quality management system, ISO 9001. That is to ensure consistency, and the product that comes out of this factory is consistently good. We are also having another certification, international standard, food safety management system, to ensure that the food is safe. So we can proudly tell anybody world over that we have systems in place to ensure that the tea that comes from Chinga Tea Factory is safe, is cultivated by farmers who have minded about the environment, and the factory is caring about the environment. We are caring about sustainability and the future of the planet. We have directly employed 200 employees, and sometimes they go higher when the crop is so high. Our workforce, we have about, out of them, they are permanent and pensionable, and others are here on seasonal contracts. Out of the 7,800 farmers that we are serving, they are able to give us about 17 million kilograms of green leaf per year. In a good month like this one, we are expecting to have about 2 million kilograms of green leaf. And in lower seasons, during pruning, the crop can go down to about 1 million. Cumulatively, in a whole year, we do about 18 million kilograms of green leaf. The tea they bring this month, at the end of the month, they are assured of 30 shillings per kg of green leaf. That was just recent, which we were coming from 25. Below, we were at 20 just last year. So the farmers' income has been growing. Another thing that we have been seeing is the return. After the profits are calculated at the end of the year, we have what we call final payment or second payment, which is the profit that the farmers are accrued, which have also been growing. Last year, we were able to give a final payment of 43 shillings and 50 cents. One of the things that I want to appreciate the government that has done recently is to remove VAT from tea sales which are being sold at the gate. That 16% VAT has gone a long way in improving the fortunes of the farmers. We would wish to see the government do more in terms of marketing. We know we have a body, very many bodies that market products from Kenya. We would wish to see more countries going to negotiations with the tea. Before I go far, I remember the teas or the agricultural products going to China has been zero rated. So we would wish to see more accelerated marketing, and we appreciate that initiative. But now we want to see more help in taking this tea to other markets in China, because one of the biggest challenges that we have as a company is over-reliance on traditional markets. We want the government to assist us move tea to different markets, and that will be good. We also appeal for support in value addition. We have heard the government talk about common user facilities, removing some taxes on the burden of the farmers. Those initiatives are welcome. We look forward to better working conditions here, and also proper other markets courtesy of government initiatives.
Nikipeleka majani chai wananishukulia harabu, ninachukua pesa zangu mwisho wa mwezi. Huo mwingine ni tuseme kama fertilizer, tunasaidiana na fertilizer. Tuseme kama haya extension officers wanakuja wanatuonyesha vile tutafanya kwa mashamba.
Tukiingia kwa cashew nuts, hiyo process ya kwanza kabisa inatakikana korosho, ununue korosho kutoka kwa wakulima ama kuna wale brokers ambao wananunua kutoka kwa wakulima. Sasa inatakikana zinunuliwe kwa wakulima mpaka zinifikie hapo mahali niko kwa store yangu. Sasa mimi nilianzisha hii kazi baada nikaanza kupanda seedlings za mikorosho, nikagawanyia hawa wakulima hapa mtaani. Na nilipowagawanyia hizo seedlings, niliwaambia wakipata hizo korosho zao wawe wananiuzia mimi, alafu mimi nikaanza kuprocess. Sasa hiyo ilinifanya hawa wakulima hapa karibu wanipate hiyo korosho yao kwa urahisi, kwa sababu nilikuwa baada ya kuwagawanyia hizo seedlings ilikuwa ni rahisi kwao kuniamini na kuniletea hizo korosho. Si ati wananiletea bure, nanunua, lakini ni rahisi, si hawezi enda kwa mtu mwingine. Sasa mimi zile ambazo na process hapa ni zile ambazo nanunua kwa hawa wakulima ambao wako hapa karibu na mimi. Nanunua kwao na nazileta kwa store yangu, alafu naleta hapo kwa mtambo, nazianika. Processing yenyewe na include zikiingia mpaka uanze kuzianika mwanzo. Nazianika kama 2 days, alafu nikimaliza kuanika ndio naziingiza kwa boiler. Zinaingia kwa boiler. Boiler yenyewe inachukua kama 200 kg. After 40 minutes inatoa. Sasa zikitoka kwa boiler lazima zikae, uzianike tena under shade kwa kama 12 hours. Sasa baada ya 12 hours ndio unaenda kwa shelling. Tuna mashine hapa ya kuvunjia, hiyo inaitwa shelling. Ndio tuna shell hizo ambazo tumezianika kwa 12 hours. Tuna shell, alafu hiyo ni kama process ya kwanza, kwa sababu sasa zikipikwa hiyo shelling sasa ndio process ambayo ni ngumu sana, kwa sababu sasa hiyo ina involve machinery, ina involve ni manual, ina involve machinery, na hizo unajua sasa zile ziko corrosive pia, lazima uwe na protect, wanapaka mafuta ya nazi kwa kuprotect ile mikono yao isibambuke. Wakimaliza kushell, kuna watu ambao wanaziscoop, alafu ndio zinapelekwa kwa dryer. Sasa zikipelekwa kwa dryer zinakaa kama masaa 4 kwa dryer, alafu after 4 hours zinatolewa, zinaenda kwa peeling. Kuna section ya peeling, zinapelekwa kwa peeling, watu wana peel na manual pia, kutumia mkono. After peeling kuna section nyingine ya sorting, maanake pale wakipeel kuna pieces ambazo zinachanganyikana na zile holes. Sasa zinapelekwa hapo kwa sorting, zinasortiwa zile pieces na zile holes zinawekwa kando. Zikitoka hapo zinaenda kwa grading. Sasa hapo wanachagua kama ni holes, wanachagua zile kubwa, alafu zile middle, alafu na zile ndogo, alafu na hizo pieces zinawekwa kando. Hapo ni grading. Kutoka kwa grading sasa tunaenda kwa value addition. Tunaenda sasa hapo kwa value addition. Kwa value addition, korosho tunaweza kufanya kama mara 5 hivi. Tunaweza value add. Hapa tuna value add kama mara 5. Kuna salted, kuna ambao tunaweka chumvi, hiyo ni salted. Kuna plain, hiyo hatuweki chumvi, tunakaranga, tunabaki hivyo hivyo. Alafu kuna ya pilipili, hiyo ni chili. Alafu kuna caramel. Alafu kuna yahani. Hapo sasa tunakuwa tumemaliza kufanya. Alafu tunaenda kwa packaging. Tuna pack namna hii. kuna changamoto sana. Ya kwanza, korosho inanunuliwa na watu wengi sana na kampuni kubwa kubwa. Ziko kampuni kubwa kubwa ambazo pia nazo zinanunua hiyo korosho hiyo moja, na wale bei zao ziko juu, lakini sisi processors wadogo wadogo pia inabidi tununue hizo korosho hiyo korosho hiyo. Sasa bei zikiwa juu, sisi kwetu huwa ni changamoto, kwa sababu hiyo hatuwezi kununua stock kubwa ya kutosha. Tunanunua tu ile stock ambayo tutakuwa tunaweza basi. Kwa hivyo hiyo changamoto ya price hiyo huwa iko nyingi sana kwetu. Kuna hiyo changamoto ya mabei, kushindana na wale big fish au processors wakubwa kubwa, hiyo iko. Alafu kuna wakati mwingine pia season saa ingine inakuwa fupi, pengine kumekuwa na kiangazi sana, korosho zinakuwa kidogo. Sasa zikiwa kidogo, unakuta sasa competition inakuwa juu sana. Sisi sasa tunashindwa kucompete na wale watu wakubwa.
Into this business around 9 years ago. We started initially with a 4-acre plot where we were doing commercial potatoes. And then we saw that there was an opportunity in the production of seed potato. At that time, Kenya was only producing about 5% of the demand of the potato seeds. So we saw that there was a huge gap and opportunity for us. So we did some research online, got connected with the Center for International Potatoes. They were rolling out a program of apical root cuttings, which was a new rapid multiplication method for seed potato. So during that trial, I met with a scientist named Monica Parker, who helped me through the process and really pushed me to get into the seed production business. I got my first farm in Nyandarua, and initially we started the company as a decentralized seed production hubs of where we would do some of the base seed production directly on our farms. Then we would contract some of our outgrowers to be able to continue that multiplication process of those potatoes. One of the things that was really important for us as we're starting this is to be able to have all the players that are in the potato value chain come under one roof. So, you know, as we come into a county, we get to the local officers, the agricultural officers, to make sure that they're aware that we're in there. Initially, when we started the company, we included the national government to let them know kind of the initiatives that we wanted to do in the country. We also incorporate some of the non-government organizations. So we worked along with SNV, we worked along with ILRI in a couple of different projects. We worked along with USAID when they were doing some projects. We work with different cooperative groups. We've done a couple of projects with cooperative groups of where we've initiated some seed production directly with some of the cooperatives. So the biggest one that we worked along with was the Potato Union of Nakuru. So that was a big initiative that in the initial stages of this production that we've helped them to get their seed production up and running. We've worked really closely with Farm to Market Alliance, which has been a real help for the community and doing a different initiatives where they've done also some farmer education. They've done some training in spraying. They've done some training in value add directly at the farmer level. So we've worked with them in various different initiatives. Fresh Crop Limited is a full value chain approach potato company that goes all the way from breeding new varieties, doing trials of varieties in country, also doing mini tuber production, seed multiplication, commercial potato growing, and most recently getting into value addition. Currently, we have one factory that's making fresh cut French fries, Lioness, whole peeled, wedges, cubes, and breakfast potatoes. We've gotten up to over 100 full-time employees. And then on a daily basis, We have around 500 casual laborers that we support in the different communities. And it was really important that as we go into the communities, we kind of get different lady groups, different men groups, and we rotate them to give fair and equitable chance to be able to come and make income. In the last 2 years of our casual labor, we've generated about 28 million shillings in casual labor salaries, which has been a huge impact to this community that typically we're only doing grazing. So we did a process of where we brought them in, trained them on the farm. We segregated them into groups so that we can have training groups, and we introduced them to all the different aspects of the farming. So they do anywhere from planting, they go to roughing, which is removal of any off types of potatoes that are there. They do spraying. They also come into crop maintenance where they can do harvesting, and then they can do transporting back to our facilities.
I oversee the whole process of starting from the greenhouse. In the greenhouse, we deal with the apricot cuttings, and then coming to the field, the land preparation, the planting processes. I ensure that we use the customized nutrition programs. Before we do the land preparation, we have to do the soil sampling processes. And after that, we do the customization of our nutrition. So first of all, when we do the sampling of the soil sampling, we check for the diseases and the pests, and also for the nutrition requirements. So after that, we are able now to do the planting using the customized program from our soil testing.
Ile kazi kubwa ambayo tunafanya ni kuweza kuelimisha wakulima, training on good agricultural practices, kuwaelimisha mambo ya climate smart agriculture, na kuwalinki pia na inputs, certified seeds and other inputs, mostly on potato value chain. Tuko na platform ya Fresh Crop ambayo unaweza i-access ama unaweza i-download kutoka kwa Play Store. Once you download, you can book your potatoes or your seeds from that portal. Another method we use is digital marketing, whereby we are in Instagram, we are also in Facebook, and farmers can access Fresh Crop through those platforms.
Fanikio la kwanza, tulikuwa na changamoto ya kupata mbegu. Mbegu ambayo alikuwa tunatumia alikuwa mbegu duni za kienyeji. Ilikuwa tukipanda unapata kwa kama eka moja, ukitumia ile zetu za kienyeji unapata kama gunia 30 mpaka 40. Lakini baadaye tulipokuja tukapata ile elimu ambayo tulipewa na hawa na yale tukapatiwa mbegu na masomo. Sasa hizi eka moja tunapata kama gunia 120, 140. Walitufundisha kwa tulikuja kwa ground, wakatufundisha jinsi ya kulima, ya kutengeneza shamba vizuri na kurudia. Kwanza kabla shamba kuchukuliwa ilikuwa wanachukua mchanga wanapeleka kwa lab kuhakikisha hakuna ile bakteria na nini ambayo inaharibu viazi. So baada ya hiyo wakatupatia go away, akatupatia mbegu, akatupatia fertilizer na kemikali ile za kunyunyizia baada ya mimea kumea, na vile vile akatupatia program ambayo tunafuata kila wiki, unatakana upige dawa gani wakati gani. So tumefuatia hiyo program yote, akatupatia hizo mbegu na dawa. So baada hizo kupatiwa hiyo, tukaona tumefaidika sana. Tena tukirudi mambo ya marketing, kule kwetu kuna mabrokers wengi. Tulikuwa tunauza gunia moja kama 2,000 kabla kujiunga na Fresh Crop. Tulikuwa tunauza 2,000 ama 1,500 kwa gunia wakati tulikuwa na brokers, lakini tulipojiunga na Fresh Crops wakatutafutia market. Kuna market size kama mula iliyopita mwezi wa 11 12, gunia moja kwa tunauza 4,200. So unaona kati ya 1,500 na 4,200, unaona sisi kama wakulima tumepata faida kubwa kifedha, na pale tena mazao ni mengi kuanzia gunia 30 mpaka gunia 120. So tumefaidika sana kwa hii kampani ya Fresh Crop.
We undertake 3 value chains at large. That is the value chain of mango, that's the fruit part. We have also the aquaculture. We also have the animal feeds value chain. So I'll start with aquaculture value chain. whereby we do majorly the production of fingerlings. We do two varieties, that is the catfish and the tilapia. So catfish, it's more of artificial insemination, not like tilapia, where tilapia we just collect the eggs, then incubate them for like 3 to 4 days. The eggs hatch, then after they hatch, we feed them for 1 month, then we dispatch them to our customers. These cuts across all the fingerlings. We normally feed them for 1 month just to ascertain that the fingerlings will thrive well and they have gained the market size, and also the immunity is very strong for maybe any shock or shock due to difference in ecological factors. So we majorly do the fingerling production here in terms of aquaculture. So we also have another value chain, that is the fruit value chain, whereby we do the mango crisps, the pineapple crisps, and banana crisps. We started by monitoring the picking and also the harvesting of mangoes from the farmer side. So there is a lot of sorting there, so that we don't have a lot of post-harvest being transferred to our plant. So we do a lot of sorting in the farmer side. We also do it when you have arrived to the farm. We have a ripening shed. So basically we do sort mangoes in the farm. We normally pick the mature ones, but not the ripe, just to ensure that we don't have a loss in between the logistic part. So after they get into the ripening shed, we do sorting. The processing part is prepared a day prior or a shift prior. So there is also another sorting that is done. It is done in 3 stages. We have the ripe, the unripe, and the half ripes, so that we don't have a lot of shakes during the movement of mangoes to the processing plant. So the ripe ones are then taken to the processing, whereby we have 4 major steps before we get the crisps. We have the washing of the mangoes for hygiene, and also we have the peeling that is done manually. We also have the slicing to achieve the size of the crisps. So after that, the slices are put in they are moved to the preparation area, whereby we have the solution, that is the preservative. So they are dipped there for 10 minutes, then spread into the drying trays. They are then moved to the drying chambers for 6 hours with a monitor of the relative humidity and temperatures. So the crisps are able to be produced in a span of 6 hours. So one dryer carries at minimum of 250 kgs. So in one shift, because we have 2 dryers, we are able to produce half a ton. So in 2 shifts, in Iviani farm, we are able to produce 1 ton of mango crisps. So from there, after 6 hours, we then move them to the temporary storage, whereby we packet them into the translucent buckets, whereby we await for the customers, and also we do the batching. The buckets helps us to monitor the shelf life and also the product and also ease of transportation.
Tunaenda tunachimba miogo, unapata kuna yule mtu tunampatia kazi ya kuchimba muogo. Ukifika hapa, huo muogo kutolewa maganda, tunapatia watu wengine, wanapata kitu kidogo kutoka pale, na kuna yule ambaye anadili ndani ya dryer, naye anapata kitu. Na pia kuna yule anatusaidia kukatakata kwa machine, naye anapata kitu. So unapata tumejiajiri. Tumejifundisha mengi kutokana na muogo, mpaka tumeanza ku-add value addition kwa muogo. Tunasaga unga, tunatengeneza unga wa uji, tunachanganya na muogo. Tunauza huo unga wa muogo plain. Tunatengeneza kupitia huo unga wa muogo, tunatengeneza chapati. Tunatengeneza mandazi kupitia huo unga. Tunatengeneza majani ya chai kupitia unga wa muogo. Tunapika keki ambayo tunaipika kutoka kwa unga wa muhogo. Kwa hivyo tumejifundisha kuhusu muhogo mambo mengi. Changamoto iko kwa mfano saa hii ni wakati wa mvua, tunapata ile joto ya kutosha pale ndani haiko. Unapata mihogo haikauki kwa haraka kama vile wakati wa jua. So tunaenda polepole. Tukienda kupeleka nje ni mpaka tupate watu wakuje watuangalilie bidhaa zetu ndio ikue tukiuza hata tukoshua na kile ambacho tunafanya. Kama tunaweza kupata mafunzo zaidi ili tutengeneze vitu ambavyo vina ubora. Tutengeneze vitu ambavyo tunajua hata tuweze kufikia mahali tuweze kupeleka hata bidhaa zetu kwa supermarket tuwe tunaweza kuuza hata popote.
Here we fatten bulls. We bring them in and we fatten them for export, for the local market. And it's a relatively new business for us, seeing that we just brought in our first lot of animals late last year. And they are ready now for disposal. These are the ones you're looking at here. We do work with nutritionists. This food has to be well balanced so that it doesn't affect their rumen. You know, again, they are bovines. They have to ruminate their food and everything. So there is a science attached to it. But as long as they're getting the nutrition that they need, very, very simple. Currently, the demand for beef is really high here. So I think it's a policy, probably a policy issue, I would think, or logistical issue. Yeah, if everything was held constant, and
kazi tu, si ndio? Kwaje huko Kalbu? Mko indo? Mko indo? Mko indo? Kwa ndo bado?
Yuko ndani.
Indo
Hivi sasa unajua tu si yuko. Wako kwa room.
Mko kwa room.
Sasa mimi nishakafunga.
Mshamaliza? Fungeni hiyo
vitu yenu ni kufunga tu.
Na ulete kadi yako.
Yende huko. Yangu nilikupea. Hiyo utapewa na. Ndio nani huyo kijana mpya? Sasa zingine utapewa, utakupea. Yangu yenye nilikuwa nayo, kazi yangu yenyewe nilikupea jana.
Yeye nilichukua ni sawa.
Sasa zingine utapewa. Sasa hata niende niwaambie wakuletee saa hizi.
Saa hizi tu. Sawa. Alafu hizo vitu mfunge vizuri. Kila kamera ufunge to completion. Sawa? Kila kamera ifungwe to completion. Sawa.
Nitaambia kila mtu afunge kamera.
Batteries, chargers, everything. Mwambie Kevo amesema hivyo. Kila mtu afunge, usifungiwe kamera juu. Kitu itaachwa alafu mtaanza kunaumia.
Hiyo ndo naavoid.
Kila mtu usiwaambie kila mtu afunge kamera. Check. Waambie director amesema kila mtu afunge kamera yake. Personally. Sawa? Haya.
Wacha watoke lunch.
Sawa.
Ile gunia ya jioni. Nataka? Kuna gunia zenye zilikuwa kwa tenda. Ile gunia niliweka vitu na nikatema niliweka kwa mimi vitu zangu niliweka kwa lori. Mimi mshaweka kwa lori. Tumeitafuta. Mimi napenda kazi vitu zangu. Mimi nikiona kitu yangu isikupee pressure. Nilibeba hivyo hadi huko.
Mimi ndio nimetoa. Wafanye mtu. Sawa.
name is Dr. Elda Onsong, the Executive Director, the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. Today we are starting our 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, which is going to run from 20th to 22nd May 2026 in Mombasa. The conference is themed Strengthening Value Chains for Inclusive Sustained Development of our country. This conference is going to bring together stakeholders from the public sector, the private sector, NGOs, various actors, both regionally and also across the country. The conference is going to focus on various areas, starting with the issues of legal and legislative frameworks of value chains. We'll go further to look at the critical value chains that support production and development of our nation. This relates to value chains in agriculture, manufacturing, services, creative economy, digital economy, global markets, development of digital space, and also the blue economy. The conference is going to focus on these areas because value chains are critical. They are priority in our Vision 2030 medium-term plan, and they are aimed at creating jobs, ensuring that we enhance productivity, and ensuring that we are able to add value, process our produce, which then means we are able to sell locally and internationally produce that bring us higher value in terms of resources and also in terms of forex. One area that will be critical in the discussions during the conference is the area of logistics. This is because in value chains, once the produce are produced, we are able to add value, and then this produce, when it goes to the market, we are able to link the market of this produce to the consumers while ensuring that wastage is minimized. We shall be having this conference. We shall be having technical parallel sessions where researchers from the Institute and also researchers from other partner institutions have come up with evidence that resonates with legislative and legal frameworks in value chain development, in production sectors, in the areas of improving competitiveness, in areas where we need to invest, in products that we need to improve on so that we are able to enhance the entire competitiveness of our nation.
serve 7,800 farmers who bring their tea to this factory. Some of the best shareholders we can ever talk about, because they have supported this factory since 1963 until now. We have processing cities, which is mainly exported to Pakistan, England, UK, and very many other countries. We have orthodox tea, which you have also given some of the best teas, orthodox teas, coming from this country to the world. We are just about to release some of the finest brands that will fly off the shelves in supermarkets, called Chinga Light. Beyond Chinga Light, we are going to have another brand that is going to be coming out very soon, that is called Chinga Delight. That is in addition to Chinga Premium teas that we have already selling. We are intending to have orthodox tea and green tea also in our variation project. Chinga Light will have other additives like ginger. This tea is something that we want to do not only for this factory, not only for the catchment, but we want to do for international market. Inside here in the factory, we have a quality management system, ISO 9001. That is to ensure consistency, and the product that comes out of this factory is consistently good. We are also having another certification, international standard, food safety management system, to ensure that the food is safe. So we can proudly tell anybody world over that we have systems in place to ensure that the tea that comes from Chinga Tea Factory is safe, is cultivated by farmers who have minded about the environment, and the factory is caring about the environment. We are caring about sustainability and the future of the planet. We have directly employed 200 employees, and sometimes they go higher when the crop is so high. Our workforce, we have about, out of them, they are permanent and pensionable, and others are here on seasonal contracts. Out of the 7,800 farmers that we are serving, they are able to give us about 17 million kilograms of green leaf per year. In a good month like this one, we are expecting to have about 2 million kilograms of green leaf. And in lower seasons, during pruning, the crop can go down to about 1 million. Cumulatively, in a whole year, we do about 18 million kilograms of green leaf. The tea they bring this month, at the end of the month, they are assured of 30 shillings per kg of green leaf. That was just recent, which we were coming from 25. Below, we were at 20 just last year. So the farmers' income has been growing. Another thing that we have been seeing is the return. After the profits are calculated at the end of the year, we have what we call final payment or second payment, which is the profit that the farmers are accrued, which have also been growing. Last year, we were able to give a final payment of 43 shillings and 50 cents. One of the things that I want to appreciate the government that has done recently is to remove VAT from tea sales which are being sold at the gate. That 16% VAT has gone a long way in improving the fortunes of the farmers. We would wish to see the government do more in terms of marketing. We know we have a body, very many bodies that market products from Kenya. We would wish to see more countries going to negotiations with the tea. Before I go far, I remember the teas or the agricultural products going to China has been zero rated. So we would wish to see more accelerated marketing, and we appreciate that initiative. But now we want to see more help in taking this tea to other markets in China, because one of the biggest challenges that we have as a company is over-reliance on traditional markets. We want the government to assist us move tea to different markets, and that will be good. We also appeal for support in variation. We have heard the government talk about common user facilities, removing some taxes on the burden of the farmers. Those initiatives are welcome. We look forward to work better working conditions here, and also proper other markets courtesy of government initiatives.
Nikipeleka majani chai wananichukulia, halafu ninachukua pesa zangu mwisho wa mwezi huo mwingine ni tuseme kama fertilizer, tunasaidiana na fertilizer. Tuseme kama hawa extension officers wanakuja wanatuonyesha vile tutafanya kwa mashamba.
Tukiingia kwa cashew nuts, hiyo process ya kwanza kabisa inatakikana korosho, ununue korosho kutoka kwa wakulima ama kuna wale brokers ambao wananunua kutoka kwa wakulima. Sasa inatakikana zinunuliwe kwa wakulima mpaka zinifikie hapo mahali niko kwa store yangu. Sasa mimi nilianzisha hii kazi baada nikaanza kupanda seedlings za mikorosho, nikagawanyia hawa wakulima hapa mtaani. Na nilipowagawanyia hizo seedlings, niliwaambia wakipata hizo korosho zao wawe wananiuzia mimi, alafu mimi nikaanza kuprocess. Sasa hiyo ilinifanya hawa wakulima hapa karibu wanipate hiyo korosho yao kwa urahisi, kwa sababu nilikuwa baada ya kuwagawanyia hizo seedlings ilikuwa ni rahisi kwao kuniamini na kuniletea hizo korosho. Si watu wananiletea bure, nanunua, lakini ni rahisi, si hawezi enda kwa mtu mwingine. Sasa mimi zile ambazo na process hapa ni zile ambazo nanunua kwa hawa wakulima ambao wako hapa karibu na mimi. Nanunua kwao na nazileta kwa store yangu, alafu naleta hapo kwa mtambo, nazianika. Processing yenyewe na include zikiingia mpaka uanze kuzianika mwanzo. Nazianika kama 2 days, alafu nikimaliza kuanika ndio naziingiza kwa boiler. Zinaingia kwa boiler. Boiler yenyewe inachukua kama 200 kg. After 40 minutes unatoa. Sasa zikitoka kwa boiler lazima zikae, uzianike tena under shade kwa kama 12 hours. Sasa baada ya 12 hours ndio unaenda kwa shelling. Tuna mashine hapa ya kuvunjia, hiyo inaitwa shelling. Ndio tuna shell hizo ambazo tumezianika kwa 12 hours. Tuna shell, alafu kuna hiyo ni kama process.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence our second last session for the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference. We'll have a presentation, an 8-minute presentation, then a panel discussion on matters inclusive and sustainable strategies to enhance participation of women, youth, PWDs, and the marginalized along the value chain. So we'll have a panel on that. And once we are done with that, we will do the conference resolutions. And here, of course, it will be the presentation of the conference communiques. So that will be very important. Then we do vote of thanks, na twende manyumbani. So that's the order of business in the afternoon. an 8-minute presentation. Then thereafter, 40 to 45 minutes panel, and then we close it up with the conference communique. All right, so we should be starting hopefully in the next 4-5 minutes. By 3:15 we will have the presentation. So those of us who have friends who are still having lunch, tafadhali waeleze tukuje tumalize strongly. My hope is that we wrap all this up by 5 so that we give you time also mwende mtembe kwa beach or just hang around, network, instead of pushing it way forward mpaka 6-7. I don't want us to finish the conference on that tone. Sawa sawa? So for our panelists who will be coming up, kindly consider time. I know the panels are quite big. In fact, we have a 6-person panel. That's a big one. So consider being very brief in responses, clear cut, so that we are able to observe timekeeping. But just for your information, we have a common session, 8-minute presentation, panel, and thereafter we present the conference communique and we wrap it up with a vote of thanks. We shall be starting in the next 5 minutes. Asante sana. For a moment, I'm tempted to call the choir. I don't know whether the choir has a quorum. Mkona quorum. Naweza waita hata mkizidi kupozi hivyo. Unaona vile mnakaa poa kwa hizo picha. Mnaweza kuja mtupatie pambio moja kwa hizi dakika 3-4 before tuanze. Tafadhali choir, karibuni sana. It will be a pleasure to hear from you guys. Gifted voices kabisa. So mtatupatia pambio moja alafu tuanze our afternoon session. Asanteni sana.
Maisha yangu yote nampa Bwana, ili
Sawa, tupigie kwa makofi tafadhali, wamefanya kazi nzuri. Wapigie makofi. Eno kuna mtu anayan an extra song. Kwaya, aki wakati umeenda sana. Si ndio? Taxi driver. Taxi driver. Mbona nahisi ni kama mnani blackmail hapa? Sawa. Taxi driver, alafu tukuje kwa the first remark, si ndio? Sawa sawa, taxi driver.
kuvunja promisi. Nami sitaki kuvunja promisi. Taxi driver nikomboleshe gari, nende Nakuru nikamwoneana, aliniandikia nifike Jumamosi, nami sitaki kuvunja promisi. Taxi driver nikomboleshe gari, nende Nakuru nikamwoneana, aliniandikia nifike Jumamosi, nami sitaki kuvunja promisi. Nami sitaki kuvunja promisi. Nami sitaki kuvunja promisi. Nami sitaki kuvunja
Geni kwa makofi tafadhali. Ai, taxi driver. Taxi driver, na huyu Ana ni nani? Ulize jirani yako, huyu Ana ni nani? Ana heshima, hana heshima. Asante sana. Thank you very much, our wonderful choir. We really appreciate your input into this conference. You brought so much joy and so much light, and we do not take that for granted. Now, I'd like us to proceed with the afternoon session. Right now, it's almost 3:30. We are hoping to finish everything by 5. So this is a very ambitious goal, okay? Hii mambo ya kumaliza conference na giza hatutaki, si ndio? Kuna wengine wanataka kwenda Nakuru na wameongelesha taxi driver na hatutaki avunje promise, si ndio? Yes, so until our first remark this afternoon, we have 8 minutes. Can I have 8 minutes at the timer space? Kindly, the audiovisual team, help me with that. And this afternoon session is about inclusive and sustainable strategies for value chains. Inclusive and sustainable strategies for value chains. And it touches about participation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities, and the marginalized along the value chain. What needs to happen when you talk about, you know, every hand on deck? It doesn't matter. Everyone has to be on deck if at all we are to revamp our value chains and build them. All right? So to give us our first remark this afternoon, before we proceed to the panel, please help me welcome Secretary Gender, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, Dr. Josephine Obonyo. Beginning makofi tafadhali hadi afike. Come on, appreciate Daktari. Daktari, karibu sana. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. Allow me to ride on already established protocols, and my remarks will be brief. It is a great honor to be able to join the rest of us to deliberate on the important theme of inclusive and sustainable strategies to enhance the participation of women and marginalized groups in Kenya's economic value chains. This conversation is critical as we work towards building a resilient economy that leaves no one behind. Now, the government of Kenya recognizes that inclusive economic growth cannot be achieved when population, women particularly, procurement opportunities, finance, digital technologies, land ownership, and market linkages. Now, globally, there's also evidence that shows that empowering women economically is one of the most effective pathways towards achieving sustainable development. Studies also indicate that women's equal participation in economic value chains has the potential to significantly increase global productivity and economic growth. Yet, despite all this, women-owned and women-led enterprises continue to receive only a very small proportion of procurement opportunities and investment capital. Now, this demonstrates that deliberate and transformative measures are still required to create inclusive ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, inclusive value chains are not merely about increasing participation numbers. They are also about creating fair, equitable, and sustainable systems where every individual has an opportunity to contribute meaningfully and equitably from economic growth. Inclusive value chains also strengthen resilience, improves competitiveness, expands innovation, and contributes to poverty reduction at household and community levels. Now, one of the most important strategies towards achieving inclusive value chains is the implementation of inclusive procurement policies. Both public and private institutions also must intentionally diversify their supplier bases to include women-owned enterprises, youth-owned enterprises, businesses owned by persons with disabilities, and also enterprises operating in marginalized regions. Now, in Kenya, the government has demonstrated this through various initiatives that we'll be discussing shortly in the next panel. Now, to address, at the same time, there are challenges that are there, and to address these, we must continue investing in entrepreneurship, development programs, and strengthen technical, managerial, and digital skills. We also have to have capacity building.
When I am I can see you've given me 5 minutes. I haven't given them. Yeah, but it's normally amazing the way the discussions can get so richly, which I hope we are enjoying as a whole. So thank you very much, Dr. Josephine Obonyo, Secretary, Gender, State Department for Gender. We appreciate your input. At this particular moment, I'd like us for just 5 minutes. For 5 minutes, there is a gentleman joining us from KIPPRA, and he wants to talk about jobs, because we are talking about inclusivity and building our value chains. Jobs is one of those areas, and he's going to link it to, it's going to be a fruitful discussion because he's touching on avocados, jobs, and digitalization insights from Kenya. Please help me. All right, thank you very much. I'm being told that Michael Keenan is not yet ready from KIPPRA to discuss avocados. I was looking forward to that discussion. Who here doesn't love avocados? Anyone who doesn't love avocados? So that we can banish you from society? Okay, lovely. Everyone do love avocados. Up next, I'd like to give 5 minutes. Let's have a timer for 5 minutes. Challenging the narratives. Youth participation in agri-food systems in sub-Saharan Africa. And this gentleman is from KIPPRA. Do we have Josephat Korir for his presentation? Josephat, are you in the building? Josephat yuko. Oh, that is you, sir. Okay, pigeni Josephat makofi tafadhali. In fact, he says that since Dr. Josephine did less than 6, he's going to do 4 minutes for us. Josephat, thank you very much for your diligence.
Okay. Can I have the...
Let's have the clicker, please. Thank you very much. Even as he gets the clicker, remember, coming up next is a panel which shall take around 30 minutes. Then we do the conference communique. So I beseech and I beg for your patience. Thank you. Over to you, Josephat.
Okay. I can't see the slides up, please.
Okay, let's queue up the slides, please. The slides are sliding your way, so don't you worry. Have you gotten them? But you can just start, sir.
Okay, so good afternoon. Allow me also to ride on the protocols established. My name is Josephat Korir. I work at the International Food Policy Research Institute. And this afternoon, I'm going to take you through a presentation on challenging the narratives on youth participation in agri-food value chains, food systems. So the basis of our research is that we've seen in some literature, and I think this discussion has been going on, that the youth are exiting agriculture in droves, or moving away from agriculture to other sectors. So we tried to kind of contribute to that debate by delving into the data and try to find out what has the evolution of youth participation in agriculture been in the last 2 decades. So, so in the context, we see that amid the increasing youth bulge, African economies are struggling to create enough jobs, leading to high rates of either unemployment or underemployment. However, we see that the African food systems are evolving, and therefore it's quite important to understand the youth engagement in the food systems and how this has evolved over time. So to answer this question, we assess the landscape and evolution of youth engagement in the labor markets in Africa, specifically in 3 countries, that is Ethiopia, Kenya, and Nigeria. So we combine nationally representative data sets spanning more than 2 decades, from the 1990s to the 2020s. And our aim was is to assess labor force participation, sectoral shifts in employment between agriculture, industry, and service, and also assess the finer movements within the sectors. So our main research question here was to understand whether the youth are actually driving the structural transformation in these countries. So the data was drawn from national representative data from Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Kenya. So specifically, we leveraged on labor force participation surveys in Ethiopia, but in Kenya and Nigeria, we used the demographic and health surveys, which are carried out like biannually or annually. So in terms of the methodology, so we combined descriptive statistics, and we also estimated a regression model. So what do the results show us? It shows that across the 3 countries, adults consistently show high labor force participation than the youth, indicating that the youth are constrained by different aspects. We also, I think I'll move faster because I can see that my time is running out. So we see that the share of agriculture has been declining over time, while the service sector share has been increasing from those charts. The industry sector has not been so much in terms of growth over time. So we see that there's structural shift of the labor force from agriculture towards the service sector. Yeah, so now to the model that we estimated. So we see that we're asking ourselves, are the youth driving structural transformation in Africa? And in Ethiopia, we see that the youth exit rates from agriculture was around 7 to 8 percentage points higher than the adults. And when it comes to the services, men and young women showed gains relative to adults. And moving to Kenya, we see that there is no significant difference between adult entry and exit from away or into agriculture. So the structural transformation in Kenya from our data shows that it has involved both youth and adults in equal measures. The same also applies for Nigeria, where we see that young men and women entry into agriculture was significantly higher than adults by 2018. So in agriculture, it's actually the opposite in terms of the youth are actually re-entering back into agriculture. So in closing, what we are seeing is that the youth are not exiting away from agriculture. Rather, our data show that, in fact, in some instances, the youth are re-entering back to agriculture, although we see that there is some diversification away from agriculture into the service sector. So one key message is that our results kind of challenge the simplistic view that the youth are moving away from agriculture into the service sector. So the youth are still in agriculture and they should be supported to exploit their potential in agriculture and make the best of livelihoods out of that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Just for career, changing and challenging the narrative when it comes to youth participation in agri-food systems in sub-Saharan Africa. Very interesting findings right there. And now, in the next 5 minutes, we'll also hear from Dr. Michael Keenan, who is joining us virtually to give a presentation on avocados, jobs, and digitalization. Insights from Kenya. Please help me welcome Dr. Michael Keenan from IFPRI. Beginning makofi tafadhali as he comes online. Okay, over to you, Dr. Michael.
Thank you very much, and sorry we had some technical difficulties earlier, but I hope you can hear me now.
Over to you, you're clear, proceed.
Wonderful, thank you. Yes, so my name is Michael Keenan from IFPRI, and I'm here today to talk about avocado value chains. So this is just taking a step back a little bit and saying, okay, well, what does it really mean to strengthen a value chain? What does a value chain look like? We have these nice pictures in academia of things going from point A to point B. But when we talk about avocado value chains, for example, it's often a bit more complicated than that. So avocados are a $100 million cash crop in Kenya. So you see here plotted against coffee value produced from Falstaff. We see that the avocados are rapidly picking up. And this is really important because with $100 million, lots of jobs get created for everyone, including women and youth. And so we took this idea of the avocados being a booming supply chain, and we really wanted to understand, well, what does this value chain look like? What is the structure of it? How does it function in terms of what are the different value chain actors doing in terms of buying inputs, adding value, and selling outputs at every stage along the value chain? And what does this mean for income generation, job creation, and inclusion, particularly for women and youth? And then what types of policies are needed to support the growth of the avocado value chain in particular? So the results that I'm going to present today are from what we call a rapid food system assessment. It's basically, we conducted around 50 interviews with different value chain actors, starting in Nairobi, in Muthurwa, in basically at 4 in the morning, talking to traders and finding avocados and asking where the avocados came from. And then we traced the supply chains back through a qualitative exercise, going to different markets along the way, talking to brokers, traders, exporters, processors, extension agents, and really just getting a sense of what is going on. And this is the base for quantitative work that we're planning later on, where we'll conduct quantitative surveys with different segments of the chain. But if you see here, we have this a very nice map of Kenya, or part of Kenya, where we can really see the avocado clusters. And we see that they're developed the most around Nairobi. And then they're starting to develop around the eastern side of Mount Kenya, but also in western Kenya. And this is really important because these different areas have different characteristics. They have different stages of development in terms of the value chain. And we'll see as well that a lot of the avocado market is temporally diversified throughout the country based on different agroecological conditions and slightly different seasons. So where we were first surprised about when studying the avocado value chain is there's not really a single value chain. There's 3 output value chains, all with different characteristics, and they're interrelated. But they don't have the same types of actors, and different policies are needed for targeting different types of supply chains in avocado. So we have the fresh avocado exports, which we hear about a lot, which makes up about 1/3 of the avocado production in Kenya. But then what's coming up behind that is the oil processing, which we've estimated from our work that about another 1/3 of the avocados are being exported as oil as well. And this is coming from the rejects. So the exporters come, they leave certain avocados on the tree because they don't meet the standards. But then oil processors will come in and take these rejects. And then we have the domestic market as well, which is really driven by local varieties rather than the Hass and Fuerte, which are export grade. But we also see some export rejects coming in there as well. So we have these 3 interlinked, almost hierarchical supply chains that have different needs, as we'll see. And then this is really driven by the seedling sector, which requires taking Hass scions and local root stock. So it's sort of tying together the domestic and the export chains. So if we start with the fresh exports, it's been described as a green gold rush. And the reason for this is you saw that chart earlier. The production of avocados has dramatically gone up in the last 10 years. And then especially in the last 5 years, we're seeing there's about around 300 exporters for both the fresh fruits and the oil. To what Josephat was saying earlier, we had numerous interviews with people who left Nairobi in 2020 to go start avocado farming or avocado trading and to get in on this gold rush. And this has led to a lot of competition at the farm level in terms of different exporters competing to get farmers' avocados. And we see a lot of seasonality in this as well, as mentioned earlier. Most of the production is coming February to October, although it's coming from different regions at different times of the year. And also farmers are really trying to time their production around the Peruvian export so that they get better prices on the European market. And there's different ways to do that, but primarily they're trying to do this through irrigation, which can delay the harvest. And we see a lot of job creation through this. So you see this picture on the right of a pack house, and we see a lot of formal jobs being created. But there's this intersection of formal and informal jobs, because even at the not only the farm level, but also exporters are using scouts and young people on bodas to go around and find when avocados are ready to harvest for export. So we see this interface between formal and informal. So the export sector can create lots of jobs there for different types of people. When we look at the oil processing as well, we're starting to see a huge demand from the EU. And the oil processors are coming in and taking the rejects after the harvest. So the exporters are usually the ones who harvest on the farm. They pick what they want. The oil processors come in afterwards and take the leftovers. And we had one wonderful interview where it's a little bit easier to be a trader in the processing industry because there's not these high quality standards. So we talked to one woman who she used to work as an agent for an exporter, but then when she had children, she switched to the processing because it's less demanding in terms of her time. She's able to employ some youth and send them around to farms to collect the avocados, and she doesn't have to go herself to inspect them and make sure she's getting the right thing. So again, here we're seeing the formal job creation on the processing side and the informal job creation in the procurement side, such as people who run stores like you see on the left. Yes, and then what we see in the local market is many years ago, avocados used to be considered dog food in Meru. So some of the first adopters, the neighbors thought they were crazy because they said, why are you planting dog food? But what we've seen is with rapid urbanization, the local demand for avocados is increasing. According to the household budget survey, the consumption in the urban areas is about twice that of the rural areas. And we're seeing these local markets really dominating the trade. So basically, we see a lot of MSMEs, a lot of informal jobs in terms of the procurement, the transportation, the offloading, and then the distribution in urban centers. And we're seeing competition between basically the local variety, the local markets and some of the oil processing and export markets, because farmers are starting to uproot the local trees and transition to export grade varieties. So we see some interlinkages there as well. And then finally, this is really driven by the seedling supply chain. And as you see here, basically, there's private companies, there's cooperatives, there's government agencies, universities such as JKUAT, who play a major role in seedling provision. And this is driving a lot of the uptake of the Hass variety and driving the export sector in getting better value for farmers who can earn more money from the exports compared to the local. So this is a really brief overview because we're limited in time, but we go a lot more in depth into a report that is online where we map out the jobs and the specifics of how these value chains are working. But the key point here is basically that when we think about the value chain development, we first need to understand how these value chains are working. And a lot of this is private sector-led value chain transformation. Lots of investments in pack houses, export facilities, processing facilities, seedling provision. And these things are transforming very rapidly, where we see supply chains lengthening, but we also see disintermediation where brokers are playing less of a role in some of these supply chains. So we first need to really understand what's going on, because there's not a single avocado value chain out there. And what we've seen is infrastructure investments in roads and markets, trade agreements such as zero rating with EU exports, regulations such as export windows to make sure that the quality of Kenyan avocados is up to standard in export markets. This has really enabled the private sector to put money, to put investment into the value chain. But where the public sector, not only being a facilitator, it also plays a very important role in doing market-oriented extension. So often farmers need help with knowing when to harvest their avocados, making sure that they meet the right pesticide standards. And often they're not aware of what prices are being offered. So sometimes they take the first price that they get offered without being fully aware of the prices that these 300 different exporters are actually offering. Number 4 is cooperatives play a key role, but we don't see the cooperatives in the avocado sector as, at least the cooperatives that we interviewed in Meru, as these traditional cooperatives that we see in coffee and tea. So for example, some of these cooperatives in Meru, they never touch the avocados. They don't serve as a value addition point or an aggregation point, but they play more of a role of a broker who facilitates interaction between exporters and farmers. And so it is important that cooperatives are there to support farmers. But we also need to understand how the value chain works to understand what exactly the role that the cooperative will play is. And then finally, we're starting to see digital technologies show up, but it's not very much. So we're seeing it with M-Pesa, we're seeing it with WhatsApp and some supply chain coordination. But where it can really take off is helping exporters to know exactly which regions have avocados that are ready for the export in terms of their dry matter content. And that's where things like Kiami's, because we can already see where the farmers are in the country. So some additional modeling, modeling basically of knowing the seasonality of the different regions and when the conditions are right for harvest could be very helpful for the private sector to expand market access to small farmers.
All right.
So I know that's a lot. Trying to give an overview of the avocado sector in 8 minutes, but I hope this was helpful. Thank you so much for your time and for the opportunity to present.
All right, thank you very much. Let's give it up for Dr. Michael Keenan. Appreciate you for your input right there. Thank you very much. And our last presentation this afternoon, before we go to our panel, I'd like to welcome Leonard Kirui from CIP on matters youth employment pathways in Kenya's urban root, tuber, and banana food systems. And we appreciate him. He has 5 minutes to do his presentation as we head to the panel. Over to you, Leonard.
Okay, thank you very much. As the presentation is coming up, I would like to write on the protocols that have been established before. And first of all, I'd like to thank KIPPRA for the collaborations that we've had. It's now 3 years down the line, and we are happy about that. I won't take a lot of time because I know we are running short of time. So at International Potato Center is a research for development organization. We are part of the CGR, together with IFPRI, ILRIA, and other organizations. And our main mandate is mainly to do with research on roots and tuber crops. So here we mean the potatoes, the sweet potatoes, bananas, and even the taros and the rest. So that is our main mandate. In this study, what we have done is that this is an ongoing study, but we are presenting evidence from the one market site survey that we've done in Nairobi, in a number of markets. So we've visited like almost 6 markets in Nairobi. So this is an ongoing work, and we hope that we will be able to cover the rest of the cities, including Mombasa. So why our interest in studying the youth in the urban roots and tuber crops system? So we realized that Kenya is rapidly urbanizing like the other cities in the rest of the world. And the roots and tuber crops gives us a vital opportunity for at least a number of outcomes, including food security, income, and the rest. And we realized that the participation of the youth in these informal enterprises is very low and even undocumented. So we in this work we're doing is providing a baseline which will help us to give some of the recommendations in terms of how youth can be engaged. And not only in terms of looking at the jobs, but as we've heard from the conversations that we have before, at least some decent jobs for the youth. So I'll not labor so much to talk about the research questions. Those are a bit technical, but in essence, we're trying to look at the scale and distributions of youth participation across the different nodes of the urban roots and tuber crops value chains. And so we've tried to look at the 3 research questions, but as we go on with the study, we hope to cover the rest of the 4. So the pilot study which we've done in Nairobi is cover the 3 research questions. So I think I've talked about this, and maybe just to mention that our key nodes that we've been looking at is the street food vending and informal retailing, the small-scale processors, the aggregators, as well as the peri-urban productions and market linkages. So we've done the pilot in Nairobi, and we'll keep on with the rest of the cities in the coming months. So maybe just a quick, first of the results which we've been able to analyze from the survey that we've done in Nairobi is that the transport domain is mainly dominated by the male, while the food service is mainly female at around 70%. And what we've observed from this study is that youth dominate the physical, or what we call the informal roles, but they are less represented in the more established business nodes. So some of the sentiments that when we talk to the youth in Mudhurwa, Ngara, and part of Wakulima, of course they will say that the youth are energetic and can carry heavy loads, so they take up most of the transport because they say it requires muscle, not money. But this is something which maybe we'll need to, during our recommendations on how to turn around this into an opportunity for youth to participate more and provide some decent roles. Again, another, I'll call it the gender activity hierarchy. There are some of the domains which are mainly male-dominated, where some are women-dominated. So if you look at them in the upstream, where we have high capital access, and so we have the transport, aggregation, and wholesale. This is where mainly the men feature, while in the downstream and sometimes where we have low margins, like the retail vending, the food preparations and processing, this is where we find mainly the women. And across all the sites, when we ask the youth about the constraints that they face, access to capital was mostly cited by them, and 100% of the sites identified capital as a binding constraint. While in terms of aspirations, the youth aspirations, we can say they are growth-oriented because most of them aspire that they want to expand their businesses, maybe get some permanent spaces to put up their businesses and engage in food and business and restaurants businesses and the rest of the aspirations. So what's some of the recommendations that we are looking into is provide, as it was mentioned by the initially during the remarks, is to provide youth working capital programs, at least some grants which are subsidized, and to break that labor trap where the youth we've seen are substituting the labor for money, because this was cited by 100% of the sites it was impacted. Again, looking at women targeted capital and network integration, which was also mentioned during the opening remarks in these sessions. Again, and lastly, looking at the skills training, at least for the sake of role transition. Thank you very much, and that's just a brief.
All right, thank you very much. Leonard Kirui, for your employment about your presentation about youth employment pathways in Kenya's urban root, tuber, and banana food systems. We appreciate the data shared. At this particular moment, I'd like us to proceed to the panel. Okay, very quickly. I'll call our panelists this afternoon. I'll start with Dr. Rogers Msamali. Is representing the Gates project team and is a senior policy analyst at the Private Sector Development Department at KIPPRA. Kindly help me welcome Dr. Msamali. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali akikuja. Up next we have Ms. Gloria Wawira, is the acting chief executive officer of the National Youth Council of Kenya and the youngest CEO in Kenya's public service. And she provides strategic leadership in advancing youth participation and policy influence. Let us appreciate Gloria Wawira as she comes on stage. CEO and co-founder of Bahari Haven, which focuses on coconut value addition, inclusive agribusiness, youth and women empowerment, and climate smart circular economy solutions. I appreciate Florence as she comes on stage. Thank you very much, Florence. Then I'd like to welcome Dr. Josephine Obonyo, who is the Secretary Gender at the State Department for Gender and Affirmative in the Ministry of Gender, Culture and the Arts and Heritage. Pigeni Dr. Josephine Makofi tafadhali. Up next we have Miss Laila Mwanike. She is an agricultural and sustainability professional. She currently serves as an agricultural policy advisor at GIZ Kenya under the Global Project Sustainable Agricultural Systems and Policies project, where she leads the integration of non-state actors, particularly women and youth. Thank you very much, Laila, for your participation. Also help me welcome Mrs. Juliet Rua, who is an accomplished development and disability inclusion professional with over 12 years of experience in advancing the rights and welfare of persons with disabilities in Kenya. And she is currently serving as the regional cluster head for the Coast region at the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. Mpigeni makofi akikuja. And to help chair and moderate this session for the next 30 or so minutes, I'd like to welcome Dr. Nancy Nelima Nafula. She's a seasoned quantitative social gender policy expert with over 23 years of experience in policy analysis and research, and currently she's serving as the acting deputy director, governance, gender and specialized groups division at KIPPRA. Pigeni Dr. Nancy makofi. And in the spirit of waking up, when I say stand, you sit, and when I say sit, you stand. Okay? Okay. All of us, let us sit. Wow. That's amazing. Okay, okay. Should I revisit the instructions? Okay, when I say sit, you stand. When I say stand, you. Okay, could we please have a seat? All right, you see, exactly. So let's stand down at this particular moment. All right, Dr. Nancy, the floor is yours. We have a timer right there. We'll do it in 30 record time. I believe in this wonderful team. Have some fun. Let's bring this down. Our stage manager, please. Thank you very much. Asante.
Thank you very much, MC. Allow me to ride on already established protocols. Good afternoon. Today, we are confronted by a very critical issue, the need to build and sustain value chains that not only create value for our economy, but distribute it fairly. And I think Dr. Josephine Obonyo brought out very clearly in her remarks. And so we have the panel before you. We have seasoned policy analysts. We have agri-entrepreneurs. We have the government, represented by Dr. Josephine Obonyo. We have the youth, National Youth Council. We represent the youth. So allow me to start off by inviting Dr. Rogers Msamali. And my first question is, evidence-based policy making is very critical to advance issues of inclusion. I'm aware that you undertook a baseline survey. You have results. What findings would you share based on leveraging evidence project on implementation of the National Care Policy and the National Policy on Women Economic Empowerment that can advance opportunities for the women, opportunities for the youth, and also the marginalized along the various value chains?
Mic test, okay. Thank you, Chair. Have the third pillar that we are calling the entrepreneurial skills.
as clearly it seems to be more or less on this conference is among other marginalized the women. One thing as a State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, who are mandated to ensure that these issues are addressed, there are a lot of initiatives that as a State Department, and we have programs to address especially inclusion, particularly financial inclusion. We have a directorate that is squarely mandated with the issues of socioeconomic empowerment and financial inclusion. And through this directorate, we are able to first and foremost ensure that we have policies in place that is the burden. For example, the burden around what has been brought up, the burden of care. And with this, even as the Dr. speaks about, for example, the care policy. As a State Department, we actually developed the policy and of course working together with other stakeholders to ensure that one, the burden of care is taken care of, because it's one thing with availing finance to women or other marginalized communities, and it's another ensuring that they are able to utilize these funds. And therefore, through this policy, then one thing is for sure, the burden of care is taken care of, and women then have time in their hands to be able to participate in socioeconomic empowerment activities, including issues around the value chain. Now, at the same time, again, providing funds, and I think since yesterday, some of the panelists, they are clear that yes, we have various including that are trans for women. The department, one, through our SAGA, semi-autonomous body, that is the Women Enterprise Fund, we provide funds for women to be able to start businesses that are ongoing. Now, through this fund, the minimum provided for women is 50,000 and groups, because we talked earlier on in one of the panels in the morning about issues around collateral, and therefore, when they come as groups, then the issue of collateral is taken care of. And I can combine that with the issue of land that you've mentioned. As we are aware, due to the patriarchal nature of our society, women rarely own land. And women in Kenya, the number is actually negligible. And land is one of the collaterals that is normally used by banks. And for this reason, men are able to come together. Now, we've made sure that women are also included and are able to access acts coming from MDAs, showing us how they've been able to achieve this. And we follow up, because those, for example,
speak a little bit more on that. A major challenge, despite growth. How can agriculture be made attractive and to young people? How can
Thank you for that question.
Be made
so I would say that there's still a for the people in rural areas, or for a specific group could be like the old, but value addition in agriculture. We have so to make agriculture attractive to young people, we would first need to ensure that there is access to productive resources. For example, like land. You know, these are productive resources that the youth need to get. So a youth, if they're going to get a loan, they will be asked. We don't own land, so ensuring that we can access the land, for example, through leasing guidelines, we will be able to do agriculture as youth. Also, the other one is on change of perception. So the project that I'm in, which is Sustainable Agricultural Systems and Policies, we work with partners that, like KENAF, that works with the young people. So KENAF, in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, have revived the 4K clubs in at least 10 schools. So with the revival of the 4K clubs, the pupils are able to experience their perception of agriculture. In addition to that, we have documented success stories of the youth entrepreneurs or the youth who have the agricultural ventures. I don't know how many of you watch people like Lingugi, who document youth that are successful in agriculture, and other youth content create agriculture on social media. One is on embracing digitization in agriculture. So right now is a lot of digital tools and, you know, the social media era. So if we embrace these digital tools and incorporate them into agriculture, the youth will be more attracted to get into the farm. Also capacity development. So actually say that you about and have successful ventures.
Those who know virgin coconut oil, you know the various uses that it has. Bahari Haven is a company that focuses on value addition to coconuts. Yes, so sustainability. We use the whole tree as a whole, the whole tree, yes. We produce coconut oil. The waste is managed. The coconut husks, the coconut has husks, which are used for mulching, and the coconut shells also it's used for making crafts. So my inspiration, as I have said, is the potential for the coconut oil. Yes, and also the untapped potential. And the vision for Bahari Haven is to build resilient futures. This means with value addition comes very many opportunities and entry levels within the value chain. This means there's farmers, there is the digital team, there is also the packaging team. So it has various entry levels. And I can say we also have one of us. I'm proud to say we have one of us. Sally, you can say hi. Yeah, she's working with us as our client relations and our brand ambassador. You know, with coconut oil, there's marketing. So yes, our vision is to create dignified opportunities for youth and women while empowering the community. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Florence. I think with that, I want to link it with the National Youth Council, that is Gloria. You have heard the youth have spoken, and they're actually interested in entrepreneurship and innovation, yet many still face entry barriers. What are the biggest challenges affecting youth inclusion in the value chains? And what is National Youth Council doing?
I am not from the Youth Council. I'm from the Disability Council.
Okay, sorry for that. I'll give you the question that is relevant to you. Yeah, so persons with disabilities, of course, we have among them women, we have among them youth. They often face systemic barriers in accessing employment and economic opportunities. What mechanisms has NCPWD put in place to ensure disability inclusive opportunities?
Thank you so much. With the persons with disability, I think we always feel like we are left out, especially on issues of employment and the opportunities. So as the council, we come in first through registration and certification. If all persons with disabilities are registered, then they're able to get the different programs that the government, both national and the county government, offer. These include the social protection programs and also other incentives like the tax exemption and also the extension of services. As you know, persons with disability will retire at 65 and not the normal 60. Yeah. We also have the National Development Fund, which give grants to persons with disability. This helps them start their own businesses and also start their own projects, which help them provide for them in terms of the income. We also assist them with the tools of trade. Our persons with disability, when they go through the TVETs, they go to colleges, sometimes they find it difficult to get the capitals and even the tools of trade. So as the council, we provide these tools so that they're able to start their own businesses. For those ones who are able to get tenders, as our previous speaker was speaking, they were always talking about the 30% for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. But most of these LPOs, they're difficult to fund for persons with disability. Poverty equals to PWDs, as you all know. It's very, very difficult for some of these tenders to be funded. Although we are fighting for the percentage, but most of the time, we'll be given the very limited tenders. Supplying of water, pencils, stationaries, that is what we get in terms of persons with disability. So we come in as the council to assist them get the LPO financing through the various banking institutions so that they're able to get these tenders. We also have a portal whereby, a career portal whereby the employer meets the employee. Our persons with disability, especially in the young generation, they're able to upload their CVs in this portal, and when the employers advertise, they're able to tag into these opportunities and apply for these jobs online. This has really worked well because most of our persons with disability right now have apps and assistive technology to assist them through these online applications. We also encourage issues of disability mainstreaming in terms of advocacy, especially through our MDAs. We sensitize them on the importance of employment for persons with disabilities and also sensitize them on the infrastructure. The biggest problem we have for persons with disability is accessibility. How do they get these jobs? How are these jobs advertised? So we come in to sensitize the employers to see how they can be disability inclusive in terms of the infrastructure and also their employment structures in terms of how can they be accessible to all types of disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juliet. Dr. Josephine Obonyo, I'll come back to you, given that Juliet has spoken about the affirmative action. From the perspective of the State Department for Gender, how can affirmative action policies strengthen participation of women and vulnerable groups to participate in high-value economic value chains?
Okay, thank you very much. As a State Department, part of our mandate again is to ensure that we have policies in place to ensure participation of women and vulnerable groups in generally in the economy, but in this case particularly around the value chain. Now, other than the care policy that I've mentioned earlier, we also have the NPW, National Policy on Women Economic Empowerment, that covers all sectors of society. And like I mentioned, we actually monitor, because you can have a policy in place, and I think somebody mentioned here earlier today or yesterday in one of the panels, that as a country, we probably do not need any more policies, because we have a lot of policies in place, but the challenge then becomes implementation. And what we've done in the past few weeks as a State Department, once the care policy, for example, was approved by Parliament last year in December, we've gone ahead and come up with a care policy action plan. Now, this action plan helps to identify the role of each and every stakeholder at the national level, at the county level, using the intergovernmental framework that's in place, and also captures also the role of all stakeholders, including even the private sector. Now, with this in place, then we are able to ensure that the care policy is monitored, and every player, every stakeholder has their role cut out for them. And also the NPW, National Women Economic Empowerment Policy, also is clear so that everybody knows their role, because you can have a policy in place, but unless there's a clear action plan, then it becomes very difficult to implement. Therefore, with such an arrangement, then we are sure that everybody plays their role to ensure that affirmative action actually is implemented. But over and above all that, we have the overall gender mainstreaming, because all this is about gender mainstreaming, disability mainstreaming, and ensuring that all the marginalized and vulnerable people are also populations are taken care of. We have the overall national gender policy, which is also under review. And with the national gender policy, that by itself is actually a policy that then ensures that all these populations that are vulnerable are taken care of and are fully included and are able to participate. Because in there we have, in all these policies, it is clear, for example, those who provide finances, what is their role? The county level where the actual implementation is done, because at the national level, we don't actually implement. At the county level is where implementation is done. What is their role? And in all these stages, for example, we have the National Gender Sector Working Group, and this is cascaded at the county level, where at the county level we have the gender sector working groups in each and every county with the our gender officer in the county being the secretaries of these sector working groups. And therefore, through this, we are able to monitor to ensure that these policies are implemented and issues around women's socioeconomic empowerment and also the marginalized groups, including those with disabilities, their issues are also taken care of in terms of implementation of these policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MC, I can see my time is running out. Maybe if you could give us an opportunity for the panel, audience to ask some questions. Yeah.
That's in order. Any questions? We can time this. We can take 2 or 3 questions. There is one here. Another one on that end. There is a second one here. There is a third one there. And I think going once, twice, we have those 3 questions, please.
Good afternoon. So my name is Sally, and I work with Florence at Bahari Haven. So my question, I have 2 questions. One, we've discussed the issue of women in business, especially youth.
Direct your question to specific panel.
There's someone who mentioned something about land ownership and why a lot of women are not in agriculture. I'm not sure who that was. But yes, so that's the first question. What do we need to do to ensure then, because the issue is outside of women being able to participate, the issue is women do not own land. So what do we need to do to ensure that more women own land and that way they're able to participate in these practices? For example, there's the issue of land inheritance. That's still, traditionally it's men that inherit land. Has that changed? That's one question. Number 2, for Florence, as a woman in business, because we've seen a lot of women usually take the back seat, but you're the CEO. How is this experience for you? Yes, that's basically it. Thank you.
All right. There was a second question right here. Moha? Okay. Then you'll come to the lady in red here with the third question. Asante sana.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Mary. I'm a disability inclusion facilitator, and my question goes to Leila. Do you have the disability policies and agriculture? And if so, do you also have the reasonable accommodation for persons with disability and agriculture? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we have one here, Hamid here. Asante sana, the lady in red. I think those were the 3. Was there another one before I lock anyone out? Please, proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Bahati, Auntie Baha. I have just 2 questions. One dedicated to the gentleman the only man in the building, in the panel, sorry. Another one directed to Madam Juliet. So all of you are, okay, a gentleman, sorry for that. So for you, you started talking about the care work pillar. I really wish if you can go deep and tell us more on the care pillar on your perspective. Because women are carrying a lot, like a lot, yani mingi sana. To Madam Juliet, I'm a parent, I'm a caregiver to a child living with disability. What do you have for us? Because I use also CMOS to bake cookies. I want you to maybe help us understand that the caregivers, what do you have covered for them who are caring children with disability?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll start with the only man in the building. Please respond briefly and sharply. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you very much, Elizabeth, for those kind words. Yes, so I think what I need to mention is that so the care, we actually calling it we are calling it the social protection and care work pillar. I remember we also have some presentation that was made yesterday on the burden of care and how we can cost it. And from the two, those are two results, two findings, two different studies. So we actually realized that the burden of care is an existing problem, and how we probably put in infrastructure that is relevant to relieve, of women some time of, or we cost it and compensate it, then that becomes an important issue in terms of policy. But specifically to your question, yes, so the care pillar is quite loaded as far as the presentation is concerned, and I wish I had more time to disintegrate it, but then it has several sub-indices, including issues to do with how much we are paying towards those who are giving care, and those who are not giving care, then how are we compensating them? So it is one index, one pillar that is appearing here as one, but then it has more than 20 sub-indices. So I think we can have some rapport, and then we can engage. Yeah, thank you.
Definitely. Okay. The Gender Secretary. The microphones, even as you do so, as we sort out the microphone, she had a comment, briefly, a question to be specific, please.
Thank you. My name is Monique. I had a question as I congratulate Florence Bahari Haven. Did you carry your products to sell to us? Because this is an easy market for you, for generating income, one, and for marketing purposes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think Sally's question probably was directed to me. With regards to land ownership for women, what I can say is that, as you're aware, we live in a very patriarchal society, and like I said, land is owned mostly by women. Now, there is, of course, a ministry, State Department, that is clearly mandated on issues around land. So for us, we have gender mainstreaming as policies that then try to help women so that they're able to own land. Now, however, it's all about transforming cultural practices and beliefs, because our constitution right now, for example, is very clear that ancestral land, for example, should be shared equally between boys and girls in a family. But what is happening? We find that a lot of women from most communities in Kenya, even right now, will not accept land
from their own fathers because of cultural beliefs and practices. And therefore, what we're doing as a State Department is sensitizing women on issues around land rights. And through this sensitization, then there's more acceptability, and also just trying to engage the relevant stakeholders, particularly the relevant ministries, to ensure that issues around land are also gender responsive. Otherwise, we are not mandated. There's nothing we can actually do like to force, but we just sensitize women and communities so that cultural beliefs are transformed, gender norms are also transformed, and then there's more acceptability. And also, parents, and especially the men even seated in this room, I'll take this opportunity to, plead, kindly be able to share that land. As you divide to the boys, also remember the constitution is clear, give the women also. But for the women, because I've seen in my own community, where girls refuse, they're like, how can I come and build in my father's home? It's a taboo, for example. So those are some of the sensitizations that through engaging with communities, we're trying to change those mindsets. Thank you.
Asante sana. The only man, I hope you'll be able to give your daughter's land to, yeah? Which is very, very important. Asante, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions, and thank you very much, Madam, for the congratulations. Thank you. Okay, so far, since the launch, the experience has been amazing and very great, I can say that, because it feels so nice to create opportunities for youth. It feels so nice to meet a youth, kwa barabara, and then he tells you, I'll come to work tomorrow, because as we do the whole process from sourcing to processing. So we have youth who come work with us during production days. They help with splitting the coconuts for drying. We use a solar polytunnel dryer to dry the coconuts before pressing. So it feels amazing creating opportunities for youth. It feels amazing to have new ideas from the staff every day, because there is innovation. With value addition comes innovation. Who knew you can use coconut sediments to make soap? Who knew you can use the sediments to make body scrub? And even the KIPPRA cake, which is waste, can be used to make coconut flour, animal feed. So the experience so far is great. And also we've involved digitalization. There's the social media where we educate people. So the experience has just been fun. It's more of a fun experience in agribusiness compared to how people say agribusiness is boring or something. So it has made the experience fun. So we can say digitalization is a good idea that we should be helped as SMEs in the value chains to improve. Also, I can say agribusiness is fun and anyone can start. You can start at any level. You start small and grow. You don't have to own land to start processing. Yeah, so you can start small, yeah, and you'll grow with time. Learn the value chain and you'll also grow with time. I'm very sorry today we don't have the products. There was no exhibition booth. However, you can place your orders, you can contact us, you can get us on all social medias. Our product is Hera, so if you go to the social medias, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, you'll search Hera Nourish, you'll find us, or Bahari Haven for LinkedIn, for Twitter, yeah, you'll find Bahari Haven. And you can place your orders. We do deliveries countrywide, yeah, where we also involve youths in logistics. There are youths in Mombasa who don't have jobs, but they have opened their logistics company. So we also involve youths in the logistics sector, and it's just a wide sector where we are involving youth. Thank you.
Asante sana. Oh, that's beautiful. Have I left anyone out? I hope you've responded to all the questions. Okay, there's this, yeah, at the center.
Thank you, Baha, for the question. On issues of caregivers, we do business waivers. Those ones who are in business, they don't pay the taxes. And also we support them in psychosocial support, because I know most caregivers have a lot of issues in terms of mental health. We also assist them on that. We also give grants for those ones who are in self-help groups. And then we also, with the new act of the Disability Act 2025, we are coming with tax exemption for caregivers, which was not there in the other act of 2003. We are waiting for regulations, then we roll it down. Thank you.
Okay.
And maybe I can just add that the care policy focuses on caregivers. So we don't have time, but I think if we, I can assure you that caregivers are well catered for in the care policy. Thank you.
My question was on inclusion of people with disabilities in agriculture. So for our project, it's the Sustainable Agricultural Systems and Policies. It's majorly a policy project. So what we do is we capacity develop everyone to ensure that they have a space at the decision-making table. So anyone from the youth, the women, especially for the non-state actors, so we capacity develop them on the policy-making processes for them to also have an input in the decision-making stage. There are also innovations that are created that enable ease of use. So like I know now we have a lot of technology, even women drive tractors, and there are so many other innovations that are inclusive, that are targeted for ease of use for specific groups. Yeah, and there's so much more in agriculture where even the people with disability are involved in, for example, in the value addition part, or the logistics, or the packaging part. Yeah.
Okay, as we conclude our panel, I want to end by saying that from the discussions, from the incredible panel, you've heard that inclusive value chains are actually not optional, but essential for sustainable development. At this point, I would like you to join me to congratulate the panelists. Maybe just an appreciation.
Makofi. Asante sana. Asante sana, Dr. Nancy Nelima Nafula. You've done an amazing job. Let us step forward for our photo session. Thank you very much. And I expect the only man in the building to be at the center. Ndio. The only man in the building has to be at the center. Yes, sir. That's amazing. That's amazing. Let us smile. Let us smile. Asante sana. Beautiful. Once again, let us appreciate this wonderful team. They have really unpacked this issue of the place of gender, you know, youth, women, people living with disabilities, and how they can be empowered in the value chain. So that's amazing. So if you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, sneeze twice. Look at your neighbor and tell them, sneeze yako hii. Have you been vaccinated here? Okay. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, jump twice. Yeah, some of you are jumping emotionally, okay? And spiritually. I've seen somebody doing this. You need to repent, okay? Yeah. If you're happy and you know, stand up. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, high five 3 people. So, you still have a comment. Sawa sawa, ambia jirani yako congratulations. Msalimie mwambie congratulations, haujalala. Congratulations, haujalala, haujagawa shamba. So, I think we've stretched a little bit. Are we ready to go to the closing session? Because it's already 5. So the person doing the communique, they have that pressure. They have to be on point. Is that okay? We can just have our seats so that we close this up. Asante sana. And to lead us in this closing segment of the conference, I'd like to invite, first of all, we'll have conference resolutions, and this will be a presentation of conference communiques. So may I request we have the stand here. We will need that for presenters. So those of us who are managing the stage, please let's have the stand here so that we avoid wasting time once the guy is up. So I'd like to welcome Mr. Adan Shibia to come and give us the conference communique. So far, what we've been able to achieve and what we should expect moving forward. Where's Mr. Shibia? Mpigeni makofi tafadhali akikuja hadi afike. Tumpigie orderly makofi. Moja ya Shibia ataweza to keep time as he gives the conference communique. One more. Asante sana. Mr. Shibia, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Or is it good evening? Thank you. Yeah, so I'll try to be brief in reading out the communique, because the final communique will be available in the next few days. Yeah, so I'll skip some introduction and just go to the declaration of this conference. That the deliberation of the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference recognized that strengthening value chains for inclusive growth in Kenya holds the promise of inclusive economic growth and shared prosperity in line with the Kenya Vision 2030, the African Union Agenda 2063, the Sustainable Development Goals, and also in line with the Vision 2030, the Bottom-up Economic Transformation Agenda, and the Medium-Term Plan 4, as well as initiatives at the county level through the County Integrated Development Plans. The deliberations emphasize the need to support policy dialogue among stakeholders in public policy, space to explore strategies for strengthening value chains by unlocking opportunities related to policy, institutional, legal, and regulatory frameworks, technology and innovations, investment and financing, and human capital development, while promoting inclusivity for all, including the women, the youth, persons with disabilities, and the marginalized. I think it's clear enough that as we develop value chains, it has to be inclusive and promote sustainability. The government of Kenya, as represented here over these 3 days by various arms of the government and ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as the private sector, the youth networks and support organizations, civil society and development community, has shown commitment to adopt conference recommendations for the purpose of inclusion in public policy and targeted interventions. The 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference identifies strategies and opportunities for strengthening value chains for inclusive growth and make the following recommendations for positive outcome. So this communique, of course, it draws from 3 components, including the main event here, the side event, that is the strengthening evidence-based policy practice for sustainable food system, step force, as well as the technical side events, where we have received presentations from various stakeholders from within KIPPRA, academia, and development partners. So we have structured the communique along the thematic area of this 9th conference, starting with the agricultural value chains, including the livestock subsector. So I'll just highlight for each area, just briefly, 1 or 2 things for each area, opportunities and the recommendations based on the deliberations. Like for example, under the agricultural value chains for the livestock, there's a recognition of immense demand, even domestically, for livestock products, and then also opportunities to invest in alternative animal feeds value chains, or in other words, complementary value chains such as animal feeds. Some of the recommendations from this area is the need to integrate green growth strategies and climate resilient production systems as sustainability strategy, promote investment in cold chains and logistics, and enhance adoption of climate smart production system, and also importantly, leverage public-private sector partnerships in scaling up innovative solutions such as index-based livestock insurance, among others. Under the crops, we understand that we have a number of priority value chains in the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, such as tea, coffee, among others. There are a number of opportunities, including some of these priority value chains. Actually, in terms of production, they can do well even in dry lands. And already we have a number of existing partnerships across the government and development partners, and as a country we can leverage on that. A number of recommendations on this. Again, under the crop value chains, need to improve access to certified seeds and expand extension services, enhance investment in climate smart farming practices, and also consider enhancing budgetary allocations. I think the senators who are here, the legislative arm of the government, has shown commitment, among other interventions, that they'll support budgetary allocations in terms of improving our value chains. Another area, of course, under this is the area of the fisheries and blue economy. In terms of opportunities, Kenya is quite we are blessed with a vast coastline, which is endowed with fish species. And of course, there's also the component of the aquaculture that we can tap into. And we also have a number of policy and legal framework. Just to mention a few, like the Kenya National Blue Economy, the Fisheries Management Development Act, among others. In terms of interventions, they need to accelerate investment in offshore fishing vessels, fish processing facilities, mariculture, and among other areas, and enhance investment in, again, cold chain facilities, and build capacity of farmers in mariculture, aquaculture, among other areas. The second thematic issue is the industrial value chains, areas such as leather and leather products, textile building and construction. Of course, some of these value chains are also strongly linked to agriculture, and therefore, as we develop the industrial side of this could also support rural livelihoods. Some of the opportunities, of course, we are blessed with abundant raw materials across a number of these value chains. And also we have a number of ongoing initiatives by the government, I think as acknowledged here, including county aggregation industrial parks, constituency industrial development centers, MSME clusters, among others. And also now we have an expanded market through the African continent, African Continental Free Trade area. A number of recommendations here: expand processing of raw materials to high value finished products. I think on the first day when I was presenting the leather value chain, comparing even ourselves with a number of other countries, we are still processing more of semi-processed and partly raw materials, which means we are losing opportunities in terms of export earnings as well as job creation opportunities. Then interventions along related to lowering cost of production. A number of priority areas have been identified, such as electricity, finance, and also looking at broader business environment in terms of the licensing ecosystem. Then, of course, there's aspect of to balance a number of policy areas, such as revenue generation versus as we seek to generate revenue, which is essential in terms of mobilizing own source revenue. Perhaps we need to take into account just to ensure that we don't suppress the growth of our industries. And then a number of discussions and proposed interventions around mitigation of illicit trade. The third thematic area, service sectors. First, in terms of the tourism and hospitality services, a number of opportunities have been identified here. One, Kenya being a regional hub, we understand that it is a natural gateway for meetings, incentives, conferences, and events, what we call MICE tourism in this region. And also, we have a diverse tourism attractions in terms of biodiversity, rich culture, among others. Interventions on this: fast-track licensing reforms, leverage digital tools to enable the youth, as well as strengthen capacity development. Then under this, we also have digital economy, ICT, and artificial intelligence, AI. It has been clear or acknowledged in this conference that now we have a national artificial intelligence AI strategy, 2025-2030, which provides a roadmap to leverage AI. And then we have strength in data analytics capabilities, especially among the youth who are tech savvy. We have other initiatives that are being ongoing initiatives by the government, such as the Konza Technopolis, which include smart technology. A number of recommendations under this. For one, finalize development of the national AI emerging technologies policy, enhance investment in supportive digital infrastructure to boost Kenya's startup ecosystem, among a number of other interventions. Then under transport and logistics, still under this third thematic area, this includes aspect of the e-mobility. We have a number of opportunities, including the National Electric Mobility Policy, which was actually launched early this year in February. And this is key in terms of long-term roadmap to transition to transition Kenya's transport ecosystem from dependence on fossil fuels and to e-mobility, and that will also help us in terms of sustainability from an environmental point of view, in addition to creating new job opportunities along the value chain in various components of e-mobility ecosystem. A number of I think Then we also have fourth thematic area in terms of emerging future value chains. Here we were talking about, or the conference theme covers aspects to do with green and climate economy, a number of opportunities like existing policies and supportive institutions facilitating transportation to transitioning to climate resilient production and climate smart technology. And as a country, we have also demonstrated relatively strong policy, of course, strong policy foundations, and we are blessed with abundance of renewable energy sources to lower our cost of production. A number of recommendations under this: promote climate resilient value chains, accelerate investment, the scaling and upgrading of renewable energy systems, among other interventions. Yeah, we also have under this thematic area issues to do with advanced manufacturing and a number of opportunities. Under this, we have availability of renewable energy for low carbon production, assembly industries, including automotive, including opportunities in e-mobility value chains, and then a number of other aspects. Then in terms of recommendations here, one important thing is to establish partnerships between the technical and vocation, all education and training, TVET institutions, universities and private sector for learning by doing. Yeah, and also ensuring that what comes from academia is serving the needs of the private sector. We also have a creative and knowledge economy, a number of opportunities here in terms of the talent among our youth. The government has, of course, shown the will to support this industry in terms of policy and legal framework. A number of recommendations under this is the need to harmonize film licensing requirements across counties, enhance awareness on intellectual property rights for the creative industries, and then also, of course, strengthen IP, intellectual property right, to mitigate issues of infringement. Then the fifth thematic area is the human capital development for the value chains. Under this, I think we have I think aspects to do with the nutrition, with opportunities such as, I think it has been demonstrated or articulated that investment in human capital has high returns, that every dollar invested in preventing, for example, stunting can yield up to $48 in economic returns. A number of recommendations under this is develop a 10-year national multi-sectoral nutrition financing master plan and embed, which will embed nutrition and also embed nutrition in county integrated development plans, CIDPs, and continue to prioritize early childhood development in budgeting. Then we have educational labor, a number of opportunities established. We have a number of frameworks in terms of health, education, and nutrition, and industry course, co-designed curricula, among other opportunities. Few recommendations on this. One is align TVET and university curriculum to value chain needs, make industry participation in curriculum design, or involve the industry in curriculum development so that the curriculum is well aligned to the emerging and dynamism of what the industry needs. Then under the sixth thematic area, investing and financing for value chains, a number of opportunities. One of the areas is the role of finance in enhancing development of the value chain. A number of policies or a few important existing opportunities we can leverage on have been identified. One in terms of a number of the supportive policy framework, and also existing development finance institutions. We know we have a number of institutions such as Kenya Industrial Estate that have existed in Kenya, and they have been supporting value chain for a number of years, and now given that this is a priority, then we can draw a lot of insight from this. In terms of the recommendations and this finance area, is sustain efforts to mobilize finance for value chain development, develop targeted financing mechanisms that address the needs of the MSMEs and strengthen implementation of existing new policies on existing, and also address issues of fragmentation and duplication of financing programs to enhance synergy and impact. I think one of the things that have been emphasized here is also enhance implementation of the policies. Yes, we have the policies, but just how we need to enhance this. And importantly also is to link or to leverage evidence-based research to inform the unique financing needs of the various value chains. An important area under this is also carbon markets and climate finance, I think, which was discussed this afternoon. A number of opportunities were identified, including the National Carbon Registry managed by the NEMA, issues of multi-sectoral technical committees that facilitate coordination, and also a natural habitat for carbon capture. I think we had quite very insightful discussions. A number of recommendations here. One is strengthen partnership and coordination in carbon trading. I think it is quite well emphasized that this is a bit emerging area. We need a strong partnership within the country and outside, and also expand public sensitization on carbon credit and trading. Yeah, I think it was clear that perhaps a number of the citizens they're yet to fully understand what the issues of carbon credit, carbon market, and how to benefit from this. And also the issue of encouraging incentives or encourage and incentivize participation of private sector in carbon credit, in carbon market, and also streamline bureaucracies and enhance transparency, and also encourage localization of carbon project developers. I think it was articulated that currently the developers of most of these projects come from outside the country. And as an opportunity just to acknowledge that also there were some of the things, the legal and regulatory framework now supportive of this, including the Climate Change Act, as well as the Carbon Regulations 2024 that provide for procedures on carbon projects and carbon carbon market. There's aspect of competitiveness and value addition and issues of diversification and market access under this theme. A number of opportunities like expanding domestic productive capacity, issues of KIPPRA, county aggregation industrial parks, recommendations, accelerate implementation of the KIPPRA and also leverage regional and global trade agreements, among others. Then I think that finally, inclusive and sustainable strategies, another thematic area. Under this, there was the issue of the inclusive and sustainable strategies to enhance participation of the women, the youth, persons with disabilities, and the marginalized along the value chains. I think the discussions or the presentations from ILO, I think, has made it very clear that as we develop value chains, let's look at let's look at inclusivity. Let's look at opportunities that are created and also aspects of sustainability, including things even to do with the work environment, the quality of the jobs, and even as we create jobs along the value chains, the people who benefit from this, do they have access to things to do like insurance and social protection? A number of opportunities. I think issues of demographic dividend, considering the youthful population, the recognition of prior learning policy, among others. A number of recommendations here. One, embrace gender-sensitive value chain development, link funds earmarked for women to value chain financing, prioritize the youth in economic transformation, and also include the youth in terms of this planning and even the policies along related to the value chains. Of course, develop an inclusive framework that ensure equitable access to markets, finance, and productive assets. Yeah, so our distinguished delegates, this is the communique for this conference. The final communique will be available on our website in the next few days. Thank you.
Asante sana. Once again, let's give a hand to Shibia. He's done an incredible job. Trying to summarize that, I think it's taken around 20 minutes. Okay, so thank you, we do appreciate. Now, on to the next stage as we close this up. I think it's imperative to get remarks from the ED, we will in turn invite the chair to do closing remarks. But for now, please help me welcome the Executive Director for KIPPRA, Dr. Elda Nsomo. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali akikuja. Appreciate her. The floor is yours.
The principal secretaries who graced this occasion, the senators who are present, development partners who have partnered with us at various levels, the KIPPRA board, led by the KIPPRA board chair, development partners, the private sector, counties that were represented, the academia, civil society, youth, individuals, researchers, our partners from other countries who attended various sessions, policy experts, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As we come to the close of the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Think Tank and also the conference, allow me on behalf of the Institute to sincerely thank all participants, speakers, panelists, moderators, rapporteurs, exhibitors, and also partners, as well as the team that was leading in organizing this conference. I also take this opportunity to thank the county government of Mombasa and also the office of the County Commissioner of Mombasa, who have worked with us throughout this conference. Over the last 3 days, we have engaged in rich, insightful, and forward-looking discussions under the theme Strengthening Value Chains for Inclusive Growth in Kenya. The conversations have reaffirmed that value chains remain central to Kenya's economic transformation agenda and are critical pathways for job creation, industrialization, poverty reduction, resilience building, and inclusive development. This conference has demonstrated the importance of bringing together government institutions, private sector, academia, development partners, youth, women, innovators, researchers, to jointly deliberate on practical and evidence-based solutions for Kenya's development issues. Throughout the conference, several key messages have emerged. First, Kenya must continue to strengthen agricultural value chains through enhanced productivity, reducing the cost of value addition, digitalization, aggregation, agro-processing, improving logistics, and expanding market access. Discussions on the key crops, including tea, coffee, horticulture, fisheries, livestock, and food crops, highlighted the need for stronger farmer cooperatives, investments in cold chains, infrastructure, irrigation systems, and climate-smart agriculture. We have had compelling discussions on industrial value chains and the urgent need to transition from exporting raw materials to producing competitive finished products with higher value addition for both local consumption and export. Participants emphasized the need to reduce production costs, strengthen MSMEs, improve standards and certification, combat illicit trade and counterfeits, and fully leverage on opportunities under the African Continental Free Trade Area. The conference also came up with areas for potential development, such as the digital economy, green economy, blue economy, and e-mobility. We have seen that the country is well positioned to become a regional leader in innovation-driven and sustainable development interventions, especially in value chains. We have also observed that strong policy coordination and investment in research, innovation, as well as in green energy infrastructure can create quality jobs that are required for the sustainable development of the economy, which also touches on private sector investments. A recurring issue across most of the sessions was the importance of inclusion. Inclusive growth cannot be achieved if various groups, such as the youth, persons with disabilities, women, micro and small enterprises, small farmers, cooperatives, and marginalized communities remain excluded from economic opportunities. The discussions on decent jobs and inclusive value chains remained critical and also very important in expanding our GDP growth. We also had enriching conversations on the role of the youth in value chains. It was encouraging to note the strong focus on skills development, entrepreneurship, innovation, digital jobs, labor mobility, technical and vocational education and training, university education, recognition of prior learning, programs such as the NYOTA, Youth Enterprise Development Initiatives, digital empowerment programs, among others, which are very critical in driving the economic transformation of our nation. It was also clear on what works and what needs to be scaled up to create quality jobs, especially for the youth across the various nodes of value chains. The conference has further reaffirmed the importance of evidence-informed policymaking. The discussions and recommendations generated here will inform policy development, legislative processes, and also investment decisions, including on industrialization, as well as coordination of various interventions by both the national and county governments. As KIPPRA, we remain committed to generating high-quality research and policy analysis that supports Kenya's development agenda. Through platforms such as this annual regional conference, the Kenya Think Tanks Forum, policy seminars, workshops, roundtables, and the KIPPRA Public Policy Repository, we shall continue to foster dialogue, knowledge sharing, and collaborations among stakeholders. As I come to the close, I urge the stakeholders to sustain the partnerships that we have created and networks, especially at sectoral level, at the national and county levels, to ensure that the recommendations coming from this conference are entrenched in the various interventions that we shall be implementing. I also wish to thank our partners, including the National Treasury, the State Department for Economic Planning, the State Department in charge of youth, the State Department in charge of children, and the various counties that were represented here, and the senators who participated in this conference, and the various principal secretaries who graced this conference, as well as the development partners, including IFPRI, UNICEF, CGIAR, ILO, International Potato Center, the Kenya Yearbook Editorial Board, Stepforce, Green Economy Tracker, Housing Finance Way, who supported the successful organization of this conference. Your support and collaboration are deeply appreciated. Finally, I encourage all participants to continue engaging beyond this conference as we ensure implementation of our Vision 2030, Agenda 2063, MTP4, the better, and among other commitments, including the county integrated development plans for our inclusive and sustainable economy. I therefore wish to thank all of you and wish you all safe travel back home, and may God bless Kenya and bless KIPPRA. With these remarks, I now take this opportunity to invite the KIPPRA board chairperson to come and officially close the 9th KIPPRA annual regional conference. Thank you and welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Elder. I think we're almost there. The KIPPRA Board of Directors, the Executive Director, Dr. Elder Somo, distinguished guests, development partners, private sector leaders, members of academia, research institutions, youth representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Good evening once more again. Thank you. As we come to the close of the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, allow me, on behalf of the KIPPRA Board of Directors, to express our sincere gratitude to all participants who have made this conference a resounding success. Over the last 3 days here in Mombasa, we have engaged in rich, forward-looking discussions under the theme, Strengthening Value Chains for Inclusive Growth in Kenya. This theme could not have come at a more critical moment in our country's development journey like it is now. Kenya is at a defining point where economic transformation must not only accelerate growth, but also ensure that growth is inclusive, sustainable, innovative, and people-centered. The deliberations during this conference have clearly demonstrated that value chains remain central to achieving the aspirations of Kenya Vision 2030, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the fourth medium-term plan, Agenda 2063, and the Sustainable Development Goals. We have collectively affirmed that strengthening value chains is not simply about production and trade. It is about creating jobs, reducing inequality, empowering communities, enhancing resilience, and improving the livelihoods for all Kenyans. I wish, therefore, to commend KIPPRA under the leadership of none other than our very own Executive Director, Dr. Elta Osomo, for organizing this timely conference in collaboration with key government institutions. Among others, development partners, the private sector actors, and research organizations. The partnerships reflected in this conference are themselves a testimony that inclusive growth requires collective action. Ladies and gentlemen, the discussions throughout the conference have highlighted immense opportunities across agricultural, industrial, service, and emerging value chains. We have seen how sectors such as livestock, tea, coffee, horticulture, fisheries, manufacturing, tourism, digital innovation, transport, fintech, and green industries can become engines of inclusive economic transformation if supported by the right policies, investments, infrastructure, and institutions. Particularly encouraging were the conversations on technology, digital transformation, and artificial intelligence, or popularly known as AI. Kenya's youthful population, expanding digital infrastructure, and vibrant innovation ecosystem position our country favorably to become a regional leader in the digital economy. The launch and demonstration of innovative tools, such as the REAP AI model by KIPPRA, reaffirm the growing role of evidence-based policy analysis and technology-driven decision-making in shaping our future. Equally important were the discussions on climate resilience and sustainability. The conference reminded us that economic growth can no longer be pursued at the expense of environmental sustainability. Climate-smart agriculture, renewable energy systems, green industrialization, sustainable transport solutions, and climate finance are no longer optional, but they are essentially pillars of future competitiveness and resilience. I was also encouraged by the strong emphasis placed on inclusivity. This conference consistently recognized the need to deliberately integrate women, youth, persons with disabilities, children, and marginalized communities into value chain development. Inclusive growth will only be meaningful when opportunities are accessible to all segments of our society. We must therefore continue investing in skills development, access to finance, innovation, social protection, and supportive policy frameworks that enable every Kenyan to participate productively in our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, One of the strongest messages emerging from this conference is that policy coherence and institutional coordination are indispensable. The challenges facing value chains cannot be addressed in silos. Government agencies, counties, the private sector, academia, and development partners, and the communities must work together in a coordinated manner to unlock opportunities and address the constraints. The recommendations generated during this conference provide a practical roadmap for action. These include investing in infrastructure and logistics, expanding value addition and manufacturing, promoting digital inclusion, enhancing research and innovation, improving access to finance, strengthening standards and competitiveness, and also accelerating green transition initiatives and deepening collaboration between industry, academia, and policy makers. As a board, we reaffirm our confidence in KIPPRA's role as a trusted public policy think tank that continues to provide rigorous research, policy advice, and platforms for dialogue that inform Kenya's development agenda. Conferences such as this one are important because they bridge the gap between research, policy, and implementation. I also wish to recognize the contribution of the youth who participated in the pre-conference capacity building sessions. The future of Kenya's economy will largely depend on how effectively we prepare and empower our young people with knowledge, digital skills, innovation capabilities, entrepreneurship opportunities, and leadership values. The energy, creativity, and optimism demonstrated by the youth participants give us confidence in Kenya's future. To all presenters, moderators, panelists, sponsors, exhibitors, media, partners, delegates, and our master of ceremony, thank you for your valuable contributions. Your ideas, experiences, and insights have enriched this conference and strengthened the quality of the resolutions contained in the communique. As we leave Mombasa, let us remember that the true success of this conference will not be measured by the quality of our discussions alone, but by the actions we take afterward. The responsibility now rests with all of us to translate these recommendations into concrete interventions, policies, investments, partnerships, and programs that deliver real impact to the people of our great country, Kenya. The journey toward inclusive growth requires commitment, innovation, courage, and collaboration. I am confident that through sustained partnership and evidence-informed policy making, Kenya can build resilient, competitive, and inclusive value chains that create prosperity for present and our future generations. With those few remarks, I officially declare the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference officially closed.
Asante sana. Come on,
Thank you. God bless you and God bless Kenya. Asante.
Amen. Thank you very much. Come on, put your hands together. 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference comes to a close. And in that spirit, let us be upstanding. I see the choir is already ready here Let us be upstanding wherever you are. Greet somebody, a couple of people, tell them congratulations. You're amongst the few who've made it till the end. The rest have gone to the beach, but you've sacrificed to be here. Okay? So in that spirit, ndio tunataka tufunge kwa maombi, alafu kwaya wa take over. Utatuombea. It will be a pleasure, please.
Hello, I've been given a task. It's an ambush, and we have some flowers that we want to give to somebody. Yeah, so we're going to pick different flowers, all colors. It's a bouquet that we're going to give to the MC. He's done a great job. Yeah, so we're going to be picking flowers. Yeah, so can we look for red flowers? Red flowers. Let's look for white roses. Purple ones. I'm seeing yellow roses somewhere. Pink ones. And of course, blue for the boy child. Let's put it together. Let's put it together as a bouquet. Let's put it together. And then we hand him one major big bouquet. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. That's beautiful. You should give us his contact so that we all look for him when we need an MC, isn't it? Please do that.
Thank you very much. Asante sana. I'll give... Oh, Rudasho, yeah? I feel like the only man in the building now. So, but one thing I consider very important is that God has taken us through this journey. We started well, and now we are closing. It's only proper that we give thanks, alafu ndapatiana contacts. Sindio? Sawa, tuombe tafadhali.
Thank you. Let's pray. Indeed, Lord, it's a testimony that we started well and we've ended well. We thank you, King of Glory, for all the discussions, all the deliberations, all the recommendations that we've made in this conference. And as our chair has said, I pray that it will not just be issues discussed in Mombasa, but as we go back to our different ministries, state corporations, agencies, organizations, KIPPRA itself, and the wider Kenyan community will actually take that step of faith, of courage, of boldness, and go and make a difference. Take that action and create a better Kenya and create value chains that are inclusive, that are sustainable, that will create growth for our country, Kenya, even as we set an example for those around us. We give you thanks for everyone who participated in this conference, those who are here, those who've left. We pray that you shall bless each and every one of them. We thank you for our chair, for his leadership, for his guidance, for his direction, and we continue to pray for wisdom, for knowledge for him as he continues to steer this organization forward. We also remember our own ED and the management team and all people working for KIPPRA. The Lord bless each and every one of them and also continue giving them strength and wisdom. For the rest of us, bless us. We thank each and every one of us and keep us, and until we meet again, may we live a life that's pleasing to you, all to the glory and honor of your name. For it's in Jesus' mighty name I do pray and believe. Amen.
Definitely, that's been 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference. My name is Noah Kipkemboi. The number is 0716-248-251. If you have an emceeing, media training, I'm well equipped to make sure that you have the best outcomes at the end of the day. And I thank God for that opportunity. So see you in your next event, even as we keep time and make sure that we deliver. Ama namna gani? That's it. Let's take it back to the choir, the entertainers, as we do a tete amongst ourselves, exchange contacts, walk to somebody, umuulize, wewe siku kuona day one, ulitoka wapi, sindio? Even as we enjoy. But that's been our conference. God bless you. Choir, take it away. Asanteni sana. Sawa sawa. So, in the spirit of prayer, we'll have the national anthem as we close.
Amani, tutimize na